Hello everybody and welcome to King Abdulaziz Racecourse. My name is Michael Adolfson. I'm joined by Tom Collins. We'll get to him in just a moment, but today we're going to go through 12 races. We welcome you on YouTube and all your comments. We are glad you're here today in sunny Saudi Arabia. Tom Collins to my right is going to be joining me and giving us the best of tips and ideas and analyses for this afternoon. But we're coming off of a really nice Friday evening card, which included Rebellious Stage, Kairama, some really extremely good performances from top horses.
Yeah, two ex-US horses right there that you mentioned, and Man of the Night, an ex-UK based horse as well. Lots of quality on the card, 5 open races. We've got a cup race for the imported horses, and we have a Group 3 for the locals. So I'm really looking forward to the action today, and here are 3 that you should look out for. First, we have Hala, who is unbeaten after 2 starts in Taif. This daughter of Outwork hasn't been seen since meeting 45, but she has a great chance of recording her hat-trick in race 3 today. On to a star Arabian now, in the form of Mutwahaja Athbar, who runs in race 4. Lucas Gaitan and Alex Moreno team up on this 4-year-old filly, who is rated 110 and won her last outing in emphatic fashion. Then finally there is Ed Harfer, who runs in race 11 for the White Stable and Camilo Ospina. This filly has won 2 of her 3 starts this year and is drawn well in stall 6. She must have a great chance today.
We'll also be joined this afternoon by Shamila Hanley, who is with us in the parade ring. Shamila, what are you looking forward to today?
Thank you very much, Michael. Good afternoon, all. Happy 2nd of December, so that means happy UAE National Day as well. Now, Ireland may have a horse called Monkfish. However, here in Saudi Arabia, we have Tarfish, trained by Gaith Al Gaith. I hope he can swim easily across the finish line into victory today under Wigberto Ramos. And not to forget, we have a huge prize pot of 1.2 million Saudi Riyal. So plenty to look forward to. I'll throw it back to you guys in the studio while I throw my eyes over these runners and riders in the parade ring.
Thank you so much, Shamila. Looking forward to that. We're also joined today by Alex Fussy, who's going to be calling the races, and he's going to take us through the race card right now, as well as the runners and riders for the very first race.
Yeah, I saw the match. Ooh, yeah.
Michael, thank you very much indeed. A very hello, everyone. Once again, looking forward to today's 12-race programme. It begins very shortly with the local bred maiden. We'll be going over 1,200 metres for our first 4 races today. The second race is an open for colts and geldings. The third at 4:10 is a fillies open. Then the Arabian horses in action. Open company at 4:35. We go up to the 1,400 metre trip next for a handicap 0 to 85, and we stay there for a maiden race at 5:30. Arabian Open again at 6 o'clock, which is over 1,600 metres, and that's followed half an hour later by a local bred maiden, also over 1,600s. Over the page, and we can see we have a handicap next, 0 to 90, and up in trip as well to 2,000, before climbing even further to 2,400 metres for an open race at 7:25. And we build up to a cup contest at 7:50 over 1,600, and then a local Group 3 at 8:15 over the 1,800 metre trip. So that is the 12-race card and scheduled today. And these are the runners and riders for our first of today's programme. 1,200 metres, local bred maiden, as I've highlighted. Number 1 is Salma Allah. Rayan Alabad takes the ride. 2 is Eshab for Tariq Al Mansour. 3, Jamrat Arab, looking to make a winning start, that filly. Number 4 is Estafazaz. That's also a newcomer. 6 is Hasil, another first-time starter. Ayad Al Turisi. 6 is Katana for Louis Morales. 7 is Kilastife, 0 from 3 so far. And 8 is La Shan for 0 from 3, Abdullah Al-Khamis. Over the page, we see the 10, Knight Maldi, another newcomer. Wigberto Ramos has been booked. 11 is Mewori for Alex Moreno. 12 is Al Emrada, Khalid Al-Mimoni. 13 is Ain Al-Riyad, a first-time starter, Abdullah Al-Lofi. And then we have the 14, which is Mesbah Al-Amal, 0 from 2 so far in his career. The absentee here is the 9 in our first race of the day. Runners and riders in the paddock. So back to you, gents, to take a look at our runners for the first.
So we got a Baker's Dozen going in for 1,200 meters, local 2-year-old maiden. And we're going to start off with Salam Allah's 0 for 7 thus far. Finished 11 last time with third, 2 starts back.
That 11th place finish came over 1,600 metres, just quite clearly didn't stay that day. The drop in trip should suit. Prior to that, as you say, finished third. That was in a 1,200 metre open, a much better performance.
Ishab is one of 3 fillies in the race. She's 0 for 3, 17th last time.
Yet to make an impact in any of her 3 outings. Her best run came at meeting 42 when she finished 8th. This is her first run here in Riyadh.
Jamrat Arab is a first-time starter by Multaram.
She will need to break well from her relatively inside gate. I think she needs to run as well, judging by her looks.
Estif Zaz, another first-time starter, this one by Finest Artisan.
Looks a little bit better than horse number 3 in the prelims, but
Agreed.
Still not the final product.
Another first-time starter is Hasil by Top Music.
Yeah, her rider, his rider rode a winner yesterday, so there's a positive there.
That is Katana on screen right now, 0 for 3. We'll go to Shamila in just a second, but Katana is a 4th-time starter, 8th last out, rather.
Yeah, the horse to beat in this race, 3rd over this trip on the penultimate outing, and has blazing speed.
We're about halfway through. We're going to go to Shamila and see what she thinks out there.
Thanks very much, Michael. I had a quick look at all of these horses. One that stood out to me the most is the only gelding in this field, horse number 1, Salama Allah, rated 59, under the hands of Rakan Al Obeid. So horse is definitely in good hands. This jockey is quite underrated in my opinion, to be honest. Obviously Katana is the standout, however I didn't want to choose the easy route and choose the highest rated horse in the race this time, but I genuinely think that Salama Allah is the best looking horse. My 2 negatives are horse number 8, La Shan, just getting really hot and sweaty behind the saddle, so that is a bit of a red flag for me, and horse number 12 is looking a little bit overweight, so could come on from the run, but I will be sticking with horse number 1.
All right, thank you, Shamila. Number 7 we haven't started with yet. That was Kalista Faye, is 0 for 3, was 12th last time, and 4th, 2 starts back.
Yeah, that penultimate effort was probably good enough to play a part in here, but we need to take a step forward from the most recent 12.
We'll jump forward. We'll come back to 8 and 10. Number 11 on shot right now is Mahore, is 0 for 2, 15th last time.
Took a backward step on the first run in Riyadh. That's got to be a concern.
Number 12 is Amoldre, is 0 for 4, 9th last time.
Seems to be the second string for the owner behind horse number 7, Kalastafe.
Ain Al Riyadh is a first-time starter by Dramedy.
Nice looking type actually, the most impressive looking first timer in the field.
And Mesbah Alamal is 0 for 2, hasn't shown much so far.
Widest draw, no claims on recent outings.
And once we skipped over, we have La Shan is number 8, 0 for 3, comes off of a 19th place finish.
Beat just 1 horse that day on the first start in Riyadh, likely to improve but only rated 45.
And obviously number 9 is Al Dalatawik, but number 10 is in Knight Maldi, is a first-time starter by Ecliptical.
Wigberto Ramos on for the debut. He doesn't ride in too many races like this, so that's got to be a pro, but at the same time, this colt will need to break well. He's got experienced horses either side of him. A slight missed kick means he'll be forced back in the pack.
Yeah, we didn't get much time to talk about Katana a second ago, but looked, I think, quite well in the parade ring and 72 rated.
Yeah, I like her in this race. I think she's by far the horse to beat. I know she's the obvious one, but in races like this, where we don't know plenty about most of them, you know, you have to come down on the horse that we know a lot about, and that is Katana. She's by Commend. Her 2-year-old, his 2-year-olds go very well on this track, and albeit we haven't seen Katana in Riyadh so far, the 3 runs in Taif were trending in the right direction, and she's been, you know, pretty prominent in all of them. She shows blazing early speed. I imagine she'll go straight to the front today under Luis Morales, and from there, she's going to be pretty hard to beat. She's also proven over the trip, having run 3rd over this distance on her penultimate outing.
Alumbrada was on there a second go, looking well, number 12. Also, the one that caught my eye, and obviously you'd be more adept to the actual form of this one, is Mahwari, number 11, who was going out a second ago as well, by Muthib. It's 3rd time start, comes off a bad run, but 2 back actually showed something, finishing 4th.
Yeah, it was pretty good that day as well for a first-time starter, and I'm always willing to overlook one bad run, especially in 2-year-olds, because you know, they don't always show their best. They can take a backward step. And, you know, Mewari could easily get back to that debut effort. And if he does, then he's a player in here. Alex Moreno on board's a big positive as well. He rode, I think, 2 winners yesterday. So, you know, Mewari's definitely a contender in this race. Maybe doesn't have the same outstanding claims as the likes of Katana, but if you're trying to read between the lines, then Mewari is, you know, a horse that could easily play a part in the finish.
And Tariq Al-Mansour has been on fire recently as a jockey. He rides number 2 here, Ashab. Filly taking on the boys, 1 of 4 in the race. She had a 17th last time, but was 8th the race before. Has she shown anything?
She showed a little bit in that 8th place finish, and obviously Tariq being on board is a big positive, given how well he rode yesterday, especially
He's on fire right now.
Yeah, Urja was a phenomenal ride. I think that was race 6 yesterday. Go check that out if you missed it. Ashab hasn't shown enough, I don't think, for us to suggest that she can make an impact. You know, these are very inexperienced horses, and the fillies do well against the colts generally, so you cannot completely write off anyone in this race, but if you're looking just on a form basis, she wouldn't be anywhere near the top of the list.
With these young horses with not as much to go on, how much weight do you give to jockey assignments?
Quite a lot, especially if we're talking the leading 5 or 6 riders here, the likes of Luis Morales, Alex Moreno, etc. If they're booked on one of these horses, then they're generally going to have a good chance of winning, especially if they're picking up the ride for the first time. Louis isn't picking the ride up for the first time on Katana, but he did ride her when she finished third 2 starts back, and you know, I think he probably got a nice feel that day and believes this is a great opportunity.
The 2 that seem to jump off the page to me and also seem to look well are the 2 kind of obvious ones, Katana and Mehori to me. They both just look extremely well and ready to go. Both on their toes a little bit. I'm sure Shamila would agree, but both on their toes a little bit, but not overly so. They just look kind of ready to run. And I really like how the 11 looks in the background right now. I'm going to stick with Mehori, the son of Muthib, to try to break through and overcome his 15th place finish last time. You're going to go with Katana today?
I'm going to go with Katana. I think she's the most logical winner, not even just because she's got the best rating and form and the experience on her side, as well as the leading jock in the race, but she's shown electric speed. And early on in these cards, we've seen that speed usually holds. In a race of this nature, 1,200 metres for the 2-year-olds, I also think speed is a huge asset, more so than in a race for the older horses, the more experienced types. So if Katana breaks, which she usually does, and goes straight to the front, she's going to prove mighty tough to beat. I do respect Maori, maybe the biggest danger. And also Shamila's picked Salam Allah as well, horse 1. At least has experience on his side, and he's got relatively good form over 1,200. So they're probably the 3 to look out for in this race, but hopefully for my sake, Katana wins, and you're hoping Mewari gets on top.
Yeah, they both just look excellent, and obviously she's right. The one, Salam Allah, looks quite well and comes off kind of a similar 2 starts back, a 3rd place finish, and not as well last time that Mahori does. It just has a few more miles and is a little more exposed, you'd say.
Yeah, that would be the only thing that puts me off the one, Salam Allah, because actually his form is probably the best in the race. Well, that one piece of form, a meeting 61.
There he goes in the gate now.
He finished 3rd in an open that day, but last time he was pretty poor. I know it was over 1,600, but I'm not willing to completely overlook it.
Well, they are going into the gate for the first race here, 1,200 meter local 2-year-old maiden. We're going to take it up to Alex Fussy, who's going to take us through this field and take us through the race. He has a keen eye for horses. Who do you like up there, Alex?
Michael, thanks very much indeed. I'm going to take a bit of a stab in the dark, really, here. I'm going to go with the Wigberto Ramos newcomer. I thought Knight Maldi looked pretty good in the prelims and going down to post, and I thought interesting jockey booking as well. Well, as Tom rightly highlights, not something you see too often, is it? Ramos hopping on board one of these newcomers, so we'll see how that particular colt fares, but an interesting starting point for today's card. Katana with already some decent enough form in the book, but again, with quite a lot of these that have run before, you are having to forgive 1 or 2 poor efforts along the way. Jamrat Arab is just going in, blue jacket with the red chevron, slots into gate 3. That'll be La Shan, who's heading up next, stall number 8. Abdullah Al-Khamis rides. Kilastife has just gone forwards. There is Knight Maldi. Quite a decent looking individual, just waiting to go up. Also the 12. Alembrada moving in, and the 6 as well, Katana, one of the well-fancied charges. Just about ready to go then for our first of the day. Standing by. Trouble in 12, getting very restless. Alemrada. Settled again. They're off. Racing away, shifting violently left was Mewari from the stalls. Made it very awkward for Lan Shan. Thankfully, Knight Maldi was out the way because he was slow. one of the newcomers. Also, Istif Zaz didn't get the best of beginnings, and Salam Allah on the inside is being firmly ridden. Contested early lead, 5 or 6 in a row. Up on the inside is Sharp, is bang there. Also showing is Kilastife, the 7 horse, and on the outside of those is Mesbah Alamal, who's just coming through to make it a wave of 3. Tucking in behind the pace now is Alan Rada as they go into this turning point. Back to the inside rail is S. Sharp, who continues to have a prominent role, but it's Jamrat Arab who just about has it here, and these two are really fighting it out and drawing away already, aren't they? It's Kilastife on the outside, trying to put it up and past Jamrat Arab. They're being followed by an improving Ain Al Riyadh from the back of the field. Next in the pack is Mewari, but up top here now, it is going to be Kilastife, who's just edging on. Inside the final 100, has gone clear by about 3 lengths to the line. Ain Al Riyadh still flying, but too late. Will get second position, and Jamrat Arab was in third. So it is Kilastife who takes the opener, winning for the Chebby stables and actually getting off the mark at the 4th time of asking. Had finished 4th at meeting 56, but a jump forwards from him in terms of form shown, and he's clocked a time of 1:14.22. 1:14.22 over the line, and has won by 2 3/4 lengths from Ain Al Riyadh, who was the strong closer. I all of a sudden popped down to the centre of the racecourse where those red and black colours were appearing, but had got a bit too far back. Jamrat Arab, who'd always been there with the pace, eventually finished in 3rd position. Mewari was back in 4th. Katana, no show at all, never really got involved in the race, was always in that rear division, and in the end finished in 6th place. Did Katana. So order of finish for our opening race of the day is 7, 13 and 3.
So 13 horses went to post, 4 selections from our experts, 3 horses crossed the wire, 1, 2, 3. None of those were in the top 3. We did quite well first time.
Yeah, it was a tricky, obviously a tricky starting point. Yeah, it was hard to find, not the winner necessarily, but it was hard to find the runner-up and the third, both of whom were first-time starters, suggesting maybe the bar wasn't set overly high from those with experience. The winner, Calastafe, did show some form on the penultimate outing, but just last time up he was really disappointing. I don't know whether that was just because he was in against better opposition or what, but it came over this trip and he only finished 12th. A big step forward today, maybe because he broke better and was always in the vanguard, basically, right up in the box seat.
Yeah, it looks a fit horse going to post, and didn't really catch the eye though. So it's an honest mistake from those who didn't see this horse form-wise or in the flesh. You know, Calistafe gets it done. Unfortunately, his dam is not Callista Flockhart, but that's okay. Just looked like a horse that, turning for home here, had everything in his sight and got it done pretty easily, actually.
Yeah, he turned for home alongside the eventual third, which was Jamrat Arab, who I actually thought desperately needed the run when looking at him in the prelims. So he ran in quite nicely. She ran showing good early speed, but Calastafe put that rival to bed and then just had to hold off the late closer, which was Ain Al Riyadh, who actually ran pretty well considering he was wide on the bend. You know, he's still a colt making his debut and he could be the one to take out of the race. Our selections, yours, Melwari, finished 4th. Mine, Katana, I think was 5th or 6th, and she just didn't break. That's the reason she lost today.
Hold that note. We're going to go to Shamila right now. How are you doing out there? What you got?
Thank you very much, Michael. Calastafe wins our first race of the day under Abdulaziz Al Musa. Congratulations, Abdulaziz. Tell me a little bit about the race.
Thank you, Shmaila. Alhamdulillah, this horse, I am first time rider. From start, my horse fast. I am don't nervous, I'm easy. Last 400, my horse the best the race. Alhamdulillah, finish for me.
Very good. And he enjoys the sprinting distances, right?
Yes. I am first time this horse, and thank you, trainer Tariq Al-Shaibi. My horse very good today. Alhamdulillah.
Thank you so much, Abdulaziz.
Thank you.
All right, let's take it from the top here. Looks like a bad start for those. Is that Estifsaz?
Yeah, quite a few of them. Estifsaz missed it, so did Knight Maldi, both the first timers. My selection, Katana, also broke dramatically to the left and found herself in the 2nd division where she's completely out of her ground as she's an out-and-out front runner based on what we've seen so far. She hampered Hasil as well, horse number 5, who managed to get some kind of involved at the middle point of the race, but never really featured either.
And it was a nice change for me, for my selection to instead to be hampered others.
Yeah, it was a bit of a nightmare at this point of the race. Just keep an eye on the horse right on your outside in the red silks. Ain Al Riyadh. That was the one that eventually finished 2nd. 6 wide on the track at this point, briefly carried out as well by your selection. No worry. So you can mark up his performance. He ran pretty well.
And he always looked, and we were mentioning him during the run of the race, he always looked like one who was going to finish well and be a threat if he had anything in range. Unfortunately, he did not. The first 2 here were well gone. He did manage to catch the 3 though.
Yeah, he stayed on nicely down the outside of the track. He may just come into shot as they approach the line. Maybe not, depends on, there he is right at the top of your screen. You can just about see him, but he runs home nicely, quickest finisher in the race, that's for sure. It's just that the eventual winner and the 3rd place horses stole a march at a crucial stage in the race, and his task, Ain Al Riyadh, to try and reel them back in was almost insurmountable.
Jamrat Arab ran quite well in 3rd, I thought. Just one of those horses that did all the dirty work and stuck around as much as possible. I liked that he shifted out of the kickback there to the 2 path and tried to run on again. You know, obviously didn't work out, but the horse seems to be, you know, of some use coming out of this.
Well, she showed speed. I think that's the biggest thing. For a first-time starter, that suggests she has some level of ability. Whether she'll find a weak enough race to go in next time, we'll find out. But she didn't look overly fit in the prelims, Jamrat Arab. So she's going to improve for the run. And with that in mind, maybe she's got a maiden in her.
Yeah, that was pretty interesting coming home. I thought that the winner ran the race that I truly expected Katana to run.
Yeah, agreed. I was hoping that Katana would break a lot better than she did, and you know, Luis Morales hasn't had much luck over the last day and a bit, and this filly kind of just supported that point. She didn't break well and was forced to race at around 5th or 6th. And when you're on a proper speed filly like this and you end up having to rate, you just don't get the best out of them. She finished 6th in the end, I think, actually crossing the line. And yeah, I don't know where to go with her. She's not a 7-2 horse. Maybe she is if she gets on the front, but if she's in behind, she kind of throws up the towel.
Indeed, and congrats to the connections of Callista Faye, to one of 2 geldings in the race, once again proving what we all know, that less is sometimes more. And kind of shift our gears here. We're going to take a little bit more at the...
Just look at the horse out in the red. That is
Yes.
Riyadh. He's so wide on the track at a crucial stage of the race. I mean, he was just trying to make his run, and at that point gets carried wide. You lose a lot of momentum when that happens. So he's definitely the one to take out. I think if he ran this exact race again in 2 or 3 weeks, Riyadh would be the winner.
Andromedy is obviously a stallion. He was bred with a little bit of speed and actually a little bit more for dirt, but he was a grass horse that went long, and he's probably going to put a lot of wind into his horses. This horse is probably just getting started at the 1,200 meters. Look forward to seeing him stretch out to at least 14.
Yeah, for sure. Maybe next time up as well. That will allow him to settle in a better position as well. You know, in the middle part of this race, he was quite far back. You know, the pace held up. They finished 1st and 3rd, the front runners. So it wasn't the proper position that you need to be in on a first-time starter, but at the same time, the way he finished suggested that he at least has a semblance of ability.
We're going to move on now. Another 1,200 meter race, 2-year-olds open, basically the equivalent of an allowance race back in the States, an entry-level allowance race back in the States. We're going to go up to Alex, who's going to take us through the runners and riders.
Cheers, gents. Thanks very much indeed. Let's take a look at the field. A bit of a smaller field here, isn't it, in terms of the lineup? No 7 horses in this race, so we're down to 9 of them. Number 1 is Maruf, first-time starter, actually, the gelding at the top. Number 2 is Albsher, running deeper company last time, the mount of Louis Morales. 3 is Majur. Abdullah Alajmi takes the rider, winner last time out, meeting 64. Tariq Al Mansour's on number 4, Al Baroni. Number 5 is Jubawi Najd. That's Calder's won once so far. It was back at meeting 30. 6, Emblem Desert, 2 wins on his score sheet so far. Number 8 is Jilwan for Abdullah Al Hussein. 9 is Smo, who was a winner at meeting 23, Fahad Al Furedi. And 10, over the page there, the one alone is Al Safa for Wigberto Ramos, who was a winner on debut at meeting 65 and looks to remain unbeaten. Runners are making their way from the pre-parade ring into the paddock. Time for the gents to have a spin through the fields.
So we got just the 9. It's a nice change for a maiden to get a field that we can expound upon a little bit more. Sure. This is going to be fun. You know, a nice mix of horses that have run very well. We have a first-time starter with a great pedigree. We have some known commodities that have run 4, 5, 6, 7 times. So yeah, anybody who jumps off the page immediately before we jump into runner by runner.
Quite a few of them. Firstly, it's disappointing that King Rise isn't running because he would have probably been the most likely winner of the race, but he was taken out. So yeah, we've got a good, small but select field. I like Majur at this stage. I think he might be the selection. But Maruf is interesting for Sheikh Abdullah Al Malek Al Sabah. He's coming from the UK. Albert Roney's never run, but he's bred in the UK. So yeah, there's some nice looking horses in here, Michael.
Yeah, very much so. I'm really interested in Maruf just because the Blue Points have done so well, and he's got a nice physical to him. He's not the most well kept in his mane there, but to me, just the physical of him, he's got a nice little hind end, got a bit of an engine, which you see. Well, you saw on anything that was Chamberdell, first of all, and then all the Blue Points that have any value to them. And there he is, right there. He has a little bit of condition. But he seems to be looking well. He's short coupled in the back. He looks like he could definitely handle the 1,200 meters. First time starter, what are your thoughts on him?
Yeah, first time in Saudi. He used to race in the UK. He was tried over 5 furlongs and 7 furlongs, but not 6. So he's never run over the 1,200. It should be perfect for him. He was rated 69 in the UK. Could easily improve for the switch to dirt.
Well-bred Speightstown colt as Albshire. 1 win from 2 runs here.
Finished 10th in a cup race last week when we were here. Showed a lot of speed and then faded. You'd want this horse to at least finish the race better.
Move on to number 3. That is going to be Major. 1 win from 3 runs. That win was last time out.
This is a late developing type. This is the kind of horse that I want in this race. He wasn't overly precocious. His 2 runs in Taif, he finished 7th and then 10th. But last time at this track, he showed a huge late kick. He looked like he finally knew what he was doing.
First time starter local here is Alberoni, an invincible spirit, and they seem to go well on this course.
Yeah, bred to sprint this horse. Tariq Al Mansour's on board. They're your positives, but first time starter in an open race against winners is tough.
Dubawi Najid is a grandson of Dubawi by postponed, is 1 for 4 and was 8th last time.
Bred to go over further, being by postponed. 8th came in the Taif Sprint Cup, which is obviously a good race. This is a slight step down in grade. Prior to that, he won back at meeting 30.
Move on to number 6. There he is in shot. Emblem Desert, a gelding 2-year-old, 2 for 7 thus far, 7th last time, but 1-2 back.
The most experienced horse in the race. He could run a place again. He's very consistent. He just doesn't have the natural early speed of some of these.
Jilwan is number 8 in shot there. That's a 2-year-old gelding by Frosted, and they seem to have a bit of speed.
Yeah, this horse didn't show much on debut though, and going straight up into an open race seems very ambitious.
Samo wins. He's a 1 winner from 2 runs so far.
That win came over 1400, so it's dropping down to the 1200 today. Had a layoff between the first and second runs and faded late last time.
And the horse that seems to be arguably the one to beat, Al Safa, is 1 for 1 here.
Yes, agreed. This horse is the unexposed and likely improver in the race. He had a dream trip on the debut, but he still did it very well. He scooted up the rail and kicked clear in the straight. Roberta Ramos rides.
All right, we'll head over to Shamila, and she's got an up-close and personal view of these. Let's see what she likes.
I'm in the parade ring ahead of our second race of the afternoon with trainer Abdul Rahman Al Farhan, trainer of horse number 6. Just tell me a little bit about what you think your horse's chances are. Obviously, he won at meeting 60.
Sure. Thank you for this interview. My horse is Emblem Desert. He has 2 wins. He ran last week. Wasn't that good, but usually he likes to run, back-to-back races. So we have good horses with us. I'm hoping like today we have a good chance, at least if within the money area, as we say. If he came third, that will be good. I think we have Abshir is a very fast horse. As-Safa is a very good horse. Sumo is a very good horse. If we manage to be in the front from the early stages, I think we have maybe good chance. The good thing about the horse is he can run all distance and he has good stride and stamina. Hopefully, inshallah, we'll have a good chance.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
So that is the opinion of the trainer of horse number 6, Emblem Desert. And it's not very often we actually get to speak to him because he's usually in the studio analysing races as well. My pick for this race, my parade ring pick for this race is horse number 10, Al Safa. I was immediately drawn to this colt by Not This Time, first last time out in meeting 65 under Roberta Ramos. So, I mean, you cannot go too wrong.
All right, thank you very much, Shamila. You two are landing on the same horse, it seems, Al Safa.
Maybe. He's the horse to beat. I think I'll go against Shamila this time, as in my actual selection. I wouldn't be surprised if he won. He's got the most logical chance. As we're just watching them go down, actually, right now, Albshire's really keen on the way to post. I don't know if we'll show the footage of that in a second. Maybe we missed it. But Louis Morales was taking a huge pull on the 2. And this horse showed blazing speed last time. So maybe he's going to bomb out in the final stages. That would be a negative for me. My selection is going to be Marjour, horse 3.
Marjour comes off of the victory, has basically improved from each run.
Yeah, big late burst last time as well. I like that improving factor in this race. Yes, Al Safa's undefeated and could be a lot more talented than the likes of Marjour, but at least with Marjour I know I'm going to get another step forward. This horse seemed to just not know the job on the first 2 outings in Taif. The switch to Riyadh definitely helped. And actually I watched the footage back of that race where he won last time up, and turning for home with 400 metres to run, he's 6 lengths behind the front 2, yet he still managed to run them down. I like that he's got a late burst. In a race where there's lots of early speed, especially from Albshire, I think that Marjour will get the perfect trip and hopefully stay on powerfully.
We saw first-time local starter Al Bayroni getting a pony down, probably just to prevent a little bit of greenness. Also, number 8, Jilwan is getting a pony with only 1 start, finishing 13th last time. I'm guessing a lot of these are just trying to keep them as calm as possible, and they are young horses, and a lot of the late blooming 2-year-olds.
Yeah, young sprinters, they know that they need to go out there and run fast, so they don't yet know that they don't need to do it on the way down to the start, only on the way back. So yeah, they're just trying to keep them nice and calm.
It's going to be fun to see this, because I think there's going to be probably a bit of a speed dash, speed battle on the front end. There's Marjour, your selection, who looks actually pretty good, to be honest. Very relaxed for a horse that is going to have to come on late and expect a fast pace ahead of him, I guess.
Yeah, and the good thing about this, I don't normally like a closer in a sprint race, especially here, but The two horses drawn inside both have early speed. Maroof ran over 5 furlongs in the UK. We know this horse has blazing early, and then Albshire, horse number 2, is the likely leader. So that should allow Major to go across to the rail and get a nice stalking trip. He shouldn't be too far behind either, maybe 3 or 4 lengths at the halfway point. From there, providing the likes of Al Safa aren't miles better than Major, he should run home well and at least finish in the first 2 or 3.
A second ago, you saw Maroof there. It's my selection. Just a huge fan of Blue Point, and he looks much better, more comfortable going to post than he did in the parade ring. He looked a little rough around the edges, but once he gets out there and knows the job's getting closer, I'd love to see him perk up like that.
Yeah, for sure. All of these horses have gone down nicely, apart from Albshire. It's nice that this horse number 9 is looking around. That's Smo, looking like ready to go, and the engine's full right now.
I would be shocked if 5 or 6 could possibly win this race. We're going to take a quick look here at your selection, Major, who was first on November 16th.
Yeah, as we pick it up, look, he's 6 lengths back off these 2 dueling leaders in the white and red. King Rise doesn't run today, but was supposed to be in this race, and maybe was the horse to beat based on this evidence. But watch how Major really quickens up late, switches leads in a second, and when he does, around about now-ish, he moves clear of the rest of the pace setters. I love how he finished off this contest. He's got that finishing burst that most of these sprinters so early in their career just don't have.
Another piece of form here. We're going to have Al Safa, who seems to be the horse to beat on paper and looked the best in the paddock, first on November 17th.
Gets the job done well here, quickens in the closing stages and moves clear. He's got very soft ground action with a lot of knee bend up front. What we didn't see in this footage was that around 200 metres before we picked it up, the rail completely opened up. The 4 pace setters moved off, and Roberto on Al Safa scooted up the rail. He just got a dream trip, stalked early, went through the rail, kicked clear.
How much do you take away from him from that? A couple lengths? I mean, do you...
Yeah, at least. But the thing is, he could easily be miles the best. It's just when you have a dream trip, you're cautious next time.
We also have Samo here finishing 5th the other day on November 5th.
Faded late this time, over 1,400 metres after showing natural speed. As we picked it up, he was leading, and he eventually finishes 5th. Just the horses come past him in the closing stages, including ones that are also not exactly finishing well. So that's got to be a major concern. Look, I like the drop in trip for this colt, but there are other speed horses in the race, and there's a good chance he's going to duel on the front.
Pardon me, that was November 10th, so just about 3 weeks ago. So there's your selection, Major. He's going to have to bank on probably a little bit of pace ahead of him, but do you think he can, if not, do you worried about his ability to kind of stalk? Did he show you anything last time where he can get a little bit closer?
He's not completely devoid of early speed, so he's not going to be right out the back. He could maybe be, 3 lengths off, 2 lengths off in the early stages, and if he is, then he's got to be a major player. Look, of course I'm scared of Al Safa. He's the most likely winner, judged by that debut win. But he's drawn out wide today. He's not going to get the same kind of trip. And as you like to do, I'm going to take on the obvious and hope that there's a pace
with the
collapse.
Second most obvious?
Yeah, maybe. I think there's a selection in here of horses who have roughly the similar chance on form. The likes of Major, Dubawi, Najd, Emblem Desert. You can kind of put a similar kind of bracket around all of them. Maroof is a bit of an unknown quantity because he hasn't run here before.
And I have mine is completely based on pedigree with him. He's a Blue Point. He's out of a full sister to Romanized, who was a top-class miler. So I just fully expect him to run to it. There's a reason this owner basically they didn't change ownership hands. No. They just brought him down here to race, so I'm hoping he runs well. So Shamila's going with Al Safa. You're going with Major, number 3. I'll go with number 1, Maroof. We'll go up to Alex Fussy and see where he's leaning and let him call the race.
Michael, thank you very much indeed. Yeah, runners going in. I'm joining the Al Safa camp here. I'm fancying that he can remain unbeaten and back up that win at meeting 65. But we'll find out very shortly because we haven't got too many more to go in, about halfway through the loads. There's the yellow cap, which is Jilwan going forward, stall number 8. Just keep an eye out for that because same ownership as Dubawi Najd, who will jump from stall number 5. And in fact is about to come forwards carrying the white cap, the light blue colours. Major's gone forwards, stall 3. And here comes Albshire, who's likely to bounce and be right up there, you'd expect, a free-going individual. I thought that Maroof looked quite green in the prelims at times, but certainly was a bit better once onto the track itself. Ready to roll. Race 2. Albshire restless in gate 2. Handler offering assistance there. They're off. Racing away, Albshire a little to the right and against the gates as they got away for this 1200-metre contest. And Maruf showing good early toe up the inside. The green sleeves and cap is going to bounce right up there. Samo is also in a handy position. Emblem Desert just off the pace. And Al Safa deeper out as expected, but is right there in third position. Back to the rail is Albshire, who after a slightly awkward start couldn't bag the lead. On the outside, Gilwan, light blue silks and the yellow cap, and they're being followed by Majur, who's getting the trail, just weaving for a bit of a passage through. Outpaced at this point is Jubawi, Najdan at the back of the field. Al-Bahraini cannot go with them at all. It's Maruf then who will lead them back towards the top of the straight, but being passed by an improving Samo's come there very well indeed. Albshire's behind them for third and now trying to come through in between horses. They're being followed by Emblem Desert. Al Safa can't get on terms, it would appear, inside the 200. And up top, Samo is clear by 3 lengths now to the line. Over Albshire in second, then Emblem Desert, Al Safa, not much from the back of the field here. And Samo, just off the pace today, produced at the top of the straight, wins nicely. Beats Albshire into second position, and Emblem Desert finished in third. Next pair were Maruf and Al Safa. So Samo goes on to take it here. For Fahad Al Faradi, a second career success for this colt. A winner at meeting 23. Finished 5th when last seen, but right back on song. You saw Samo finishing 5th in the Galloping Clusby for this race and showed good speed that day, but was just off the line, just off that pace line today. And that has certainly benefited him, it would appear. Albshire, after an awkward start, couldn't get on the sharp end and eventually was second. A winner's time is 1:12.48 in our second race today, and the distance is 2 3/4 lengths. Samo over Albshire, Emblem Desert third across the line, and just confirming Al Safa was eventually 4th on this second start for that colt and Wigberto Ramos. So order of finish for our second race today is 9, 2 and 6.
Yes, sir. He may have Samo. He got it done today. The son of Golden Sense, who's a very, very useful sire. This is he's out of a half sister to Mendip. This is 5 foals, 5 winners for this broodmare We should have had it.
We shouldn't have, yeah. The angle was there. And this horse was stepping down in trip, which is the key to Smo's chance today. You know, we saw that he was strong in the closing stages. I was looking for that angle, but I chose the wrong horse. It was actually, you wanted pace at both ends. There wasn't a complete speed collapse as I was anticipating.
Very nice time there of 112.48, almost 2 seconds faster than the first race. You're looking at least about 10 lengths faster.
Yeah, much better race in general than the first race. And also, I don't think the first contest was strong by any means, but the time was good in relation to the track record.
Very much so. I'm looking forward to seeing what this one does. There were a couple in here that I thought just ran creditable races, and this horse moving forward will be a kind of a fun one to see develop, because that was a strong closing effort. He hasn't run really a bad race yet from 3 starts, and he's got a pedigree that says he's going to be possibly a very, very good sprinter miler.
Yeah, he's only, as you say, only had 3 starts, so completely unexposed and likely to take another big step forward. I think this is definitely his trip. That's the key thing here. Both of his outings so far have come over 1400, and you know, he's shown signs of ability, but he hasn't looked like a potential proper cup horse in the future. Whereas today he was much better and actually wins decisively at the wire. Runner-up Alsha ran a great race as well, considering you know, he went down to post far too quickly, out of Lewis's control. Then in the stalls he played up and was messing around, causing a minor delay. Then he missed the kick, and he's an out-and-out front runner normally. So
he took dirt as well. He got shut off when he had half of a lane in front of him.
Yeah.
I think that maybe Morales just didn't want to risk taking him up the inside when there was room at that point. Tips him out, hoping that he can catch the victor, but there's just no way at this point. 2 very, very, very promising USA-bred horses. Alpshire is definitely, he's a Speightstown. You know they're going to have speed, but they also, when they do settle, that like he did, well, almost did.
Yeah.
I think he's going to be one to look forward to moving forward, because, well, you're going to be rolling the dice of whether or not he's going to settle in that next race. And when he does, it's fine. When the light goes on, as the Brits say, that when the penny drops, it's going to be fun to see. And I think this is a proper race.
He actually performed a lot better now that he's rated than he has done when he's been going to the front in his previous 2 outings. Despite the fact he won first up, this is probably a career best from the runner-up in the white silks with the blue cap, just eclipsed by the eventual winner at this stage of the race. When we see the full race from the outset, make sure you watch Alpshire from stall 2, because he definitely misses at least a length in the opening stride, and that forces Lou Morales' hand. I mean, there was quite a lot of pace early on in the race, which helped him settle in the early stages. You can just see it there. He was second last to break, along with the first-timer, Alberoni, horse number 4. But from this point, he was forced to just sit in behind traffic, and this wouldn't have been the plan, I'm sure of it. But the horses run well, no matter what.
And this was, this is an even contest. I thought that there were, other than Alpshire, there was probably no real sob stories. And every horse kind of had a shot here. I thought at this point that maybe, being that the horse has natural pace, that they would have forced the issue and maybe tried to muscle up the inside, but perhaps the horse just didn't want to go at that point.
It looked like Luis was tempted.
Yeah, I mean, he's right now, like the Maroof was my selection. He leaves just enough. I don't know if that was purposely done or it was just the horse was running a little bit too freely on the front and shifting ground, but he tempted him for a second there, and I thought he would take it. And that might have been the difference. Maybe he should have turning for home and muscled his way through. Yeah. Whether or not that's the jockey being cautious with a young horse and trying to give him an education, or if it's a young horse not wanting to assert himself. Either, but I feel like it's probably the former, because the horse seemed pretty hell-bent on asserting himself throughout the entire process. So
rambunctious.
Yes.
He was. I imagine he would have gone through if Luis wanted to go through. But the gap probably wasn't just big enough. He could have snuck up there, but not big enough to completely force his hand. And Luis had a couple of rough rides yesterday, so I'm sure he didn't want to risk safety.
Indeed, and I think some of those, I think yesterday he made a sharp turn left and took the wind out of his horse, so he's definitely being a little bit conservative. Big fan of the win here. Didn't select Samo, but a huge pedigree, and I'm a geek for that. He's actually a descendant of a filly from my teens named Chiposa Springs that I loved, who won both the Grade 1 Test and the Grade 1 Ballerina in back-to-back years at Saratoga, and she was a monster, and she definitely passed on that speed to her great-grandson.
Yes, exactly that. He's got lots of early speed. I don't know why they were running over 1400 both starts today, based on this evidence. Looks like he's got speed is his main asset, and stretching him out to that intermediate distance, albeit he did win over 1400 on debut. So
I think 14 will eventually be his
sure.
niche, but I'm not sure. I mean, I'm not sure the full mile will treat him as well. You never know. I mean, the full mile, he has so much pace that he could probably go forward and just take the race to them. I think these shorter races up to 7 furlongs and 1400 meters, he's going to have at least one horse to pass and assert himself and use that momentum going forward like he did here.
Yeah, I think this triple, the 1400, are probably ideal right now. I don't know whether he'd ever get a mile, personally. Maybe he will. But it seems like at this stage of his career, speed's definitely his asset, rather than maybe rating and using that kick in the closing stages.
And horses are, there we go. We have one more look at this. We have a slight move to the outside there. Who's that riding?
That was my selection back in the field. Major in the white and red. Never really got involved, didn't switch leads. No excuses there. Actually, Al Safa as well, second from the left right now in the dark blue and orange. Again, no excuses. Slightly wide trip. But I was worried that he did get very much the ideal trip on debut when he won, scooting up the rail, and today it wasn't going to happen. So good to avoid him, but we didn't find the winner.
Might also need a little bit more time between races. We're going to go up to Alex. We have race 3 coming up. Purebred Arabians, 1200 meters, open race. How you doing, Alex?
Yeah, all good, thanks, gents. Yeah, let's have a look at the runners and riders for our third of today. Again, another quite small field, isn't it? Quite unusual to have only 9 of them again, isn't it? Right, number 1, Le'Oun Mashiel is the amount of Nath Al-Anazi, was the winner at meeting 16 and 24. Number 2 is Shibria, looking for a first career success. Number 3 is Anfal for Tariq Al-Mansour. She scored last time out at meeting 67. Number 4 is Malame Al-Maj, 1 from 8 so far her record, Khaled Al-Mimoni. 6 is Hala for Fahad Al-Faredi, looking to remain unbeaten, and we highlighted her at the top of the programme. Number 7 is Doa Al-Thakrin, 1 from 8, Wigberto Ramos rides. Number 8 is Our Alanea, 2 from 3 so far. Number 9 is Bakhtar, 1 win before, that was at meeting 40. Louis Morales will do the steering, and the only other runner is Alamya, number 11, for Alex Moreno, looking to get her head in front for the first time. Confirming the absentees here are numbers 5 and 10, and right on cue, the runners about to make their way into the parade ring.
Coming up to this third race, my mistake earlier, I was ahead of myself. The 4th race is the Purebred Arabian 1200 meter race. Just keeping Alex on his toes, just hoping he stays along with us. It's with a 1-page race here. It's not so often that we do that here. So we've got 1200 meters, 2-year-old fillies, open spot, some horses with some potential, some horses that are definitely unproven. Anywhere you're leaning automatically.
Well, Hala, that sounded like I was trying to just introduce you. Hello. No, so there were 2 young horses in Taif that I really loved. Mothead was one, and we saw him last week, and he was very impressive when he won, battling back up the inside, unbeaten now in 3. Hala was the other one, coming from Taif, that I really liked and was looking forward to when she came to Riyadh. So we get the opportunity to see her here. I think this is a winnable race, albeit there are some horses in here that are open to a lot of improvement. And actually, I'd be pretty disappointed if Hala didn't get the job done. I am worried about the maiden at the bottom, Alamya. I think that filly's the biggest danger to Hala, but hopefully we get a good race between the two as they look pretty sharp.
It's interesting. We also have an offspring of Cinco Charlie, who was extremely fast, that horse. The filly number 9, Bakhtar. We'll take a look at the runners in just a moment. But I'm leaning toward, from a pedigree standpoint, I'm actually leaning toward, I love the Dark Angel. This is obviously a 2 in a row. I'd go after Sheikh Abdullah's horses, but
Yeah.
I don't want to get burned twice here. But I love Dark Angels, especially on this course. Le'Oun Mashiel will be in shot in just a moment. That'll be number 1, a 2-year-old filly by Cobalt Blue. It's 2 for 6. One of the more exposed sorts in the race. Comes off a 10th place finish.
Very much on her toes right now, but she's a sprinter, so you can excuse that. Her last run, when she finished 10th, was just last week, so a quick turnaround. She needs to improve dramatically off that effort to win.
Shibria by American Pharaoh is number 2. 0 for 1/4 last time out of Betsy Ross.
Talking of horses who need to improve dramatically, this filly's only run once and finished 4th on the maiden. So, she's in here against winners. Some of these horses have won twice, and she's yet to win at all.
And Fall comes off a win, looks like last week. Dark Angel, 2-year-old filly. Looks like a serious player.
She had lots of experience in the UK, 3 UK starts, 3 Saudi Arabian starts. She has the benefit of knowing what her job is.
Malama Al Majid is 1 for 8, was 4th last time.
Not good enough in this race, only rated 65.
Hala, a daughter of Outwork, who's done quite well with the likes of Brightwork in the States. As you say, she looks like the horse to beat.
Yeah, I really like this filly. I liked her at Taif. She hung out a little bit in the straight on both of her runs, so watch out for that tendency here. But she has natural all-round speed.
Doa Al Fakrin is 1 for 8, was 7 last time.
Gone backwards since the debut win. She seems to have found her level, but it's not this.
Number 8 is Our Alanaya. 2 for 3 comes off a victory.
Her only defeat came in the Taif Cup, a race that's working out very nicely. Lots of speed for this filly.
The aforementioned Bakhtar is 1 for 4 daughter of Cinco Charlie, the amazingly quick Cinco Charlie.
Bakhtar finished 10th in the Jcsa award over 1,400 metres last time up. She's now back down to 1,200, which should see her in better light.
And number 10 in Rouen is scratched. Number 11, Alamia, we mentioned earlier, is over 4, but comes out of 4 second place finishes.
I'm very wary of this filly. She could be the dark horse in the race. She's not the nicest of lookers. She's by Practical Joke, so she's got a nice pedigree. Alex Moreno takes the ride. With horses like her, and I want to know your opinion on this one. She's finished second on all 4 starts. Is that a negative for you?
She might be a bridesmaid in the making.
Yeah.
We're going to see. We're going to go to Shamila and see what she thinks. She's got a nice view down in the parade ring.
Thanks very much, Michael. I am in the parade ring ahead of the 3rd race of the day, an open fillies contest for 2-year-olds. A horse that stood out to me immediately, always the bridesmaid, never the bride. Alamea, horse number 11, jumps out of stall 11 under Alex Marino. Hopefully today can be her day that she breaks her maiden and doesn't finish second. She does look really well in the parade ring. Some other horses that I want to highlight looking really well is horse number 4, horse number 3 and horse number 8. Actually, horse number 4 was a little bit concerning for me because she's getting a little bit wound up into during the prelims. However, horse number 11 is just coming up behind me right now. Alex just getting the final instructions from Horse Connections there. As you can see, she is sporting blinkers today in her green tack, matching the silks. And the grooms has just done a fantastic job of turning her out, and she looks absolutely ready to go for this 3rd race of the day.
All right. Well, thank you, Shamila. She's definitely on the Alamia bandwagon there. And your thoughts that this horse is the biggest threat to your selection, Hala?
Yeah, very much so. The official ratings suggest that Alamia is actually the horse to beat, rated at 88. So, you have to pay note to that. I actually liked her run last time up. The last 100 metres is a struggle for Alamia over this trip. That is my concern with her. I prefer a horse to actually go through the line rather than kind of show the early speed and then crawl over. So I'd prefer Hala in this spot. I think this is the right trip for her. And albeit Hala won both of her starts in Taif and was very impressive in doing so, I didn't really think she loved the track on either occasion. She's a quick horse who didn't want the deep surface. She was getting tired late, but she wasn't slowing down necessarily. It was more she just wasn't able to continue her same stride length. And I don't know, I like her on this surface more.
And the dynamics of this race are going to be very different than a lot of these are used to with the smaller field.
Yeah.
A lot of them are used to these double-digit fields. Ooh, look like Alami is getting a little bit frisky there going down the post. She is on her toes. Also in shot there is Anfal coming off the victory. That's going to be my selection, the Dark Angel filly number 3 there. But yes, as I mentioned, coming into a smaller field, it's going to be a little bit more of a chess match and less of a mess.
Yeah, for sure. The one horse that actually has been running in small fields is Hala. She ran in a 5-runner race last time. I think we will see the footage, so I could easily be proven wrong.
No,
hopefully not. But it was a small field from memory, so hopefully she can, use that experience to great effect. The one negative for Hala is that she's coming off a little bit of a layoff.
nice little night and day scene here. You see number 11, Alamia, is now nice and calm now that the pony has come to her and sort of led her along, and she's transferred that little bit of friskiness over to my selection, Anfal, who's now showing a few opinions going down the post.
Yeah, Alamia's actually going down really nicely now, as you say. She did bolt for about a furlong, but
She's a good-sized filly.
yeah, she's got a lot of ability as well. Definitely don't write her off. She's getting a bit frisky again right now.
She sees the gate. She knows what's up. This is her 5th start, so she's She's ready to roll. Number 8 there is Our Elanaya. Comes off a victory as well from the very useful sire Commend. Has done little wrong except for an 8th place finish in that second start.
Yeah, we'll talk about her in just a second. I think we're about to see Hala. Yeah, we are. I said 5-runner field. It wasn't. It was a 7-runner field, but similar to today.
Yeah.
She makes a big move around the turn, and as you see, she just puts her rivals to bed instantly. Now, she gets tired. She doesn't change leads. She drifts out to the centre of the course, and actually, if you see the horse in the silver silks, that runner is about to stay on and finish a close-up second under Huberto Ramos. Hala was miles the best. I just don't think she loves the track, and she obviously isn't professional enough to change leads on this stage. She's had a bit of a break since. That's going to stand her in good stead.
Number 11 there, you mentioned her earlier, Alamia. She comes out of a 2nd place finish on November 10th, has a nice 3-week gap into today.
Yes, we will see in the footage. Alex does not look comfortable.
Alex is getting a bicep workout right now.
We can see that she showed lots of early speed. This day, she duelled with the white stable horse up front, and it actually looks like she's getting on top and going to win this race at this stage. The final 100 metres is a tough ask for her, and she just gets run down by the horse going up the inside under Luis Morales in the Prince Saud bin Salman silks. It was a good run, and on this basis, she's a player. Look, she wasn't exactly leg weary late on, but she didn't get the job done. And I like to see her really power through the line from that position she was in.
Was she wearing a visor in that race? I couldn't tell.
Yeah, okay. not that kind of.
Okay,
headgear.
yeah, I feel like I know there's a little bit of a cheater blinker there. Yeah, it seems that, I would prefer her not to have them to be able to see her competition because she has enough speed to be mixing it up.
Absolutely. I don't know why that she's got it on. Maybe
probably staying at 6 furlongs, 1,200 meters is probably why they're doing it, just to
Yeah.
make sure she shows the speed and focuses early on in the race. But late in the race, she seems to have the rate. Maybe if she would have, been kept at it or had less tunnel vision, so to speak.
Yeah,
Been able to see her surroundings and her oncoming horses, she'd have maybe held on. But yeah, it looks more. It's more than a 2-horse race, but it looks like that's where a lot of people are leaning. So you're going with Hala. Shamila is on Alamia. I'm going to give Anfal a shot here because I'm just a huge fan of the Dark Angels, especially on this surface, and I have Tariq Al-Mansour in my corner.
Yes, that's always a positive right now. Anfal also has lots of experience. The UK runs weren't bad. It was just like she wasn't developing as Connections wanted. Since she's come over here, she's been a bit better, and last time up she quite clearly improved. So you have good Connections on your side, a nice draw as well. I imagine she's going to get a bit of a stalking trip. You have speed in 8 and 11, especially in this race, and one of the inside horses may show speed as well. So there's likely to be a duel up front. I'm hoping that Hala can be maybe 3 wide in the second tier and make that move off the bend.
Do you think over under? Do you think you think that they're going to run faster than the boys last out?
I will go for. What a question!
They went pretty quick last time.
Yeah.
So those of you tuning in and definitely give us some comments in the YouTube. Well, fillies, the 2-year-old fillies this season, especially here in Riyadh, have been quicker on the clock.
They have,
as a whole.
Yeah.
But that was a very quick run from the boys, 112 and change last time.
Yeah,
so
112.
Where are you leaning right now? And is there enough pace in this race to sort of guarantee that?
I will say they will run a little bit slower. I'll say they'll go around 112.9 rather than 112.4. But look, I don't think much separates them. It depends how the race runs,
Of course. That Hala footage that we saw earlier, one thing that's a real shame about it is it picks up right when she is not traveling well.
Yes.
And early in the race, I remember watching it on YouTube, which everyone else should be doing it now. She was traveling beautifully.
Exactly.
Like she was on the bridle, absolutely fluid. And after that, she kind of took a right-handed turn and got a little bit green as grass there. Well, they are going in. We're going to go up to Alex. I'm sticking with Anfal. You're going with Hala. Shamila's with Alamia. Alex, who you got here?
Yeah, I think I'm with Hala as well, to be honest. I think she's, like you say, really caught the eye with the way she travelled last time out, and I'm hoping she can make it 3 on the spin at meetings 31:45. Yeah, today we've got Lay Ayun Mashal is just about to go forwards, and also Bakhtar goes in. I don't think she's a complete back number. Bakhtar from the wider position of stall 9. Just moving up now is Our Alanea goes forwards. That'll be stall 8 for her. Locked away. they're off. Racing away here over 1,200 meters for our third of the day. Quite a level break on the whole. Al Alanea to the outside is going forwards, and Anfal also wants ride up there. Alamia on the wide outside is another one in that leading wave of three. Not far off the pace is Bakhtar, the white and blue, and will be in fortune as they go into the bend. They've got a little gap on the others at this point. Leo Yunmashiao's on the inside of rivals, racing next in the field. Shibria is in company with that horse, and on the outside of those is Hala, who's got about 5 or 6 lengths to find, if not a shade more. Couple outpaced, Malamea Almash, and also right out the back is Doa Al Thakrin. But as they begin the turn for home, and it's Al Awanea on the outside who just has the call. Shows up here by about a length. In second spot is Anfal. Hala is trying to run on now. Bakhtar is still between rivals. On the outside is Al Yamya, but it's our Alanea who is out in front with a 3-length buffer here. Still coming is Hala, trying hard inside the final 100. It's Al Alanea who got the first run. Hala still chipping away, didn't make it in time. Al Alanea has won it, beats Hala into second place, and they're followed in by Al Lamia. So it's our Alanea who goes on to win, gaining a third career success, meetings 9 and 57 before this afternoon. And she's done it in good fashion, but again, track position just proving quite decisive there, because the eventual second, Hala, couldn't lay up with that early speed and did finish well, but the run was already gone, wasn't it? Al Alanea had already got first run and therefore gained victory. So it's the 1:13.18 is the time, so on the slower side compared to our last. And a length is the winning margin, a length between the two at the finishing post. So it's Al Alanea who holds off the surge of Hala. Alamia, not second today for her, it was third instead. 8-6-11, the order for our third contest.
So our Alanea gets it done. A bit of a not a shock, but just there were lots of horses who could win this race, and this horse was rated 84.
Yeah, I thought she was the third most likely winner. As I said, her only defeat.
Sure, you did.
Her only defeat came in the Taif Cup. You know, that was the best race that any of these are running. She showed lots of speed last up, and you know, she was rated 84, so she had to have a chance in the race. I did think Hala was the best horse in the race beforehand, and I think she's the best horse in the race after as well. She didn't
Really needs to change those leads.
and didn't get the best of trips. Like, if you do both of those, then she wins.
I thought that was an improvement for her as well. She was going against tougher horses, and then she ran through the line there. So that's kind of what you wanted to see. I just need her to change leads, eh?
Yeah.
Like just to get that extra burst.
For sure, she has the most ability in the race. I don't think there's any doubt about that. She was last in the early stages. I wanted her a little bit closer, and she made a nice run all the way down the straight. You can see in the red and green silks just coming out from behind runners. But our Alanaya, who won the race, had already kicked to this point, and Hala just couldn't get that leader back.
And as you see on the screen, 113.18, you were right. They were going to be a little bit slower, just unfortunately about 0.28 off what you expected.
Yes, so I'll take that. I'll take that. But look, bearing in mind our Alanaya is 84, Hala's 87, and Lam is 88. Let's say they all ran to around 85-ish. That suggests that Smo in the previous race, the winner of the local imported open for the Colts, is a 90 horse at the very least.
Mm-hmm. And this is a daughter of Commend, who was a nice little turf sprinter for a son of Warfront who was owned by and bred by Claiborne Farm, out of Homemade Brownie, big brown mare. So you got a bit of turf sprint speed on top of basically dirt miling on the bottom side. So because she's basically found her niche right here, she's definitely probably not going to go beyond a mile.
No, for sure. I think this is her trip right now. She could definitely go 1400. You mentioned Commend, and I always remember the interview that Shamila did with owner Tariq Anaya about Commend and how he breeds his own horses. Don't know whether he's here today and whether we can get an interview, maybe not, but he's a good talker.
Let's hope so. But yeah, these being a granddaughter of Warfront, definitely going in the corner of more of the sprinter miler type, and she showed lots of boot here.
Yeah, look, she's already in front right now in a race where there was quite a few pace options.
Comfortably in front.
Yeah, Alamia's on the outside in the green, your selection Amphal up the inside, and Hala, who was my pick, broke last, is in 7th at this stage, is just moving up on the outside, but look, she's 6 lengths, 5 lengths down at this point, and to make up that kind of ground on a horse that's not stopping is very difficult.
Yeah, as far as the trip of Anfal, I thought that what we assumed was going to be to her advantage in post 3 probably worked against her, because she immediately she had to choose between going forward a little bit faster than she wanted to go, not being able to keep pace with the eventual winner, or taking back and losing a bit of ground, and probably chose the wrong side.
Yes, agreed. You can just see all those 3 horses in behind, in 3rd, 4th and 5th right now, they were all up with the speed. They're kind of finishing around the same pace right now. Our Alanaya was able to quicken off the front, and Hala's the only horse to make late inroads, and she really closes up to only lose by, a length at the line. So it was a very good effort from the runner-up. I think she's the best in the race.
I can see that, and I very much thought that, yes, she didn't get there, and there are parts of her running that have improved, and she does become the full package. She could be a better horse than our Elanaya, but after watching the replay, especially the drone footage there, which is very useful, thank you guys, the winner did all the hard work, still put them away, and then held off a valid horse. Right?
Yeah.
So I think that seeing them against each other again, going 1200 again against each other, I'll take the winner again.
Would you?
But if they stretched out to 14, I would. I mean, your record's better than mine, so I'm probably wrong in this.
Maybe not.
Mm-hmm.
But this filly, if you look at her body language now on the front end, she gets her first reminder here. She's comfortable the entire way. She put away a quick horse to inside. She had to travel on the 2-path all the way around. She never got to the rail.
Yeah.
So she lost a tiny bit of ground there. Gets to the rail now and she's waiting on horses a little bit.
Yeah, she ran well. I don't want to take anything away from her by any means. I think she ran a great race. It's just I think their runner-up might be a little bit more talented. Yeah, it'd be interesting. I would like to see them run against each other over this trip.
That'll be fun. I hope so. I mean, obviously, they could. Let's see, what would be the next step up for them?
Quick difference in the start there. You can just see our Alanaya has already broke out and in front in the yellow and black, whereas Hala was last at this stage. Just seemed to miss it half a beat, but then Fahad Al Faradi on board just took back on her, which probably wasn't the wisest move in hindsight. But obviously during the race, you've got to make decisions in a split second, so you can forgive him for that.
Hoping that and Fal will get a chance to stalk and pounce again.
Yeah.
That's probably the ideal situation for her. But yeah, hats off to the winner as we move on eventually here to the fourth race, which will be for the Purebred Arabians. But hats off to the winner, a daughter of Kement, who's done quite well now with 3 victories from 4 starts. Very few things done wrong. We're going to go to Shamila right now. Who you got?
Okay. Thank you very much. I'm in the winners enclosure with our winning trainer, Mohammed Al Khalifi. Congratulations, Mohammed. What a race that was.
Thank you very much. You know, she's a good filly. Since Taif, she ran now 4 times and she won 3 times. She doing good. Alhamdulillah.
And what do you think? You did try her over a different distance, however 1,200 meters really suits her.
Actually, she won 1,400 in Taif. And you know, in Taif, the track is different. It's a little bit heavier. But now we have chance with this distance, you know, and the filly doing good. Why not, you know?
Yeah.
Inshallah, in the future, we will go for the 1 mile, inshallah.
Yeah. Is that your plan? Next time you run her, you'll probably go for a mile?
Yeah, maybe we'll try, yeah. We should try because all the big races for 1 mile, you know?
Yeah. And you said the track is a little bit different. Do you think your horses prefer the ground in Taif or Riyadh?
Actually, she do good in Taif and she do good here, you know.
So best of both worlds.
Yeah, you know, the good horse is good horse.
Yeah.
It's everywhere, you know.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Mohammed. Well done.
Welcome, thank you.
So congrats to Connections and Promising Filly. Going to step up in trip next time, and good luck to them. We're gonna step over to the next race, which is going to be Purebred Arabians going 1,200 meters in open company. We're going to go up to Alex, who's going to take us through the runners and riders.
Thanks, Michael. Yeah, let's have a look at this field then ahead of race 4 today. 1,200 meters is the trip once again. Number 1 is Rahal Al Wathba, a winner on Soul Starts. Interesting 7-year-old. Number 2, Amir Al Cham, 0 from 16, rather in the exposed category. 3 is Wathba Al Kaladia, Abdullah Al Khamis. Plenty of eyes will be on the 4 here. Mutawahajar Athbar, 2 wins, including at meeting 60. 5 is Karim, also got a win on his scorecard before. Number 6 is Own, the mount of Luis Morales. Number 7 is Al Mazoon, 1 win from 5. Adela Farouz rides. Number 8 is Katia Al Kaladia, a 7-time winner. Number 9 is Ghazi Al Zaman for Camillo Ospina. 10 is Saloum Al Kaladia. Abdullah Alofi. 11 is Asaf Al Kaladia, a newcomer actually to Saudi. 12 is Awamir, 2 wins on the board. Number 13 is Jalmood for Tariq Al Mansour. And number 14 is Tahari Baha. 15 is Cade Al Rad. That's Nayfar Farouz. 16 Melk, 3 wins. 17 is Wathbat Al Kaladia for Turkey Alofi. And 18 is Mutahed Al Kaladia. Third ultimate will ride the 18 on the card. Runners are about to make their way from the pre-parade ring to the paddock, and we will head back on over to Michael and Tom to spin through the card. Good luck with the Al Kaladias here. There's a whole host of them.
Indeed, we'll hope to get lucky here. And this is obviously, you know, semi-wide open race. I think that the top-rated horses definitely tower.
Yes, for sure. The Al Kaladia horses and Mutwaheja Athba are definitely the ones to take forward. I mean, there are a couple of horses in here who have got lofty ratings, who really haven't shown enough, in my opinion, to earn it. But, you know, I don't know these Arabians as well as I'm sure the handicapper does. So it's an interesting race to decipher. I think there's one clear standout who we're probably both going to land on.
Probably so, but we'll get there in just a moment. We're going to go through the horses in just a moment as well. Hopefully the camera guy will do that for us. To me, it looks like it's very rare in general to see sprint races for Purebred Arabians because they have so much stamina in general. And for me, they wind up being a little more volatile. We'll go to the runners right now, but we'll get that point in a second. Rahal Al Wathba, 1 run, 1 win, and not much for him to go on otherwise.
No, I don't really understand the race card one run, 1 win kind of thing here. Finished 17th on the debut here last September. Used to race in the UAE.
Amir Al-Sham is 0 for 16, a son of TM Fred, Texas.
Yet is rated 100, yet to be in the winners enclosure, but has been placed in several different open races and cup races.
Camera guys flying along. Number 3 is Wathbat Al-Khalidiyya, is 2 for 14, comes out of a couple good runs.
Third against the fillies last time over course and distance.
Mutwahaja Athba is 2 for 4, comes out of a victory.
1200 metre specialist, has tactical speed.
Kareem has 2 wins and 1 local run.
Outclassed on this reappearance.
Own, 2 for 13, comes out of a 7th place finish.
Regularly placed in this kind of company.
Al-Muzzin is 1 for 5, comes out of a 4th place finish, 1-2 back.
We'll find this a lot tougher than the maiden victory back in meeting 55.
Number 8 there is Katir Al-Khalidiyya, has 7 wins, the most in the race. 5 runs locally, 7th last out.
All of those wins came in France. Has run well over this trip, but hasn't managed to reproduce that form, in Saudi Arabia.
Ghazi Al-Zaman makes his local debut, it seems, but has 3 victories elsewhere.
Those wins came in Italy and France. Camilo Ospina rides for Connections, who won the big race last week.
Saloum Al-Khalidiyya is 3 for 15, comes off a 3rd place finish.
0 from 6 this year. 1600 metres is the best trip, not 1200.
Asaf Al-Khalidiyya makes his local debut.
And actual debut, no idea.
No idea.
No idea.
Awamir is number 12, he'll be in shot in just a second. 2 for 6, comes out of an 8th place finish.
2 runs this year, just haven't been at his best.
Jalmad has 5 wins and 5 local runs, but those wins were not all local.
No, they weren't. He's outclassed as well in this group, only rated 64.
Number 14, that's Jalmad still in shot right there. Number 14 will be in shot in just a moment. That is Tahri Baha. Has three victories, but none locally, and he makes his local debut.
Gotta love the look of him. Big white 10-year-old in here.
Rated 107 too.
Yeah, rated 107. He used to race in Qatar. I don't know anything about him. I haven't been able to watch the footage.
He looks fantastic for a 10-year-old. Cade Allard is 1 for 7, comes off a 16th place finish in the lone local run.
It wasn't a very good run either. Finished last of all, in trouble, off a mark of 69 today.
Melk, a son of the brilliant Moon G's, is 3 for 6 and 16th last time.
10-year-old, been around for a long time, seems to be regressing.
Wathbat Al-Khalidiyya is number 17, a shot right there, looking very well. 11 victories, pardon me, earlier this year most of the field is 11 wins, 21 runs.
Super prolific for the Al-Khalidiyas. Laith Al-Khalidiyas being the sire. Just not been at the best this year though, this 8-year-old filly. Maybe she's taking a turn for the worst.
And last but not least, number 18 is Mutahed Al-Khalidiyya, is 2 for 12, comes out of a trio of 12th place finishes.
Maybe 12th again today.
Yes, unfortunately not number 12.
No.
Let's go to Shamila. She's got a nice view down there. Who looks good?
It's our 4th race of the evening, and the horses are just starting to make their way out onto the track. This is really tough for me because I love the Arabian racing, and when you have full fields like this, it's great to see, but it's really difficult to make a good paddock selection choice. Now, horse that I really, really liked is horse number 3, Wathbat Al-Khalidiyya. Wathibat Al-Khalidiyya, not to be confused with horse number 17, Wathbat Al-Khalidiyya. Best of luck to our commentator with that one. Number 3 is rated 93, 3rd last time out, for a trainer, Mamdou Al-Ali. Now, Mamdou Al-Ali isn't known for his Arabian horses. He's a really good thoroughbred trainer, so really interested to see what this horse does today. A few negatives for me was horse number 6, Own, looking a little bit overweight and not fit and ready as most of these horses do. And a shout out to horse number 13 as well, SS Jalmoud. He kind of fell off the face of the earth for me after he left Zabil Stables. He was previously owned by Nasser Askar in Dubai, but it's great to see him out here, 8 years old, and I hope he does well as well. But I will be sticking indeed with my choice, horse number 3, Wathibat Al-Khalidiyya.
Thank you, Shamila. Yes, so this is number 4 right now. This is the Mutawajat Athba. It was going to be both of our selection. We'll just let it out there now. We're going to hopefully maintain the performances we've had in the last couple of days. But this horse looks excellent going to post and comes off a victory. Yeah,
this is really jewelled with a stable companion up front in this race for a long way, but just moved clear going into the home straight. And she's got a lot of gears, which you don't see with many of these Arabian horses, especially over the 1200. She seems to be able to blaze early on and then really quicken up when her rider asks her in the straight. I think that's a huge asset in a race of this nature. And yes, she might be tired late, and if she is in the lead turning for home, her gap could be eroded, but she has so much talent. I think she wins this for Lucas Kaitan, who's had a great week.
Yeah, indeed, and these are the kind of connections you want going into a race like this. This would be number 10 right now. This is Saloum Al-Khalidiyya.
Yeah, this colt in here against some of the fillies. He's 0 from 6 this year. 1600 is generally his trip, but you can see him as we pick it up. He's in the front of this race last time up, and actually runs well for a long way. But he just gets passed by a stable companion and then another closer in the contest to eventually finish third. He's a good horse. He's rated 109, but his best days seem to be behind him. Lately, he's been struggling to get the job done. This kind of trip is a bit of a worry. As you can see, he's passed late on by 2 horses, but he still gallops all the way to the line over 1600, and over the 1200, he's not going to be able to lead.
Yeah, that's pretty much the worry for me with him, is that he carries himself like he can handle a distance of ground, at least 1600, which he just did. I'm looking forward to seeing whether or not he can cut back. He's going to have to probably be a few lengths further back than expected.
Yeah, exactly that. Abdullah Al-Alfi is going to have to adopt different tactics, I presume. Alex Moreno's got to go forward on Mutwaheja Athbar. I think Wathibat Al-Khaldir, horse number 3, who also ran in that race with Mutwaheja Athbar, is also a pace runner in here. So the 3 and the 4 should go forward, and that means the likes of Saloom Al-Khaldir will either have to suffer a wide trip if they want to be on the shoulder, or they have to sit in the second tier.
Just in shot there, the horse that caught both of our eyes, especially in the parade ring, there's that 10-year-old juggernaut, Tahri Baha. Is at least from the 2 that I thought looked the best from our selection, and Tahri Baha. So
I agree.
I thought that they sort of stood out. I mean, from a sentimental standpoint, I hope Jamal runs well. Used to be at Zabil Stables with Bukat Simar, one of the few Arabians that they had, and was a decent horse in the UAE. But as they do in this region, they shift around and go where the racing is that fits their horse, and hopefully this one will run well. I can see him probably in the top 4. It's going to be a big ask at rating 64 to jump up and run against a lot of these 100-plus monsters.
Yeah, it's a good race. I mean, a couple of these horses who have ratings in the 100s, I just know nothing about, really. I mean, Tahri Baha, as you touched on, 10-year-old, rated 107.
Looks like a straight-up stallion out there.
Yeah,
looks like
exactly. He's won 3 times in his career, but those wins have come in Qatar. And as much as I was trying to find the replays on YouTube, they just don't show Qatar Arabian races there. So I don't know how good he is, I have to admit. And there's also horse number 2, Amil Al-Sham, rated 100, but is yet to win from 16. So, some of these ratings are lofty, but not overly deserved in terms of the prolific nature of these horses. But then you have the other side of the coin with Mutwaheja Athbar, Saloom Al-Khaldir, Wathabat Al-Khaldir, who have all been very prolific in their careers so far.
And those who do trust rating systems and sort of lean on those in races like this, you have 2 different schools of thought. You basically have the what have you done for me lately, the up-and-coming horses like our selection, number 4, Mutwaheja Athbar, and then you have those who have the rating that's maybe slipped a bit. They're still over 100.
Yeah.
And there might be a few lengths slower than their best.
Yeah, Katir Al-Khaldir, horse number 8, is a prime example of that, as is horse number 10, Saloom Al-Khaldir. They have previously shown a high level of a form, the former in France and the latter over here, but recently has just not been there for those runners. I prefer to see a horse with a high rating and recent form, obviously, because then you get best of both worlds, but that's what we get here with horse number 4, Mutwaheja Athbar. David's in the comments right now.
So, hello, David Ballin. He says, hi, good afternoon, Saudi Arabia. No, hello, but thanks for tuning in as always, and keep it coming. Let us know what you think. Let us know how good we look.
I'm surprised that Adil's not in there, given we've got an Athbar
I know, come on now, Adil. Where are you at? No, we're looking forward to anybody tuning in. It's going to be, the best races are more toward the end of the card, but we're sort of revving up right now with a nice little open 1,200 meter. Not very often that you see this 6 furlong distance for the Arabians. You'll see some dashes, I think, at Al Ain and UAE going 5 furlongs. But these 6 furlong races, I find they wind up being a little more volatile than the 2-turn or the 1,600 to 2,000 meter and beyond races. A lot of times those can be merry-go-rounds.
Yes, for sure.
Or horses don't close as well. These 6 furlong, these 1,200 meter to 1,000, these sprint races, for me, become basically, the entire complexion of the race can turn over in the final quarter mile.
Yeah, definitely. I'll come back to that point. It looked like they were just trotting up the 11 there. I don't know if there was maybe an instant down at the start. From our graphic on the screen, we can currently see that you can't. The 11 is circling with the other horses, so it looks like he's been given the all clear.
Okay, hopefully so. Well, we will go up to Alex. We've said we're leaning on the 4, Mutwaheja Athbar. Alex, where are you leaning? And take us through the race.
All aboard. We're all on. Got to be the time, hasn't it? This filly, I reckon she wins here. Mutwaheja Athbar for me as well, and the Athbar Racing Stables as they load the stalls. There is the 11 going in. Tom's absolutely spot on. They definitely were taking a look at him. He was being trotted up, but Asaf Al-Khaladiya is all clear to run and has gone into the stalls. In terms of names and colours to watch out for, as Shamila highlighted, Wathibat Al-Khaladiya the 3 and Wathabat Al-Khaladiya the 17 do keep a very close attention between the small difference in those names and the 10, Saloom Al-Khaladiya white with the black chevron. Wathbat Al-Khaladiya, the 17 will have the white jacket, but the chevron is the reverse. It's an inverted triangle really on the body. So a couple of little additionals to bear in mind here as the action takes shape. Wathabat Al-Khaladiya is just going in there. We'll go into stall number 3. Pushing up the check jacket of Ghazi Al-Zaman, stall number 9. Mutwahija Athbar coming forwards there. Got the three-way pick penalty here, hasn't he? Alex Moreno got to try and guide this filly to victory. She's in. Next couple will go in, so just about ready now. 18 of them in the stalls. Really upsetting 7 is Al Moons and has broken out and is now loose. So that's the 7. Al Moons, who got very upset in the gates and has burst out and is loose. Outrider doing a sterling job to pick up speed and try and grab hold as quickly as possible. A 4-year-old colt who has won before, back at meeting 55, but he was upset today. Has been caught, as you can see there, so they'll try and move him swiftly off the track. Jockey absolutely fine as well. Abdullah Al-Farouz, no issues at all. He's walking behind the stalls there, as you've seen also. So the 7 is caught and coming back to be moved out of the way. Very impressive work, isn't it, from the outriders down there at the starting point. They zoom up and catch quickly. Of course, that's rather different to what you'd see in England. You would be a lot of hand waving and trying to grab hold at some point. Rest of the runners, to their credit, are standing very still and well in the starting stalls. There's your jockey. And Farouz having a little bit of a convo down on the ground. Wonder whether the colt will get put into this race or whether they'll just take him out because of the trouble caused. He's back being led now near the start. He didn't go all that far, I suppose, but he did go off at a pretty good gallop. It's just about there behind the starting stalls now, so heading off behind the gates there, so the rest might get sent away. Yeah, looks as though they'll be without the 7 here. They're off. Racing away without the 7 from the stalls. Unseating the rider is Ghazi Al-Zaman. Check jacket out of the stall 9. Unseats Camilo Ospina. Horse gallops away fine. Jockey up as well. What a load of drama before the start here. Away we go then. Up on the inside, it's Mutwahija Athbar who's got there, bagged the lead. Shows up early by a couple of lengths. Also, Wathabat Al-Khaladiya is banged there as well. The 17 has got a prominent role. Wathabat Al-Khaladiya's right alongside. Just to be helpful, they're next to each other. They're being followed by Jalmood, white jacket and green stars, racing just in 4th position on the inside as they start this turning point. Own is up against the inside rail as well, the blue jacket and yellow stars. They're stretched out all over Riyadh as they make their journey for home. And up top here it is Mutwahija Athbar, who is in the clear, away by 5 lengths. Wathabat Al-Khaladiya is giving chase in 2nd. Wathabat Al-Khaladiya is back in 3rd position. Own is up the inside. Closing in a bit is Katia Al-Khaladiya. They are closing from the back of the field, but surely they get nowhere near. Mutwahija Athbar is a long way ahead, is getting a little weary, but the job is done. Geared down wins, beats into 2nd place, the 8. Katia Al-Khaladiya, who was the closer, quite close for 3rd. Wathabat Al-Khaladiya was involved. Saloom Al-Khaladiya not far adrift as well. very much all go in that fourth race of the day. It's the 4, Mutwahija Athbar, who takes it for Alex Moreno. And the Gaetan Stables, 1:18.74, has beat Katir Al-Khaladia by 4.5 lengths in a time of 1:18.74. And third place goes to Wathabat Al-Khaladia, who just holds third in advance of Saloom Al-Khaladia. As you can see, those two just going past the line on the shot there. 4, 8 and 3, the order of finish then to our fourth race of the day. I'm off for a lie down.
Great, how is he today? You ride him in the Taif season, yeah, and he come 5.
Well, she's good. مبروك to Amir Abdullah Sibing Ahmed, Bing Abdul Aziz, Lucas, our team. Well, I ride him in Taif. She was running with Salfan, you know. She was a strong race, and she was in a good shape. The last race, she went so easy, and today she went easy again. She's very good. You see the time. She make a good time. She's very good. She's pretty good. مبروك to everyone.
Well, Mutawajia Athba is our winner of the fourth race of the day. Alex Moreno is all smiles for a change. That's great to see. 3 wins to her name now for Lucas Gaetan. Last time out at meeting 60, she won under Asil Al-Sehani, so I'm assuming that the only reason that would happen is because Alex was on a ban. So great to see him back in the winner's enclosure, back on her. And Lucas Gaetan is absolutely flying this season. He had some really nice horses in the Taif season, but honestly, everyone is just stepping up a notch, and the real competitions have started to begin here in the Riyadh season. Alex has had a fantastic weekend, I might add as well. I think this is his 4th winner of the weekend, 5th winner, correct me if I'm wrong. And this filly is by very famous Arabian sire AF Al-Barak. That's where she gets her beautiful white colouring from. But I cannot wait to see what Alex Moreno thinks of that race. Looked fairly easy for him, to be fair. Fairly straightforward race. But I'm sure he will let us know now. Congratulations, Alex. You must be really happy with that.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much.
And tell me a little bit about this filly. Last time you rode her, she was 5th in Taif, but maybe she just didn't like the distance?
Well, I think she's a speed filly, but in Taif she was running with Salfan, you know. So thanks God she finished 5th, and she was too good like now. And today with the normal horses, she just fly away, you know.
And tell me, as soon as you jumped out the gates, what were you thinking? What were your tactics?
Well, I was waiting for somebody to go, but nobody goes, so I just tried to make the pace until the last 400.
And you were confident to lead with her from the beginning?
Yeah, she's a nice filly. She have a good rating. She's better than all the horses, and she do it today.
And you've had a really good weekend so far. What else are you looking forward to for the rest of today?
Well, I hope I can do 2 or 3 times more. That's gonna be perfect for me.
Well, I hope so. I get to speak to you more then.
Yeah, thank you.
And his Moreno's confidence there was obviously, we were sharing that. It was a very rare moment where we I think 4 times in the last 2 weeks we have agreed on the horse, and we have grown 3 straight victories. So
yeah, we're on a good roll. How many have we had? So there's been 28 races this week. Last week there was 36. So 64 races so far. We've only agreed 4 times, and we've got a 75% strike rate.
So flying along. So when it happens, it's spontaneous, but apparently it's potent.
It
But
is.
yes, this was Mutuhaja Athba was very impressive. Has done nothing wrong in her short career.
Did you notice she changed leads after the line?
Yes, when she was relaxing.
Yeah, we were saying all that. Well, you specifically were saying all that the straight. Change leads, change leads. Fortunately, she was 6 lengths clear at that point.
Because that's your insurance policy.
Yeah,
basically.
exactly.
It's like when you know they change leads, you know they're going to have that extra burst in case someone's running the race of their life on the outside.
Yeah.
One who is definitely in the background right there is the loose horse number 9. Was hopefully okay. But the winner here was very much the best. We knew that from the get-go. It was just whether or not she was going to be challenged too much early. She broke so well. And obviously pace always makes the race, but speed is the name of the game in 6 furlong, 1,200 meter races, and she was all of it.
Precisely that. I don't want to sound like I'm after timing, but there are 2 horses today that look good things. This was one of them, and the other one, Alex is on later on, called Luganini.
She pops out there.
We just saw Camilo being unshipped from Ghazi Al-Zaman at the bottom. It looked like he was A-OK. He jumped up perfectly fine, and the horse was fine. But yes, the reason why I thought she was a good thing, and you obviously did too, was that she has speed early in her race. And as you perfectly said, going into the race when we were previewing, 1,200 metres is a unique distance for Arabians. Not all Arabians want it, and barely any of them actually prefer this to longer trips. So the fact that she has the speed to get into this position, she has the speed at the end of her race to finish off, would just make the task so much harder for those in behind, because not only do they have to give up an advantage right now of 2 lengths or further, depending on how far back you are, but also then you've got to up your speed to be able to increase, to be able to decrease that margin and then go by. It's virtually impossible over this trip unless you're another 1,200 metre specialist, which none of the others were.
She is a daughter of the extremely talented AF Al Barak, who was owned and bred by Khalid Khalifa Al Nabuda, the #1 breeder in the UAE, and she definitely has that speed. She is in spades at this point. If she ever does switch leads, if she switches leads in this, and I know it's a moot point to be honest, but just to expound upon it from previous, is that she wins by 3 or 4 more lengths.
Oh, for sure.
And I think that at this point, once he realized that she wasn't going to do it, when he asked her about 3 or 4 times turning for home, and she kind of eased into the rail at that point, and then he's like, well, we're just going to let you do your thing from here.
Yeah, and normally we have been saying in a couple of the other races that the jockey should be getting the horse to change leads. As you just said there, Alex was trying. It's just she didn't want to. She really didn't want to, and then she does it right on the wire. Yeah, Alex knew
it's
he was
harder
clear.
in these sprint races as well because you know their mind is only on getting there as quickly as possible.
Yeah, and Alex, you can see in these pictures right now, he kept a close eye on the screen, the big screen here on the track, so he knew he was clear.
Yeah.
So there was no need to really persuade her. Actually, I watched the race last night at Aqueduct. Irid Ortiz was on a 2nd-time starter. He was in the lead against the rail, tried to switch leads, smashed against the rail and cost the race. So
hold that thought. We'll go straight to Shamila.
I'm joined by a man who was flying recently. Congratulations, Lucas. You must be really proud of that.
Thank you, Shamila. Yes, we have a great start of Riyadh season. All the horses been running great. So, well, thanks to His Highness Prince Abdulaziz bin Ahmed, all the team for trusting me the horses, and luckily we can continue like we're doing. Yeah.
And she was first last time out. Were you confident in this race? Obviously, it was a very big field.
Yeah, well, it was full gates today. Some tough horses before, probably tougher than her last time out, but she won easier today. Jcsa said in another interview, very natural speed from the gate till the finish. She was unreachable and very happy. She was good, very good filly.
And it looked like Alex didn't really need to touch her at all in the closing stages either.
Yeah, well, the plan was probably the first half, not to fight with other fillies. If other filly tried to go to the front, stay second, fair position. But she was flying since the gate, so great performance.
What are your plans with her next time out? Are you going to stick to 6 furlongs?
Still no idea. We had to meet with all the team, but if you ask me, probably I will keep in 1-2, probably 7 furlongs, but no more than that. If you ask me, then we will decide with the team. But yeah, she's a great filly. I think she can adapt also.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Lucas.
Thank you so much.
And we're going to throw back to Alex Fussy to take us through the runners and riders for the 5th race of the day.
Thanks, Jamila. Thanks very much indeed. Let's have a look at the field then for our 5th contest. It's a 1,400 metre handicap 95. Number 1 is Abba Al Saud at the top of the list. Number 2, Angel of Trafalgar. 3 is Helmi, quite a frequent. Just won 5 times though. 4, Merbik, and 5 is Karnas. 6 is Norton Thorpe Boy. Number 7 is Karaginski for Khalid Al Mimoni. 8 is Rovanimi, 2 from 5 so far in the career. And drawn out wide goes to gate 16. Over the page we will head. 9 will be Gwant on the next list when it appears. Abdullah Al Hussein. Number 11 is Foz Aleta. Abdullah Al Khamis. 12 is Pastime for Abdullah Al Lawfi. 13 is Al Rahub, Camille Ospina. Hopefully he's all okay. He did get up, didn't he, after the tumble in the last at the start. 14 is Idkan. 2 wins from 5. Number 15 is Hadb. Number 16 is Hattie. Rayan Altaresh will be steering her. 17 on the bottom of that page is Taking Names for Alexis Moreno. 18, Life's a Beach. 1 win from 9. 19's Expeditious. And 20, Howard G's, who's won once so far from 8 starts. You will get a reserve coming into this, Mistrix, who will jump from 11 as a result of the absentee being the 10. So runners in the paddock here. The gents will take a spin through. I think the best named in this race is definitely Life's a Beach.
Indeed, yes, Life's a Beach. Though I will say, on a similar note, Taking Names is a reference to a lovely American euphemism. Number 1 is Abba Al Saud, 1 for 23, which doesn't speak well for chances.
This colt looks like he needs to run. That would be my analysis here.
There's a beautiful personality.
Yeah.
Number 2 is Angel of Trafalgar, 1 for 11, comes off a 4th place finish.
Formerly trained in the UK, inconsistent lately. He should prefer this track to Taif, though he's yet to prove it.
Number 3 is going to be Helmi, a son of Quarto, 5 victories from 38 runs.
Drops from finishing 7th in a 0 to 90 over 1600 to running a 0 to 85 over 1400. Different test, but should go close.
Stocky little thing. Number 4 is Merbik, is 1 for 6, comes off a 6th place finish.
That came in this grade last time up. He's a stalker, he's got a good draw, and Naif Al-Nazi's on.
Karnas is number 5, the grey there, 1 for 14, comes off a pair of 14th place finishes.
Both quick-fire runs in the space of a week, went 14th, and now has come off a long break.
Norton Fort Boy is 8 victories, comes off an 11th place finish though.
Another horse that used to be trained in the UK shouldn't be able to win a race of this nature off a mark of 83.
Karaginski used to be in the UAE with Bupet Seymour, 5 for 21, comes off a 10th place finish.
Course regular this year, seems to be turning out every week, could run a place.
Rovanimi is 2 for 5, comes off a 5th place finish by Oasis Dream.
Formerly trained by David Simcock in the UK, was a deep closer. Those tactics don't usually pay money here.
Gwant is 3 for 15, comes off a 3rd place finish. I hope I pronounced that correctly.
Yes, another ex-Brit in here. Race fit after running at meeting 66 and meeting 69.
Number 11 you saw there, Faz Alieta is 2 for 5, comes off an 8th place finish.
Lightly raced, needs to improve for the comeback.
Number 12 is Pastime, 2 for 13, comes off a victory.
One of Philly's non-winners of 2 last time up, making all the running. Probably in here as a pace setter.
Al Rahub has 4 victories, comes off a pair of 5th place finishes.
Long time since this horse last won. 3rd up of the season and a class drop of the positives.
Itkan, trying to keep up with the camera guy here. Itkan is 2 for 5, comes off a 7th.
Another ex-Brit, slowly improving this season.
Hadab was just on screen, 1 for 13, comes off an 8th place finish.
Yet to find the form this term.
Hati is in shot there, is 2 for 17, comes off a 6th.
Nice looking type, but it's the 2nd string for the White Stable in this race.
Taking Names, I'm very familiar with this horse. Love Me's a sweet boy. He's 1 for 8, comes off a 2nd place finish.
I think he's the most likely winner, Taking Names. Missed the kick last time.
We're going to land on the same horse again. Number 18 is Life's a Beach. And he's 1 for 9, comes off a 9th place finish, might be living up to his name.
Was withdrawn last week. He was a winner in Taif.
Expeditious is number 19. Might be poorly named. Philly, 1 for 9, 11th last time.
Last time she ran, she finished 11th, as you say, but that was a long time ago at meeting 12.
Hawaji's USA bred daughter of Mastery is 1 for 8. Number 20 is 2nd last time.
Unexposed and a player if she can break well from 14.
Last but not least, number 21 is Miss Strix. Draws into the 11, is 1 for 12.
Formerly trained in the UK as well by George Scott. Interesting runner, and the reason for that is her trainer, and I don't know his first name unfortunately, but Mr. Almandil, scratched 2 of his horses later on to get a reserve in of his. And in this race, he scratched 1 of his to get the reserve in too.
All right, let's go to Shamila and see what she thinks. She's got a great view down in the parade ring.
first horse that I actually laid eyes on is my pick of the paddock, and that is the reserve that's got in, horse number 21, Mistrix, for the Almondale stables. And Tariq Al Mansour, our champion star apprentice, takes that as a spare ride. Fourth last time out, so it should go well here. And as we said before, you cannot underestimate these reserve horses. We've seen them win really good races during the Taif season. Now, horses I do want to highlight as well. I really wanted to have Karajinsky, horse number 7, as my paddock selection. However, he is looking a little bit tubby at the moment. That would have been a hard decision, but I really want to see him do well as well. Horse number 6, Nanthrop Boy, is a little bit on his toes. We have a lot of horses sweating quite a bit in this race. Horse number 9 is getting really hot, and as well as horse number 19. They're both really hot behind the saddle, but hopefully Tariq Al Mansour can get the job done on horse number 21, Mistrix.
And Shamina is leaning toward the one you just mentioned. Repeat that. Why was it interesting that this filly's in here again?
Because he scratched a horse Benita B, horse number 10, who is his own, with Tariq Al Mansour, was supposed to ride Benita B. That horse is scratched, bringing in the reserve, which is Mistrix, owned by the same guy and ridden now by Tariq. So I don't know whether there was a reason behind Benita B being scratched other than the fact that they wanted to get Mistrix in this field.
All right. And that's, they believe by the rules, that is within there, right?
What's interesting as well, and what I was trying to say earlier, was in race 10, it's very similar in that the trainer scratched 2 of his horses. He has the most likely winner of the race as well. So there seems to be some tactical scratching today, is my point.
Love to see it. It always makes it a little more interesting and sort of adds a little bit of a nuance to the race itself. Interesting. We got a pair from the white stables in here. We have Al Rahub, comes off a pair of 5th place finishes. Hati comes in there off of a 6th place finish. It's a rarity where it seems that they're not going to be they're not going to be into the more fancied runners.
No, I completely agree. I mean, Al Rahub is dropping down in class 3rd up the layoff. There's 2 factors I really love when it comes to racing in general, but especially here. However, he just hasn't won for a long time and just seems to be a horse that's kind of a cliff horse, one that you'd follow and think this horse could run well, and then disappoints. The other horse, Harty, white stable runner, lots of early speed, plenty of forward-going types in this race. She's just going to go into a burn-up front, and I cannot see her maintaining that position.
Karajinsky, Shamila had mentioned earlier, this is a horse that used to be rated significantly higher and was considered a stakes horse back in the UAE for a while. 8 years old now, Dubawi has kind of fallen off the trail, but if you go back, I mean, even earlier this season in the 53rd and the 51st meeting ran very well.
Yeah, Noah Fawaz runs his horses very regularly. All of these horses in these silks, Rafael Al Ghuraban, tend to run every week. So it's hard to really know exactly what you're going to expect because they can be quite in and out due to the regularity they race. Earlier in the year, as you say, it seemed to be performing pretty well, 2nd and 3rd at 51 and 53. But the last time out effort was pretty disappointing and now returns after just a few weeks. So yeah, could be a player, has a great pedigree, but I just don't know whether today's going to be his day.
He's a former Appleby that went to Zabio, ran very well. He was really good up the hill at Jebel Ali. And you have to have a horse that truly sees out the mile races that he was running in, the 7 furlong races. So he's in here, he's got a legitimate chance on his best. 1400 should hit him right on the nose. It's just whether or not he can return to some kind of some semblance of the form he had before.
Exactly, and that's the gamble with some of these horses. Should we talk about taking names?
Yes, I'm a huge fan. I just know him very well because when he won his debut for Doug Watson, and he was the tiniest Arrogate I've ever seen. Because Arrogate was a mammoth animal, and some of his horses are not as big as some of his offspring are not as big as him, but it's very rare that they're as small as taking names. Yeah. It's an itty bitty thing. He's very honest. He has a lot of speed. I think he had some issues with breathing. And possibly bleeding back in Dubai, and now he's, at the end of it, they wound up thinking that it was probably best to sell him. He was originally owned by His Highness Sheikh Mohammed Abayed. Yes. He's an interesting runner in here. I think he's the most likely winner. We're going to land on the same horse yet again, which is strange. But this one's not bordering favoritism.
No.
This will be considered a mid-level, yeah.
Yeah. Look, Alex Moreno's fresh off the back of a win. I like the draw. I'm not going to say that often for a horse in 18. Look, it's not a negative all the time, but it's normally, if you're that wide, it's not considered a positive. However, for this horse, as you say, he's got lots of speed. And last time up when he was 2nd, we won't see the footage of it, but I did watch the replay this morning. When he was second, he completely missed the kick. He was drawn inside that day. He then found traffic throughout the mid part of the race before bursting onto the scene late and taking the runners up berth. I think from the wide stall, he's going to get a much better position. Hopefully Alex can be a little bit more forward on him, and hopefully he breaks on turns, because if he does, then he should be in the firing line, and we know that he stays this trip well. With all that being said, he has probably the best piece of recent form to his name, aside from maybe Pastime, who is his stable companion, who I believe is in here to make the pace for him. So hopefully Alex can break out well, and maybe track through his stablemate Pastime and then pounce in the top of the turn.
This is a horse that originally was an out-and-out front runner.
Yeah.
They got him to calm down a bit and really finish, but he's going to have to really sit either somehow get over into the pocket from 18 or not get too wide, because he is an itty-bitty thing. And it's going to be difficult for him to go wide here. So we're both going to go with taking names. It's part of me, it's sentimental, because I know that he's such a very sweet animal. And we're going to head up to Alex and see what he thinks about this race, because it very much is wide open.
Yeah, very much is the case, isn't it? I found this quite tricky, to be honest. I'm taking a little bit of a flyer with Pastime, hoping she can put in a solid effort here on the back of her win last time out, but not a strong confidence in this race at all. Right, we've got 2 or 3 still to go. Just being pushed in to gate 14 at the moment is Howard G's, who was a winner at meeting 17. There's the checked jacket coming up to the stalls. Foz Aleta moves in. Hattie has gone forward, still 10. Looks like we've got a jockey off the back here. Karnas, still 15. Fahad Al-Faradi. Looked a little bit sore, actually. I don't know if he got a bit of a kicking or something going on in the starting stall, but he was on the infrastructure rather than in the gates. So we've got 3 out the back at the moment. There's Camilo Ospina on Al Rahub, who's coming up into line. And also Rovanimi is still to go in. Looks as though the starting team are heading over there. There is the horse, the aforementioned horse in 15, Karnas, who's receiving the attentions at the moment of the stalls team. Rest of the runners that are waiting, that is, the pair of them circling now. So let's see what happens with this particular horse. They're backed that one out, so Karnas has come out here, the 5. Going to be trotted up now as well, isn't she? So Karnas, the frosted colt, is being looked at behind the gates, having got worked up in the stalls. Looks as though Fahad Al-Faradi is actually okay. He's just stood on the outside of the framework and just waiting to jump back on board if this colt gets put back in, which looks like it could well be the case, because he's come back past the tape and is now getting back on board as well. So it looks as though Karnas will get a run. Rovanimi remains out the back there. The striped jacket, as you can see, the blue and white stripes. 2 wins from 5 goes so far. Here comes Al Rahub into the stalls. An uncharacteristically slow load, this one. Rovanimi is there. Al Rahub is in, green cap, if you're following that runner from stall 6. And Karnas is being put back in. Set. They're off. Racing away. Pretty good start on the whole, down to the inside Angel of Trafalgar. A little bit on the back foot in the early strides of the race. Expeditious is also being pushed along in black and white. They go over 1,400 metres here in our 5th today. It is Hattie who got a good start. The red cap is right up there with Rovaniemi also banged there, and Karnas, who caused the delay, is another one in that leading wave of runners. Past time, Green Silk's on the outside's not far off them, and Taking Names is even deeper out on the race course as they're heading in to this left-handed turn. Al Rahoub's improving. The green cap is now burrowing through between horses in advance of Hattie. Norton Thorpe Boy, light blue silks next in the field. Expeditious is under some driving as they take this turn, and they're about to swing back towards home. So Karnas is up on the outside of Rovaniemi. There's only a neck between the pair. Al Rahoub is following them in 2.5 lengths down. Back to the inside, Merbik is trying to close in. The grey silks in fourth. Looks like Past Time and Taking Names have got a bit to do from there. Heading inside the final 200, Al Rahoub has gone on. Now on the outside and kicks clear. Goes away by 2.5 lengths. The closer is G1 right from the back of the field. The black jacket is weaving through. Very powerful. Rahoub, though, got the first jump on the field and will win it. Beats G1 into second place. Helmy was the one flying late in the piece down the outside. Wasn't far off them next with Norton Thorpe Boy and Merbik. But is Al Rahoub, who goes on to win here for Camille. Life of a jockey, hey? Trouble in the last, down on the deck at the start, but this time around delivers victory on this colt. And it's going to be a fifth career success for Al Rahoub as well, who has gone on to win by a length and a half at the line, and the winner's time is 1:26.02. 1:26.02. G1 has done ever so well from off the pace, and Helmy was another one who's come from the clouds, but not for the first time this afternoon. Perhaps a bit of a repetitive theme. Those coming have never got to the one that's been committed first. 13, 9 and 3 is the order of finish in our 0 to 85 handicap race 5.
Congrats. Before 2 weeks, he come 5. How it's changed today?
Yeah, you know, the first thing, always, thank you so much to the Prince Mita bin Abdullah. Prince Abdullah bin Mita, Talal bin Sharain, Abdullah Bah. He's doing a great job with this horse. You know, that's for the last time he ran the cup race. Tough race for him, but he finished 5th and close to the horses. Thanks God today he's handicap and similar horses, and he brought very good, you know, and he put close to the leader. And when I asked him in the 400 meter, yeah, he responded very good. Thank you.
Al Rahoub is the winner of our 5th race today. Horse number 13 for Camilo Ospina. Camilo's first win of the evening as well for Abdullah Al-Bada. 5th last time out and 5th the time before that as well, but everything just seemed to fall into place for this 6-year-old colt by Blue Burner out of Motha Iya for the King Abdullah bin Aziz Sons White Stables. I'm sure that Camilo is delighted with that, as he always is with these White Stable winners. Yeah, it's just great to see. I mean, the horse is absolutely built like a bull. I don't know why I didn't mention him in the pre-parade ring, because he is absolutely stacked. But really, really nice ride there from Camilo from stall number 6. And I'm sure that he'll give us a little bit more insight now. Congratulations, Camilo.
Thank you very much, Amila. You know, always thank you very much to the Prince Mita bin Abdullah. Prince Mita bin Abdullah, Talal bin Shara, and Abdullah Bah. He's doing a great job with this horse.
So tell me a little bit about this race. You seem to get a little bit stuck in the kickback.
Yeah, and you know, his traffic rate, you know, I had number 6. He jumped very good, but you know, the race speed, I don't want to go in front. Sorry, I had to try to saving something for the last races. But thanks God, he take good position and the good way, and when I asked him at the 400 meter, he responded very good.
So what happened from last time out when he came 5th to today? Anything changed? Anything was different?
No, yeah, I changed the horses, you know, the lope. This is different quality, you know. He finished 5th in the cup race, different horses, but today handicap similar horses, and he's doing very good. He was working very good, and thank God he won.
Do you think you'll have any other winners today?
Inshallah, yeah. It's difficult, but I hope, inshallah.
Well done, Camilo. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, well-deserved victory, and obviously the winner was covered in dirt at that point, and I love to see them take the kickback and come through running.
Yeah, exactly. Third off the layoff, class drop. As I said before, the angles I like, but I kind of looked elsewhere, and wrongly so. Camilo Ospina got the job done nicely. I love how the jockeys here aren't happy to talk about their future mounts.
Yes,
they're not happy. It's just hopefully they go well. But if you were in UK, for example, and you asked about future mounts, they'd give you a whole rundown. Here, no.
Yeah, and in the States, a lot of times they'll be fine talking about whatever they got going. Here from the start, let's see if anybody's got a tiny bit of a slow start there on the outside. The grey, that would be It Can.
Yeah.
But that was
It was It Can. It was It Can.
Just looks sort of stuck to the back there, and extremely wide as well. Really didn't have much of a chance to begin with, as it were.
No, Abba Al Saud also missed a kick from 9. That horse wasn't ready to run today anyway, so this was just a prep. Straight to the front went Rover Niemi, which is interesting because that horse was a deep closer in the UK for David Simcock. He would always be ridden stone cold last and patient, so completely different tactics, and he showed pace, which I didn't know he had, and was up there from a long way. He went clear at this stage with Karnas, who held up the start after playing up in the stalls and then getting trotted up. Our selection, 6 wide on the track at this point in the green silks, mid-division.
Yeah, the one thing that we worried about with him was just getting a little bit shoved out wide. He's a tiny little horse, and it just wasn't going to work well with him. And yeah, he tries to make a run right here. He's on the wrong lead, which is a bit of a shock considering in Dubai he would be perfect at changing his leads. But that's also being ridden by Pat Dobbs, and he's always extremely good at those. This was the winner, just runs away with him at this point.
The other pace horses went backwards, and it was the 2 closers that filled out the top 3, with G1 actually staying on powerfully in second. Maybe he'll pop into the picture in any second, there he is. And then down the outside was Helmy, who was way back in the early stages, but picked up well.
And Alex was quite keen and just quite smart to say that first committers are doing extremely well today. Whoever's committing, turning for home, they're doing extremely well, holding off anybody who's challenging it. To me, what that says that the track is playing extremely fair.
Yes, exactly that. We haven't had horses necessarily dominate off the front, completely off the front, but we've had a couple of winners, Our Alanaya being one. This is different.
Stock and Pounce has done very well today.
Yes, that's the tactic so far. But as we've seen in recent days, and actually last week, the track can change as we get through this period of time where we've gone from day and it's a lot hotter to evening, and the humidity drops and the floodlights come on.
Yeah, and what I find also is that sometimes the humidity will fluctuate when the sun goes down, and you'll have more humidity in the air that actually gets into the track, and it'll change the complexion of the race. Sometimes it gets more tiring. Very rarely does it speed up.
Yes, no, exactly that. This was a good ride from Camilo. I don't think those cheap pieces are actually doing anything, by the way.
Yeah, I think they're just...
They're kind of just flapping around in the wind. The horse can definitely see left and right, so they will probably come off, I imagine.
They're basically placebos at this point.
Yeah, for sure. They're not doing their job. So if this horse turns up next time without the pieces, don't be worried. It's virtually like he ran without them today.
Yeah, we had, we made sure to mention the white stable horses earlier because we knew that this was definitely possible that we were going to get burned. But our record now stands at what? Is it four out of six? Or three?
Yeah, four out of six.
4 out of 6. We team up together. That was the least. The least intellectual of our joint selections. It was more of a for you it was, but for me it was more of a sentimental selection.
To be fair, when we have teamed up in the past, it's been on horses who have had obvious cases, and we've teamed up for different reasons. This one was very much me taking a stab in the dark and then you following suit, without us copying notes, because you like the horse for seeing him before in Dubai, and I just thought, well, it's a winnable race and I'll take a shot on Alex. So
we'll definitely check taking names next time. I think it'll be tough if he draws low.
Inside draw, yeah.
We got the 1400 meter race coming up for 4-year-old maidens, and we're going to go to Alex, who's going to take us through the runners and riders for race 6.
Thank you both. Yeah, let's have a look at this field then for the 6th race of today. 1400, as you heard. No number 1 in here. You've got actually 3 absentees, 1, 9 and 12 don't go. So down the bottom, you'll get 3 reserves come in, 21, 22, 23. First up, 2, Celestial Star. Abdullah Al-Lawfi. Number 3 is Falik Zain. 0 from 14, quite exposed. Number 4 is Muthari, newcomer. Number 5, Rapid Best for Eddie Castro. 6 is Kebab. James Doyle got the ride there. Of course, one of James's mounts today. Out of luck yesterday, hoping for better here this afternoon. Vidhata is number 7. Number 8 is Shiblat Dream. And then 10 at the bottom is Stob. Adele Farouz will be riding him. Over we go to 11, 9 Dragons. 0 from 5 so far. No number 12, so the 13 is Firas for Naif Al-Anazi. 14 is Kerbash, 0 from 31. What a record that is. 15 is Al-Ray Al-Sadid, Victor Gutierrez. 16 is Modgahad Heya for Khaled Al-Mimoni. 17 is Oslob, just very lightly raced gelding. 18 Sunny River, Luis Morales. 19 Watani Steel, 0 from 6 for him so far. Only got a rating of 30. 20 over the other side of the page there is Al Raki, 0 from 21, another exposed sort. And then you've got 21, which is Tikrit, 22 Abba Al Nud, and 23 is Zainat Latam. Those reserves, and they will go into, in terms of stall positions, Tikrit number 1, Abba Al Nud number 9, and Zain Al Latam is 12. So that's how we stand in terms of the gates there. Runners are off into the paddock ahead of this race. Quite a few exposed sorts here, gents.
Yeah, very much so. We're going to try to pull it apart nonetheless. We're going to start off with number 2. This is Celestial Star. 0 for 3, comes off a 7th place finish.
I think a mile was this horse's best trip. Stepping down to 1400 may not suit.
Not be a surprise being a Ribchester. We have number 3, which is Falak Zain, 0 for 14, and 11th last time.
Showed nothing so far this year. Small steps forward, 17th, 13th, and 11th.
Number 4 is Muthir, first-time starter locally by Shackelford.
Good trainer, Bedan Al-Sibai. It wouldn't be a surprise if this one made a nice impression first up.
Number 5, Rapid Best, not living up to its name, was 0 for 10, 11th last time for the Exaggerator 4-year-old.
Had 4 quick-fire runs between meeting 16 and 28, and then has had a layoff since.
Kebab, number 6, will hope to stick it to him. 0 for 8, though, so far, second 2 back.
That 8th last time came against just local horses, now facing imported runners too, suggests this class is a little bit too tough. Also, this horse doesn't switch leads.
Number 7 is Vidhata, 0 for 3, comes off a 5th place finish, has improved with each run.
Another that's had a break since Taif.
Number 8 is Shiblat Deem, 0 for 5, was 4th 2 back.
Not good enough on all-known form.
Number 9 is Scratch. Number 10 is Stab, is 0 for 12, 11th last out.
1 good run this year, 3 bad ones.
Number 11 is the well-bred 9 Dragons, 0 for 5, was 9th in a local debut.
The biggest pro to this horse is the sire, No Nay Never. What he's actually done on the track, not good.
Yes. We're going to move on to number 13. This is Firas, 0 for 1 locally, a Fed Biz 4-year-old.
Providing he's ready to go, and he looks like he's carrying a touch of condition, then he could be a player. Finished 3rd on debut 12 months ago.
Number 14 is Kerbash, 0 for 31, as we mentioned earlier, 9th last time.
Loads of chances, not today.
Al-Raya Sadid is 0 for 12, 15th last out, 5th 2 races ago.
Another who hasn't exactly looked like winning recently.
Number 16 is Mogadadea, 0 for 7.
First run for 9 months and looks like he needs it.
Number 17, named after my ex-roommate Oslab, 0 for 1.
13th on the debut over a mile, stepping down and trip on the comeback.
Number 18 is Sunny River. Another Arrogate is 0 for 1, third last out.
Not a strong pick of mine by any means, but the most likely winner in this race.
Number 19 will be in shot in just a moment. It's Watani Steel, 4-year-old by Al Khayeb, 0 for 6.
Rated just 30 as well, didn't show much last year.
Number 20 is El Raki, is 0 for 21, 13th and 12th in his last two, but three races back with second.
It's been running in handicaps recently. You'll find this easier.
Tikrit draws into the race. Number 21 is 0 for 10 and was 7th last out.
Third quickfire run. You know I like that angle.
We're going to see if that angle works again. He'll be in shot right there. There he is. Number 22, we'll have him in shot in just a moment. That is Alber Al Noud, 0 for 3, 8th last time, another first defense.
Rated just 52. He'll need to improve for the comeback run.
And lastly, number 23 is Zainat Latam, is 0 for 12, comes off a 6th place finish.
Another very similar profile to Alber Al Noud. Gets in as the third reserve, probably not today.
Go over to Shamila. She's got a nice view in the parade ring. What do you got?
Thanks, Michael. For the sixth race of the day, we're halfway through this Saturday, is my selection for this race is horse number 18, Sunny River, third last time out. This is the mount of Louis Morales, a 4-year-old filly by Arrogate out of South Bank for the Prince Sultan stables. Louis did have this trainer did have a really good win yesterday with Wigberto Ramos, and I think he can replicate that again today. She looks really well in the parade ring. She caught my eye straight away. Another horse that I really like the look of in the initial stages was horse number 6, James Doyle's mount. So hopefully James can get in the winner's enclosure today. Fingers crossed for him. It hasn't been easy, but I will be sticking to Sunny River. A few red flags for me is horse number 5, Rapid Best, getting a little bit hot, and horse number 16 also getting a little bit hot behind the saddle. I don't know if that's today, if it's because it's a Saturday, there's slightly more people here, a little bit more atmosphere, the horses are getting worked up a little bit more. However, most of the horses in this field are cool, calm and collected, so I will be sticking with horse number 18.
So Shamila is on the same horse as Tom, Sunny River.
Yeah, well, when I was looking at this race, I thought it was between two horses, Sunny River being one. Went back to watch the replay of that run last time when finishing third, and I'm not going to say that I was gobsmacked by how well the horse ran. It wasn't good, but she still finished third in a better race than this. And the other horse that I thought had a good chance was number 1, Anna Al Wafi, who's a non-runner. So with that being said, I had to land on Sunny River. It was a struggle to make a solid case for any of the others. Obviously, James Doyle was riding, we should note that, on Kebab, and maybe his presence in the race will see this horse improve. But Sunny River is just the default selection, not a strong pick. I like the pedigree. I like the fact that she's actually placed recently, where the majority of these are either coming off long layoffs or have struggled.
Yeah, and it seems to be a dichotomy between those who have 3 or fewer races, and those who have double digits and are completely exposed here.
Yeah, exactly that. And those are exposed. I mean, the likes of horse number 3, Falek Zain, 14 starts. Rapid Best, horse number 5, 10 starts. Horse number 10, Stob, 12 starts. Then you've got horse number 14, Kabash, 31 starts, etc. Those types of horses, they've had so many opportunities. I know this isn't a good race, but they've probably ran in equally weak races in the past and still not got the job done. So it requires a bit of a leap of faith to side with one of those. I think the exception might be horse 20, Al Raki. Yes, he's had 21 starts, but he has been running in handicaps. He finished second, 3 starts back and 5 starts back. So at least he's been a little bit consistent in those kind of performances in maiden company. Maybe he could break through at the 22nd time of asking, but just Sunny River has more potential, so it's hard to side with Al Raki over Sunny River.
Yeah, to me, it's a race that's obviously very difficult to pull apart, and I'm leaning more like you are toward horses that either have 0 starts or completely unexposed, or those that just have had a chance to show a little bit of form. I'm leaning toward Kebab right now. I think the horse is probably going to be at least in the top 4, and I think maybe James Doyle jumping in the saddle might make a big difference as well.
Third quickfire run off the layoff. It's a big angle. James Doyle on board from a good draw. I like it too. The only thing that put me off this horse was, 1, he doesn't have a lot of early speed, so he'll probably be mid-division, and 2, he doesn't switch leads, or didn't last time, so that's got to be a concern. I mean, I'm saying that, but there are huge concerns for most of these runners. So, you know, it's not like any of these horses are completely bomb-proof. If I was to narrow it down to 4, you do normally ask me the 4 main selections, so I'll jump in. Sunny River 18, Al Raqi 20, and then the 2 left fielder ones are Kebab 6 and Muthir, horse number 4, the first timer by Shackleford. Thought it looked quite nice.
Yeah.
Bedan Al Sabai is a good trainer, currently 5th in the standings. We'll see those standings after this race, I believe. It wouldn't be beyond recognition that this horse could make a winning debut.
We have, looks like Falak Zain in shot there. Actually looking fairly well for a horse that's shown minimal form.
Yeah, like most of these, to be fair, have been the same. But yeah, he's not shown nothing this year. Here is my selection, tentative one, Sunny River. Hopefully we see the footage of last time up. And you'll probably understand as soon as we see it why I didn't love it. She showed speed up the inside, which is a positive, of course. But in the straight, she doesn't exactly wow me, I have to admit. She kind of just plugs on at the one pace. She does well to get 3rd, I guess. She rallies and passes the horse in the blue and the yellow just outside her, I believe, if my memory serves me correctly. But, you know, she's firmly put in her place this day. Now, the first 2 home are better than anything she faces today. That's the positive.
And she does come on back and finish and just fight it out for 3rd, which is, you know, a sign that she can handle the distance and then some. And the owner did have a nice win yesterday with Kairama.
Very true. And the jockey Luis Morales is due a tonic after a few questionable races where he's had bad luck or made the bad luck himself. So, yeah, I would like to see this horse win, but as I say, tentative. I can't be too confident with her.
And hopefully we can get a shot of Muthir in just a moment so people can see number 4.
Just there in the back of shot.
There he is right there. Yep. Looking extremely well for first-time starters. Shacklefords usually show ample speed, being a son of forestry and who could stretch his speed up to 9 and 9.5 furlongs. So, and a classic winner of that in the Preakness. Looks like we have Falak Zain again getting a little bit of an adjustment in his saddle. And looks like his breastplate's getting an adjustment. But yeah, there's the 4 again. Oh, she does
nice
look good.
looker.
Yeah, does look good. So yeah, it wouldn't be a shock at all to see him run extremely well, especially against a bunch of horses that are having issues finding the winner's enclosure.
Looks like horse 7, Vidharta, maybe being a late scratch here, just being taken off the course. You can see one of the outriders has taken him back. Hopefully he's A-okay.
Yes, hopefully so. Obviously didn't, something went awry there. Looks like a late scratch, number 7, Vidharta. This one was 0-3, but was moving the right direction. A 4-year-old gelding by new approach. But unfortunately, caution is the name of the game when it comes to the thoroughbreds, and we're hoping that all is well.
David's back in the comments. He said, I'm going to go with horse number 13. That is Firas. We gave this one a brief mention, but maybe we should talk about him more. He's a 4-year-old making his seasonal reappearance. That's the reason I don't like him, just coming off the long break. Probably needs to run. However, on that debut, he shaped pretty nicely, actually, finishing 3rd. That came 12 months ago. He needs to improve. He needs to show that he's improved from 3 to 4, but you know, if this horse is ready to fire, he could be yet another that has a strong chance.
Always great to see David and our regulars. Adil as well was in there talking about the Athbal horses. Jose Martinez, hello. He says, as always, he's very excited to be saying hello from the east coast of the States. He says, what a great looking horse the winner is. Oh, talking about earlier. And also he says, congratulations to the Prince and the great team you have there. Indeed, this is some quality horses running this evening. It's number 8 in shot there. That's Shiblat Deem, the rightfully so filly, taking on the boys here. She's 0-5 though, but does have a little bit of form. Not impossible to hit the board.
Yeah, not impossible. Finished 4th and then 7th this year, so she's another maybe you can make a small case for. I feel like it'd be a reach to suggest she's one of the most likely winners, but she could run a place for sure.
So I'm gonna, there's my selection right there, number 6. That is Kebab. I'll avoid any more cliches and plays on words with that one, but hopefully the 4-year-old colt can get into the meat of this race and win properly. Especially with James Doyle in the saddle. Should definitely, no offense to any rider who was there before, but it's hard not to say that it might be a slight upgrade into him.
Yeah, definitely. Looks like they're just making some adjustments to horses number 3 and 17. That is Oslub, horse number, or Oslob, depending on how you pronounce it. Horse number 17. Horse number 3 is yet again Falak Zain, who's getting his airtime at the start here. And they're just about to load by the looks of things.
5 rapid best, looking quite warm going into the into the gate. So we will go up to Alex Fussy, who's going to take us through who he likes here and also take us through the race itself. Here's race 6.
Thanks, Michael. Yeah, runners going in. I was interested in Firas, to be honest, the 13. I thought it was one of those races where you could really take a bit of a stab in the dark at something a bit less fancy, perhaps. So I'm hoping that he could prove an interesting selection here. Interesting jockey booking as well. So there was a few ticks in the right boxes, as we say. Right, they're loading up pretty smoothly in terms of the load so far. That's Zainat Latam, who's just got in, still 12. Don't forget, for that filly, one of the reserves going in here. Tikrit will be in 1, and Abba Al Nood still 9 of those additionals. And Vidhata not with the field, having been scratched late on. Shiblat Deem moving forward, stall number 8. And about to come up is Rapid Best in green. And 9 Dragons. Stripe on the body moving forwards as well goes into stall number 11. Got about 5 to go, I suspect. Quarter jacket green and white is Al-Ray Al-Sadid, is just being pushed in, needed some heavy lifting, but is there now. Falik Zain about to come forwards. Kicking out, actually. Ooh, quite aggressively kicking out Falik Zain. Handlers did well to steer clear. Next one in is Firas. Returning from the break is there. Falik Zain is not really liking this loading process at all. Those legs are still flying out behind. Muthari still to go forwards as well. The grey jacket. There's Falik Zain. Not sure if he will get many more, if any, chances, actually. So Muthari is in. It's just Falik Zain out the back now. We're trying with a big old run. Oh, that worked. Zoomed in, nearly went all the way through the gates, but we're there now. They're off. Racing away here over the 1,400-metre trip. All in all, a decent break for this one. Looking for some early pace down to the inside. Tikrit got a decent start from that low draw. Very keen up there in between horses is Kebab. The red colours, the head was tossing from side to side, is drifting a little bit wider and hampering one or two others. Celestial Star and Muthari are bang there as well on the inside. And Rapid Best is trying to join that wave at the top of the affairs. Stobe to the outside, the yellow cap is pretty handy. They're being followed by Abba Al Nood, a combination of yellow and grey colours. Deeper on the racecourse at this point in time is Sunny River. Black Jacket is circling around the outside of Mota Gadheyar as they begin this swing back towards the top of the home straight. Up on the inside rail, 9 Dragons is not far off the pace. Looking for one or two closers. They're starting to weave away. Rapid Best has lost some ground. But up top here, Kebab on the outside is travelling quite powerfully in the hands of Doyle. Down to the inside, Celestial Star is firmly ridden. Still coming is Sunny River from the back of the field. Right there as well is 9 Dragons. They're then followed by Stobe. But up top here, it's Kebab. Heading inside the 200. Has a length and a half lead. Sunny River, 9 Dragons are both chipping away. They're getting closer to Kebab, who's all out in front. 9 Dragons trying to lunge between horses. Getting close, and I think 9 Dragons might get it on the bob. Near side was Sunny River, far side Kebab, who just got leg weary inside the final 100 and looks to have been collared. So 9 Dragons in between horses. Might have just had the very last telling say here. Kebab nearly gave Doyle his Saudi winner, but just got a bit tired late in the piece and has been pipped by 9 Dragons, who is the winner. 1:28.26 on the clock for the winner here. On the outside, Sunny Rivers run a big one as well. Here they are at the line. It was just the centre head, wasn't it, of 9 Dragons poking out, and has beaten Sunny River, who finishes second, and Kebab in third. Head and ahead. A good 3-way finish. They drew right away from the rest of the field, that is for certain. It's 1:28.26 as we highlighted your winner's time. It was Kerbash, eventually in 4th position, who was the one that was 0 from 31 beforehand. Suspect the race didn't take a great deal of winning, but nevertheless it provided a very tight finish. 11, 18 and 6 are order for race 6 today.
That was a surprise, another surprise today.
Yeah.
I mean, with our 4 horses, you know, my selection Kebab and your selection Sunny River did run very well. They were right there at the finish, but they were ousted by what was a bit of a surprise in 9 Dragons.
Yeah, he's by no never, and that was, as I was saying, the only positive that I had for this horse. But he's obviously taken a big step forward. He was coming off a bit of a layoff since Taif, and yeah, I didn't see this one coming, I have to say. It wasn't the best of maidens, though, as we were talking about beforehand.
And we see that in the time as well. It was a bit of a lethargic 1:28.26.
Yeah, a bit slow.
So it's borderline Arabian.
Yeah, it genuinely is. Yeah, this was a race that beforehand we said was available for a shock, and we've seen it. I thought your horse Kebab ran the best race.
Yeah, we all kind of thought he would gallop.
Yeah.
Once he was turning for home, just full of horse, but
you don't see Doyle like that too often.
Yeah, and I thought he would just open up, but it just wasn't in the cards for him. He did not have any more than that one pace.
No, I hope he's okay as well. Maybe I'm wrong, but I thought he looked lame on the back left leg as they crossed the line, and I know that James looked down after the line, so hopefully he's okay. James will be disappointed, of course.
Yeah, he's come all this way. I think, how many rides does he have left?
Three today, I think.
Okay, so he's going to get a couple more today to get a ride from his 10 rides for the weekend, I believe.
He does have 2 good chances in the big last couple races, but as we see here, look at James Doyle on the red silks. He's firmly tanking on Kebab. The eventual winner's just in behind in the green and blue and firmly under pressure. The runner-up, Sunny Rivers, in the black silks for on the outside of Prince Michal. So those 2 were under the pump, whereas Kebab was travelling. I don't know whether he is a little bit hurt or if he just got super tired, but the back left leg to me looks lame here. I don't know what you think.
I can't say for certain, to be honest, but it definitely travels very awkwardly in his hind end, and he's extremely tight as well back there. So we'll see whether or not anything comes of that. But either way, 9 Dragons got it done very nicely. Coming up on the, who's that coming up to finish 4th?
I didn't see, I have to admit. You watched that as I talked through the finish, and Kebab kind of just dwarfs the other 2 that he fights out the finish with. But you know, size doesn't make for talent. Sunny River, my selection on the outside, finishes second, just ahead of Kebab, but not good enough to win. The change of tactics seemed to work a little bit with that horse, but she just never looked like getting on top, really, to me, despite only being beaten a small margin.
It was a Definitely a race that kind of caught us off guard. Once again, like, we have obvious horses. We saw this yesterday, actually. We had obvious horses finishing second and third, and a surprise horse running the race of their season.
Yeah, for sure. Look at that Kebab in red silks, 6 from the left. Actually missed the kick, and James was just trying to hold position, but actually the horse instantly found his stride and started to tug.
His head's going out to the right, which is he's trying to just restrain him a little bit.
Yeah.
He eases out by accident there, not meaning to cause any issues. I think James wants to cool his jets a bit at this point and get him to relax, and he doesn't want the lead at all. He could have gone for it at any point.
Yes, I feel like he paid for those exertions maybe in the last 100 metres. You can see the eventual winner just about to move into 6th in the perfect stalking position, really, up the inside. My selection, who eventually finishes 2nd, is in the black silks on the outside, currently in 7th.
Yeah, they get away from her at this point, and basically she comes on running with her stamina at the end.
Yeah,
we saw that in the last race too, where she ran through the line. So maybe it's time for them to maybe go back to 1600 with her.
I completely agree. Yeah, she gets outpaced at a crucial stage of her races, doesn't she? Basically, as the race is won or lost around between the 400 and 200 metre markers, and then she kicks into overdrive in the final stages. Definitely a step up in trip. It will also allow her to get a better position than she had today.
Yeah, it was a nice performance from the winner there. Obviously, not the greatest race in the world to win, but definitely got it done the hard way, and a nice, thrilling 3-horse finish.
And the 2 closers, I believe, were Oslob, horse number 17, who was coming off the layoff and only finished 13th on debut, and horse number 14, Kerbash, who finishes 5th there, who's rated 54 and 0 from 31. I think that kind of tells you the level of race we were looking at there.
And Oslob was the one that we mentioned earlier that was flying along, number 17. It's not a Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker was a nice dual surface horse that a Grade 1 winner, I believe, on both grass and dirt. Could be wrong there. Definitely grass, I think, won the New York Derby.
There was also some promise from the first time starter. You can just see him at the top of the screen in like the silver and greenish colours. Yes, he was quite far back, but he was up with the pace throughout the early stages of the race and showed signs that he could win a similar kind of maiden next time. That was Muthfir.
Yeah, that was a very, very nice performance for a horse that needed the education, and next time I wouldn't be shocked at all to see him, well, at least finish a little better than that.
Yeah, definitely. He just paid for going too hard too soon, but he's so inexperienced, and 4-year-old making your debut, you would suggest there's been issues there.
Yeah, the victory goes nicely to Al-Azhari, who is not quite cracked the top 10 in the jockeys right now.
Not just yet, but it was a good ride though.
Yeah, very good ride, and he gets an opportunity here with a horse that's obviously on his game. I'm interested to see where some of these horses go from here, if they all meet again in similar company, because I'm not sure that I would go against a Kebab. I mean, obviously, we're assuming that he's going to be okay. What we were mentioning before that looked a little awkward is his left back leg. It's just a little bit loose, and that might just be the way the horse runs. We'll see. Start here looked good for most. We'll see James's horse in the red silks peek his head out quite well there and establish himself early in the race.
He missed it half a stride, you can see here, but James
he rushes him a little bit.
Yeah, tries to hold the position by rushing him, but then didn't realise that the horse would actually just kind of take off.
He pays the price a bit.
Yeah.
At this point for asking the horse to tap the gas a little bit earlier than he expected, and that may be the difference. Yeah. I mean, if you'd have maybe. But the thing is, if you get it's 6 and 1, you know, if you think about it, in half dozen in the other. If you decide if you're going to keep him back where he breaks, he winds up getting a lot more dirt in his face and just decides maybe he doesn't want to run from that part of the track. And he is a one-paced horse. Yeah. So
I think he's the most talented in the race, though. I will say that. He pulled for quite a long way in the race. He travelled by far the best of any horse. Yeah, he got passed by 2 runners in the final 10, 15 yards, but he looked the most likely winner throughout.
Well, one thing is absolutely certain. I'm really tired of getting pipped on the line this afternoon. That's something that happened to you last week. I forget, which was the last Thursday or Friday, where I think 3 or 4 of your top selections.
It's not good, especially on a 12-race card. It's not like a 6-race card or something where you can kind of get over it. On a 12-race card, you've got to stomach it for several hours after it happens, and yeah, it's not ideal. Hopefully you find a few winners coming up. We've got an Arabian Horse Open next, so that's perfect for you.
Sometimes I do well. I've done surprisingly, you know, and I'm not great with them. I had a selection win earlier at Jebel Ali in the only Arabian race there, and here as well today. So sometimes it works out, but the Arabians are so tricky.
Yeah.
And that'll be a 1,600-meter open pyramid Arabians coming up next, and that's going to be a smaller field, more of a chess match. And
You're 2 from 2 in Arabians today, right?
Yes.
Mutwaja, Athbar won earlier on, and the one in Jebel Ali. You're going to make it 3 from 3 and go unbeaten on the Arabian horses today. I can feel it.
We'll see. I don't know. I don't know how I'll share the same confidence. We'll see. This is to me, this is a race that's going to be extremely difficult to beat certain horses, and I hate to choose the horse that is deemed the
Sure.
logical selection in the race, or what you call a long shot lover.
Yeah. Lovely images here of the family celebrating Mr. Al-Ansari and his daughter, I believe that is, behind, celebrating the victory. Yeah, it might have been a low-grade maiden, but yeah, it means a lot to him.
And it's hard to believe. I mean, as we go through these races, and today's Saturday, obviously, and we're looking at 12 weeks from today will be the Saturday of the Saudi Cup. And I, for one, am really looking forward to it, especially because we're going to get a better view tomorrow with a win and you're in Japan in the Champions Cup. And I'm looking forward to that if we have a full field there, and including 2 horses who ran in the Saudi Cup last year, finished 4th and 5th in Geoglyph and I forgot the other one's name. But they're horses that are obviously going to be one of the ones to beat, and they're probably going to come over as well. So looking forward to it.
It's not only just the horses that are on show tomorrow who could potentially run here, but we've also got some great riders. Christophe Lemaire is obviously riding. William Buick's out there. Mirko De Miro's riding. So there are lots, and obviously the locals too. Yuka Kawada's among them. So it'll be a good race, and hopefully we see a few pointers towards the Saudi Cup.
Are you leaning toward anybody?
Not just yet, but we've got plenty of time. Give me a couple hours, and I'll come back to you.
For me, I mean, it's going to be, I think Geoglyph will be really tough to beat in that spot.
Yeah.
The Crown Pride, I was trying to get the name earlier. Crown Pride is a winner of the UAE Derby a couple of years ago. He ran in the Kentucky Derby in the States and ruined the pace scenario. But I think he ran a winning race in this spot last year. He's that much better of a horse, ran a huge race last out in Korea. So I think he'll be very tough, and I'd love to see him come back here to the Saudi Cup, because a mile and an eighth and 1,800 meters around one turn is exactly what he wants, and he was so good here. And a little unlucky last year.
Yes, it'll be interesting to see what happens. Do you know what time that race is tomorrow? It's not going to be early for.
It'll be about 10 a.m. our time here. So about 9:30 a.m. our time here.
Yeah.
So looking forward to that. It's always being a winner in for the Saudi Cup. It's always a serious spot for us to sort of narrow the field.
Yes.
We'll probably get 2 or 3 horses out of it with serious chances to come over. So. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, obviously the Cigar Mile used to be winning your
Used to be.
That's tonight.
Now it's a grade 2.
Yeah.
Unfortunately isn't, but it's still not impossible.
No, it doesn't look like the deepest field, but it should be interesting to see. There's lots of trials going on now. It's the perfect time before we get towards the Saudi Cup to have a prep.
We're going to head over to Shamila right now. How are you doing in the parade ring?
I am in the winner's enclosure with our winning trainer of 9 Dragons, Michel Almoteri. Michel, congratulations. He was very impressive in this race. What did you think?
Thank you. Like good Liam horse. This horse nice. This horse operation soft bullet.
Wind operation.
This now race after operation.
And jockey is very strong also.
Yeah, the jockey. I am sorry, I'm a little speak English. Jockey Ahmed Al-Azhari, good jockey champion. This team stable, Ahmed Al-Azhari.
Thank you so much, Michel. Alf Mabruk.
Thank you for that.
Thank you for Michel for giving us some words about 9 Dragons. But now back to Alex Fussy for the runners and riders of our second Arabian race of the night.
Thanks, Shamila. Yes, race 7 is over 1,600 metres here, this open event. Just the 8 of them going this time. No number 4. That's been scratched. Number 1 is Al Suwida. Finished 7th on the return at meeting 66. Khalid Al Mimoni. 2, Jade to Faust. 2-time winner, 2 from 9. The latest success at meeting 56. Number 3, Maytha Al Khaladia. Oh, she might take a bit of stopping here. She's been going very well this campaign, including when winning last time out. Another one for the Al Khaladia stables is the 5, Turkey Al Khaladia. Abdullah Al-Lawfi was a winner right back at meeting 17. 6 is Sajja Di Castignoli, a winner just once from her 8 starts. Number 7 is Kassab Al-Daham, who's won 3 times. The latest was at meeting 41, and that's Ayad Al-Turisi's ride. Number 8 is Era for Wigberto Ramos. And finally, number 9 at the bottom, Hatamat Al-Khaladia, and will be ridden by Camilo Ospina. 8 of them getting set for action then in this Arabian Horses Open, race 7 today.
Thank you, Alex, for that. We're going to take a quick look at the standings right now in the championship. Jockeys, Ospina is no surprise up top with 75 wins, 84 points. Alfaredi in second, 46 and 53. Morales in third with 29 and 39 points. And Moreno, who's had a win, 32 and 36. And Al-Nazi, 34 and 35 points.
Yeah, chalk up an extra win for Camilo Ospina and Alex Moreno based on today's efforts. Adel Alfaredi is not riding today or yesterday. I presume he's serving a ban.
He's enjoying the beach, one of the two.
Yes. And the trainer standings, Ahmed Mahmoud on top for the White Stable trainer, unsurprisingly. Mutlaq bin Mishrif in second place currently with 31 wins and 37 points. And then you have the second tier right now with Al-Bada, Al-Mosa and Gaith Al-Gaith rounding out things. Beidan Al-Sabai is currently in sixth with 23 total points.
Moving over to the owners. Oh, that is the trainers once again. We'll move to the owners in just a second. There we go. White Stables, Bin Abdulaziz and Sons is 172 wins and 96. Be 73 now.
Yeah, and last week I said, do you reckon next week they'll get to 100 total points? Now they're up to 97. They need 3 more today. There's cup races that do count for 2, so maybe, probably doubtful, but next week they will, next week.
Prince Faisal bin Khaled's Red Stables in second with 28 victories, 36 points. Al-Khaladia Stables in the Arabians with 21 victories, 27 points. Prince Sultan bin Mashal had a nice victory yesterday with Kairama, 12 wins, 22. And Sheikh Abdullah Hamoud is back in fifth.
And he got there because of the success of Man of the Night yesterday.
Yeah, very nice. Man of the Night was a nice upset victory of electability.
Yes.
And I will take electability 10 times till Sunday over that horse next time.
Yeah, absolutely. Coming back off the layoff. It was a very good race, though. Man of the Night race fit, electability not so. Using it as a prep. And yeah, I'm sure electability was the best horse there.
Yeah, looking forward to him. Hopefully he will be a Saudi Cup horse. Speaking of the Saudi Cup, hopefully electability will raise his profile and his rating just enough. I think he's sitting at 107,
107.
Yeah, I believe he's all that and more.
For sure. I thought you were going to do a link there saying, speaking of the Saudi Cup, and then into this Arabian Horse Open. I was going to say, where's this come from?
The only thing I could link to is this weekend is the Jewel Crown. I'm sure we'll get a Jewel Crown horse into an Arabian into either the Al Manifa Cup or the Obaya Arabian Classic. So we have a smaller field here, much to Alex's enjoyment. We only have the 8 going. Number 4, Jamil Al Wahba is out. And we'll start here in just a moment with Al Suwaida, who has 4 wins. 1 local run, was 7th in it. Are you looking with the Arabians as much as the thoroughbreds for local sort of experience? Do you think it's to their advantage, or do you think for the Arabians it doesn't matter nearly as much?
I am looking to local experience, not because it's an advantage to the horse, but it's an advantage to me, because with the Arabians, I don't know too much about these ones that have run, say, in Qatar or elsewhere. And actually talking about horse number 1, Al Suwaida, yesterday, I thought I'd seen the first and the last time I was ever going to see an ex-Polish runner. But that wasn't to be the case, because Al Suwaida used to run in Poland as well. So they're like London buses, 2 come at once after a long time of waiting. This horse finished 7th on the Saudi debut last time in a similar kind of race. It's an interesting contest, isn't it? We have a mix of talent, let's say. There's kind of a top tier and a lower tier of horses involved in this contest. The 2 Al-Khaladia horses owned by the Al-Khaladia stables are the obvious ones, but there's also another Al-Khaladia in here that isn't now owned by the Al-Khaladia stables and has been running consistently lately.
Do you find, along with the Arabians, that certain jockeys, I mean, some of them are with yards, obviously, like Moreno Espino will be with yards that will get higher end Arabians under them. But do you find that certain riders are more reliable, or at least better with the Arabians?
Maybe not more reliable, better, yeah, I like Farhad Al-Faredi. He's not obviously one of the leading riders when you come to the standings. Adel Al-Faredi's brother is second, but Farhad's not on the top 5. And he just, I know he's had a winner already today, and perhaps should have had 2 because he rode Hala as well. But I feel like he does very well on this type of horse.
We mentioned Al Suwaida earlier as the one. The horses are going by. They're already saddled up, already jocked up right now. We'll go to number 2, Jade DeFaust. Now it's 2 for 9. Has a victory 2 races ago.
She's very reliable and she's a regular on the racetrack. She's race fit. The issue here is that Camilo Ospina usually rides her, but instead he's opted to ride another horse in the race.
Maytha Al Khaladia has 3 victories from her last 5 starts and has 3 victories locally.
Big late run to win last time, meeting 66 at this track. However, if you go back in the earlier form this season, meeting 57, when this horse was third, the winner was impressive and the runner-up was Turkey Al Khaladia, who's in opposition again.
We're going to go over to Shamila, see what she thinks, and she knows her way around some Arabians. Who looks good out there?
I really love my Arabian racing, that is right, Michael. And horse number 3, Maytha Al Khaladia, I love her, and I've loved her since the Taif season. And when I did my feature with Al Khaladia Stables, she was one of my favourite fillies they had there stabled with them. Obviously, she is rated 109, the highest rated horse in this race. And I did say to Fahad Al Frady while he was walking past me, you better win this race because I don't think I've had a winner today, I can't remember. But she is by Layth Al Khaladia, 4-year-old grey filly, absolutely stunning. She is up against her stablemate, horse number 5, Turkey Al Khaladia, rated 107. So as we've seen the previous weeks here in Riyadh, Al Khaladia stables have been pretty quiet, to be honest, but these are their 2 big game players in their stables. So wouldn't be surprised if it was a 1-2 Al Khaladia. No paddock negatives for me in this race. All the horses are looking really cool, calm and collected, and Maytha Al Khaladia is just trotting down there to the start now, looking really well. So I'm confident with her chances in this race.
Thank you, Shamila. We've got a bit of a spread between the ratings here, about 30 pounds. It looks 32 pounds between the 77 and the 109. How much does that weigh into your selection process?
Yeah, quite a lot. There isn't any weight allowance in here. So, well, there is 2 kilos from Turkey Al Khaladia to Sadia di Castagnoli, who is the lowest rated horse in the race. Did you love my pronunciation there, by the way?
That was so good.
Thank you.
So you have such talent.
I really don't know pronunciation. But you know, when there's only a 2 kilogram difference and a 30 pounds weight difference on the handicap figures, that just suggests a completely contrasting amount of talent. And I'm more than happy to go for the more talented and obvious horse in this spot.
Yeah, we pick up where we left off before. Turkey Al Khaladia was just in shot there. 1 for 7, but has not really run a bad race.
No, and actually he beat Maytha Al Khaladia Shamila's selection back at meeting 57 by 2 1/4 lengths. He has lots of early speed, which can be crucial over this kind of distance, especially in a small field, because it allows you to get good position.
Yeah, very much impressing me with his body language right now, going out to the post. Sadia di Castagnoli, that you mentioned a second ago, 1 for 8, comes off a couple of tough runs, but back in the form, has some decent runs.
Yeah, she might just struggle against this group though. She's unexposed after 8 outings.
One who looked well in the parade ring, but not so much out on the track, is Kassab Al-Dam. 3 wins to his credit rather, 3 for 14. Comes off an 8th place finish.
This is another horse that's normally ridden by Camilo Ospina, and Camilo's ditched this one too. Could run a place, but seems to be better at Taif.
Era, depending on where you live, is number 8, 0 for 1, and ran 6th last time.
On the Saudi debut. Prior to that, I believe, raced in Qatar. Again, shouldn't be good enough on official figures.
Mortajez is always a very good stallion with the Arabians. Number 9 is Hatamat Khaladia, there you go, 3 for 22, and was 3rd last time, seems to be on a good form roll.
Camilo decides to ride this filly. She's probably the 3rd most likely winner in the race. She finished 3rd behind Maytha Al Khaladia last time up at meeting 66.
Yeah, so that concludes the field here. I mean, I'm leaning toward Turkey Al Khaladia.
Yeah.
I'm not, and that's just based on simply just aesthetics. The horse just looks really well.
Are we teaming up again?
I know. The horse looks extremely well. I don't want to ruin our strike rate with another loss, but yeah, I think we are. And horse looks extremely well. The form says that even though it's been since meeting 17 that he's had a victory, that there's no reason that it won't be right there at the finish.
No, he's been very consistent. And as we are about to see the footage of Maytha Al Khaladia, bear in mind that Turkey Al Khaladia has beaten this horse already this year. Maytha Al Khaladia, you can see in the race, comes from behind. He's a closer. It doesn't have that much natural early speed in the contest, and he'll be ridden as such again today. He's on the wrong lead in the straight, but it doesn't stop him from getting the job done. The horses on his inside are probably a level below what we're seeing in this race, albeit Hatamat Al Khaldir, who reopposes horse number 9, finishes 3rd in the red silks here.
We'll also have a look, as we mentioned earlier, at the Turkey Al Khaladia, who's going to be one of the, obviously, he's just such a looker. Like,
Yeah.
almost looks part thoroughbred, just looks extremely, just very, very attractive horse leading up to post there, and comes off of the 2nd place finish on October 28th, opening night.
Turkey Al Khaldir showed good early speed in this race to get into a nice prominent position. Was always there or thereabouts and looked like he was going to get the job done, but anyway, he just didn't. He didn't manage to go and get and secure the victory this day. The horse on the inside, back in 3rd, red cap, is Maytha Al Khaldir, finishing 3rd behind Turkey Al Khaldir. You can see that runner erodes the deficit a touch in the home straight, but it's still beaten 2 1/4 lengths by our selection. Turkey Al Khaldir is not the most resolute in a finish, can shirk the issue, but has lots of early speed, and hopefully today can actually make the front rather than sitting 2nd.
Yeah, that would be the hope. And I also thought that they would change leads a little earlier, because once he did, he looked smooth and strong. He just couldn't quite fight it out for the victory, and was well clear of Maytha Al Khaldia.
Agreed, yeah. I think, you want to see a more seamless performance today without any potential hitches. Looks like David in the comments has said selecting number 8, Era. If Era wins, I'll be very surprised, but I wish you good luck, David.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. We'll head up to Alex, who's going to take us through this race. Alex, this is a nice, easy one for you. We're serving you up a softball.
Oh, it's never easy, but yeah, this is much more like it, isn't it, in terms of numbers? We often get very big fields, don't we, here? But smaller field to contend with this time around. As I mentioned earlier, I thought Maytha Al Khaldir would be the one to side with here. They're going into the boxes is Hatamat Al Khaldir. It will be a sea of Al Khaldirs as they get sent on their way. There is Maytha Al Khaldir, who's just been backed up to the stalls.
Listen, so I'm coming back on Monday, Tuesday. So I'll see you next week, yeah?
And will be pushed into line.
Okay. I just wanted to talk to you about 3 things in no particular order.
The blue one.
The first thing is,
Turkey
Martin
Al
Kelly.
Forwards. And
So I think we're very lucky to be able to get Martin.
They're off
the
and racing. Away we
price
go. Being sent
SSC
away here over the 1600 metre trip. It's a pretty level beginning here on the whole. Maytha Al Khaldir is the first one to go. The black cap who leads up here by about a length. Al Sawida's on the inside. Not far away as well is Era. The cheek piece is on the outside, the orange sleeves. Hatamat Al Khaldir is deepest of all, the red and black combination. Unusually, the pace is not all that wild, is it, early on? They're going about 55 kilometers an hour at this stage, and it's Era just in the center who leads up down to the inside rail. Maytha Al Khaldir, the blue cap between horses is Turkey Al Khaldir. On the wide outside, the red and black is Hatamat Al Khaldir. They're being followed by Sajjadi Castignoli with between horses Kasab Al Daham, the green colours. They're just trying to burrow through. Now at the back of the field, Al Sawida is off the bridle and Jade Dufaust is switching very much deepest of all. It's Turkey Al Khaldir as they start to take the turn for home, who's just edging on. Turkey Al Khaldir being followed up that rail by Maytha Al Khaldir. Still right there is Kasab Al Daham as they level. Jade Dufaust is coming right round the outside, starting to throw her hat into the ring. Inside the final 300 they go. Turkey Al Khaldir strongly ridden. Jade Dufaust still trying to close. Maytha Al Khaldir just in 3rd. On the outside of those is Hatamat Al Khaldir, but it's still Turkey Al Khaldir who's in front. Jade Dufaust is chipping away, getting a bit closer. Turkey Al Khaldir all out to the line, but holds on. Beats it a second. Jade Dufaust. Kasab Al Daham was in 3rd. Then Maytha Al Khaldir and Hatamat Al Khaldir. Victory goes the way of Turkey Al Khaldir. The 5 is the winner. Gains a second success in his career after a win at meeting 17 for the Mutlak stables. Very well handled Well, your winning rider, Abdullah Alorfi, who seized that inside position and was sent for home. And Jade Dufaust, who made a big move around the outside, couldn't make it to get back to Turkey Al-Khalidi. It's a length the winning margin, 148.94 of the winner clocks. And Kassab Al-Ham does take third place. A length and 2 1/4 lengths the distance is, and 5.27 the winning numbers in terms of our 1, 2, 3 in the 7th race on the card.
Well, our record for teaming up with a selection has gone quite well once again, as Turkey Al-Khalidiyya makes it 2 wins from 8 starts.
Yeah, good performance as well. Got to the rail, showed early speed, kicked at the right time, and albeit we were a little bit nervous that he wasn't changing leads in the straight, he was always galloping away.
Yeah, this 1600 here seems to be just not only well within his range, probably the bottom of his range.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he has every kind of asset to run over this trip, and maybe even 1400, just because he has the early speed, but at the same time he gallops right through, so he could easily go further than this. I think today was maybe the day for him. You know, this kind of race over the 1600 and not facing the strongest of opposition.
Jade Dufaust carrying 2 kilos less, runs well in second with the 89 rating. Still, even with that disparity, I don't see Turkey Al-Khalidiyya raising much off of that 107.
No, I agree with that. I don't think Maytha Al-Khalidiyya, the 109 rated horse, is actually a 109 rated horse anyway, considering Turkey Al-Khalidiyya has beaten that rival before this year. So I think they keep the mark on Turkey, 107, and try to find another contest like this.
Yeah, and he has to improve upon that just a little bit. I think I have to look at the book again, but in order to get into the Obaya, which would obviously be where he would lean.
Yeah, for sure. He's not the best Al Khaldir horse. He's good. He's very talented, but they have better.
They'll go 4 or 5 deep in that race.
Yeah. I don't know whether Abdullah Al Alfi, who tends to ride their best horses, him and Farhad Al Faredi, will actually partner Turkey Al Khaldir next time, but he did a good job on him today.
The horse, as you see on the inside, keeps his head a little bit lower. He's a very methodical, long striding Arabian that, as we were saying before, we were worried that they didn't change leads because once he changed in the previous race, he just leveled out really nicely. Didn't get the job done that day, but that was probably against a slightly better horse than he was facing today. To me, I was a little worried, but once we got to about the 100-meter mark, we were good to go.
Yeah, as soon as that camera angle started to change, it can look like the lead is getting caught, but he was always galloping. He wasn't stopping.
Are you disappointed with Maytha Al Khaldia's performance at all?
Not really. I think that's kind of what I was expecting. I know the rating suggests that she should win, but at the same time, she'd already been beaten 2 1/4 by Turkey Al Khaldia, so how far has she been beaten today? Probably about 2 1/4.
Yeah.
Kind of confirming that form.
Seems that she is a late runner, but she cannot cut into that trip at all. Maybe
also
she
on
had
the wrong lead.
Yeah, maybe she would have had a little bit of luck, kind of getting a little closer to him.
Yeah.
But she was kind of stuck behind horses when it mattered, going around the bend.
Yeah, I think Farhad was trying, but she just wouldn't move forward. Actually, look, there's five horses drawn clear. You've got the 4 horses who are rated 100 plus. Turkey Al Khaldia, Maytha Al Khaldia, Qassam Al Dam, and Hatma Al Khaldia, and then a performance from Jade Faust that was quite clearly a season's best and maybe a career best.
Yeah, and she only has 9 runs to her credit. She's a young 4-year-old, which is the equivalent of a 3-year-old in thoroughbreds. And to me, it's like she's already had 2 wins. She's shown a little bit of ability in the past. Very spotty record these last few weeks or last few months, but to me, a horse probably out of all of them, the eye catcher.
Yeah, she ran home well. At this stage, she's in last, so she makes good progress throughout the race. The eventual winner, Turkey Al Khaldia, is just on the rail in second at this point, but moves through up alongside the early leader, Era, when you go into the first bend to make sure that Turkey Al Khaldia can get to the rail and dominate from here on.
Yeah, this was a fun. Well, it was fun because we got the winner. But,
yeah, correct.
To me, they're not always the most fun, but a bit of a tiny bit of a merry-go-round race, except for that's the reason why I was excited about Jade Faust coming out, because it was the only horse that really made up any ground. That rating is probably going to rise closer to the 100 mark, I would imagine.
Yeah, I reckon 94, 95 maybe after this. It would be harsh to give her any more considering she didn't win, but she's run like a horse who's capable of being a 100 plus horse.
And she was giving away 4 pounds, a little over 4 pounds, 2 kilos to the, she's not giving away, she was
receiving.
The receiving 2 kilos from the winner. So yeah, good race, exciting to get another winner between, we both 2 for 7 for the day, and the only times we have teamed up. So, actually 2 of the 3 times. 3 times, we got 3 team ups today.
I know, remarkable. You hate that kind of thing.
I hate it, but it's fine.
It's been successful. It's been the best of all angles so far.
I think we're 5 for 7 or 3 for, was it 5 for 7 or 4 for 6? I don't know.
Either one, I don't know, but still
Either
good
one.
strike rate.
It's a good strike rate, but
around 70%.
It happens randomly, and we'll take it as it may. But yeah, looking forward to moving on from the Arabians. And next up, we're going to have, it's going to be a 1,600-meter local bred, 3-year-olds and up. And we're going back to what's going to be these wide open, huge fields. And your work is very much cut out for you again.
Doesn't get any easier. I would love, whoever's creating the schedule, please make the whole back end of the Saturday card at least a little bit easier for me. A local bred horse is made in over a mile at this stage of the day on a Saturday. It's not what I want, I have to admit. And the most likely winner, Aladhead, has been scratched. So it just makes it even
Gets
tougher.
better.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's okay. And you're looking at this race and you see, oh gosh, for me, it's hard to find anything that has an interest in like, there's very few horses that have, let's say, 2nd to 5th place finishes in their last few races. So that's where you see there's interest in being within the front of the race at the end. And
this is the problem. And when we go through the runner by runner for this next race, you'll notice the lack of positive comments I have in terms of form analysis. But saying that, there are a couple in here that have run well. They're the only two horses we're actually going to see footage of as well when we eventually do get the VTs. Horse number 14, Fareya Alanaya, and horse number 19, Akko Noof. They're probably the standouts at this point, but yeah, look, this next contest is tough.
And I mean, I have not chosen yet, but I'm definitely going to lean on one of the horses that has very few starts.
Yes.
Just roll the dice, to be honest.
It's probably the wise play. I'm going to go for the obvious one in Fareya Alanaya. I'm going to put that out there now. But yeah, it's a race where any of these can win. It's wide open. And actually, this local bred maiden, yeah, okay, maybe it's not the best of races, but after this we have a really competitive 0 to 90 handicap for the local imported, and then Opens, Cup and Group 3.
Looking forward to that, but in the meantime we have to get through the 1600 meter local 3-year-olds and up, and we're going to let Alex take us through the runners and riders. Take it away.
Cheers, Michael. Yeah, this will take a bit longer, won't it? Plenty more in here, 20 of them to dissect through, with the 9 horse being the absentee. Number 1 is Wudu Al Shams, Eddie Castro. 2 is Mashor Naj, 0 from 12. Going to be a bit of a theme here. Quite a few of these have had quite a few tries. Number 3 is Jabal, Jose Rodriguez, less exposed. Number 4 is Akhlaq for Victor Gutierrez. 5, Samu Uwehi is 0 from 6. 8 is Bayrak Alalea, 0 from 7. Khalid Al Mamoni. 7, Al Mouj Alayli, a newcomer. 8 is Bak Al Arab, Wigberto Ramos in the saddle. We mentioned number 9. Number 10 is Abu Salman, Naif Al Anazi on a newcomer. 11, Captain Island for Louis Morales. And 12 is Neyazi. 0 from 13 is his record. 13, Black Power. 14 is Fareya Alanaya, as Tom has already picked out. He's got a couple of fair efforts so far this season. 15 is Al Khatim, 0 from 5. 16 is Polaris, Tariq Al Mansour. And 17 on the bottom of that page is Darnan Al Shouk. Number 18 is Alina, Hamza Sad. 19 is Akko Noof, Abdullah Al Khamis. 20 is Bahiz, Rayan Al Tarash, 0 from 2, that colt. And then, of course, with the 9 being out, the 21 will be joining in here, Walad Al Dawari, who's 0 from 5 so far. So 20 of them, considerably harder to select a winner this time around, I would feel. And they're on their way to the paddock.
All right, we're gonna do our best to go over these horses and try to give people a better idea of, like, at least in some analyses, what, who your major players are, and if I know that you've leaned toward one place, but one horse in particular, but are there at least 2 or 3 more that might have a chance?
I mean, all of them, really, because the level is not high in here. So, even if one of these young horses takes a step forward, they could be a major player, even if they've shown nothing on their previous outings. I mean, we saw that earlier in a maiden where 9 Dragons won. Yeah. The previous outing was not good at all, but he took one step forward after the breathing up, which the trainer let us know straight after the race. Before the race would have been nicer. But,
That's okay.
So yeah, one little piece of improvement, whether it be a physical issue, a mental issue, or if they just improve fitness-wise, can see one of these horses come out on top. I think Fareya Alanaya has to be the horse to beat. Whether that means he will win, I don't know. I'm going to side with him just because, as a form analyst, you've got to go with the form.
Very much so. I think there are a couple in here that I think are worth a closer look at, and I'll probably choose between them. One of them is probably Akhlaq, premium tap moving forward between the last 2 runs and going probably against weaker horses than he's faced in the past. Then you have Bark Al Arab, only makes his 3rd start, is a B jersey, and there's been very few B jerseys. He's very selectly he's a Derby Dan stallion. Hasn't had many horses on the ground, but some of them I've seen are excellent. They're actually very good horses. So we will see. I mean,
remind me, was B jersey Dallas Stewart?
He was with Steve Asmussen when he won the Met Mile. He was a Jersey town, but when he was a 3-year-old, 2-year-old and 3-year-old, he was with Doug Watson in the UAE. Was 2nd in the 2000 Guineas to the brilliant Thunder Snow.
Yes.
Number 1 is Wudu Al Shams. Over 6, was only 19th last time.
Yeah, beat 1 horse on her return. I don't love the gate for her either, drawn inside. She's a closer.
Mashur Najid is 0 for 12, was 16th, 7th, and 12th in the last 3.
Long-standing maiden, this son of Exaggerator, showed nothing last time.
Jabal is 0 for 2, but is a son of a Stern. Very good young stallion.
First time up this year, finished 9th and 15th in 2 runs last term, yet to show that he's capable of winning.
There's Jabal right there, looking, well, I wouldn't say
A little bit
well,
chubby.
yeah. They might need the race. Number 4 is Zach Glock, the one I mentioned earlier, the premium tap, is 0 for 3. He's gone from 11th to 16th and an 8th last time, so at least it's going in some positive direction.
Yeah, he struggled generally this year, but it's a third quickfire run after the relatively long break. He's rated 40, was formerly trained by the White Stable, owned by the White Stable, but they got rid of him before he even made his debut.
Some away he is 0 for 6 and was 8th last time.
Needs improvement. Don't mind the draw, but only rated 47.
Bayrak Al Aliyah is 0 for 7, 14th last time by Worldly.
Didn't show much on 3-year-old debut. Showed a little bit last year, and Khalid Al Mamoni seeks his first win of the week.
That's her right there. That is Bayrak Al Aliyah. Let's see here. Not looking too bad, but looking a little bit keen. Don't mind it whatsoever. Definitely want to look at those younger horses. Number 7 right now, that is Al Mouj Al Layli, first time starter.
Ricardo Ferreira rode the winner of the Jcsa award yesterday. First time starter, could easily be the best of these.
Number 8 is Bark Al Arab. Woof, 0 for 2 so far. Son of B Jersey, the one we mentioned earlier. Got a lot of size, like a B Jersey did.
Yeah, he finished 15th in both his outings at 2.
Abu Salman, number 10, has a first-time starter in the country.
Looks like he needs the run as well. Naif Al Anazi rides for the debut.
Captain Island is number 11. 0 for 3 is 12th last time.
Yet to show signs of progression, but third off the layoff and Louis Morales on board.
Let's get a look at him as a young horse. They've still got the 10 on the screen. That is Abu Salman. There is number 11, Captain Island. Looks not bad. Carries a good coat. Looks like a bit of an athlete there as well. Not the biggest thing in the world. But we'll see. Hasn't shown much in 3 starts, but not impossible to move forward. Nayezi is number 12. He's 0 for 13, comes out of a couple tough runs.
Hasn't done enough this year, but is race fit.
Black Power is number 13, 0 for 7, son of Power Broker.
Tried a range of trips last year from 1200 up to 2000. Could place if fit.
Having a lot of white in his eye, which is always a bit of a worry. But that might just be his disposition. That is Black Power right there. Number 14 is Fareya Al Anaya, is 0 for 10. It's 4th last time.
The horse to beat in the race, 4th last time up. That came a month ago in a similar kind of week renewal. Has early speed, that's the positive.
Al Khatim, a son of South America's Not For Sale, 0 for 5, 17th last time.
Big gap between the 2 runs this year. Ran at meeting 5 and then meeting 65, so should improve.
Polaris is 0 for 2, a son of Teletext. Looks like he's making his local debut.
First try over 1600 today, was a sprinter prior.
Number 17 is Danan Al Shuk, is 0 for 15. His 3rd last time though.
Much better last time. Definitely a player in here on that basis, but he's a 5-year-old.
Yeah, looks quite well actually. It's a nice big boy. Eilina is 0 for 33, just the 0 for 33, but was 6th last time.
Perennial loser.
That sounds very accusatory, and I don't like your tone. There's the perennial loser, apparently. There's Alina. Number 19 coming into shot in just a moment is Akhonuf. Is 0 for 6, comes out of a 3rd place finish.
Yeah, he has sound claims in this race. Yeah, he was 3rd last time, 1 place ahead of Fareya Al Anaya, who's going to be my selection. So on that basis, Akhonuf is maybe the horse to beat in here.
And we'll finish up in just a moment. Let's go to Shamila and see what she thinks in the parade ring.
Thanks very much, Michael. I am siding with horse number 18, Alina, in this contest, rated 57, a 4-year-old colt by Flashy Bull for owner Ibrahim Nasib and trainer Ibrahim Nasib. 6th last time out, and he's just looking really well, to be honest. Little pocket rocket he looks like. A lot of the horses in this race do look quite well. I was struggling to choose a paddock selection. Horses that I also really liked and should highlight as horse number 3, Jabal, horse number 4, Ekdal, and horse number 16, Polaris. I all put stars next to them. However, the one that came out on top was horse number 18, Alina. No paddock negatives to report, apart from horse number 21, a little bit on his toes in the prelims, leaving the parade ring. However, shouldn't be too much. He shouldn't boil over before he gets down to the start. nothing else to report. Horse number 1 is looking a little bit hot under the saddle, but nothing too serious, and I will be sticking with horse number 18, fingers crossed.
It is a bold choice indeed. Number 20 there is Bahesh, 0 for 2, comes off a pair of 12ths.
And had a break since the last run, drawn out wide in stall 20.
Number 21 will be in shot in second there. That is Walad Al-Dawahi, is 0 for 5 and was 5th last time.
Rated 66, so, gets in as a reserve, but might be a major player. Will break from stall 9 in this race.
Of course, he breaks it from stall 9 because he takes the place of Alad Head, who is scratch number 9. Yes, so we're looking at a full field here. A few horses with a decent rating that gives them a little bit of attention here with Akko Noof and Farah Al Anaya, your selection.
I can't believe Shamina's gone for Alina, by the way.
Yeah, I was trying to soften my way into approaching that one. But the one thing I will say is gone from 15th to 6th in the last run, has shown some interest in being in the first half of the field.
And it's also a paddock pick, we should say, not a form pick necessarily.
She's saying that the horse looks quite well. And there are lots of slow, pretty horses. Yes, we're going to move around these. I think that, you give Polaris a chance to do a little better after a couple runs. It's
just difficult
for me to pull apart.
Yeah, really difficult kind of race. You've got lots of unknown quantities in here. You've also got some known quantities that just aren't very good. So you kind of got to factor that in. And, I know all these are racehorses and they're trying their hardest on the track, but some of them just don't have the ability to win a race like this. And when that's the case, then you're really struggling to find a spot to win in, because this isn't the best of heats. I think you could probably narrow it down to 4. Faria Al Anaya, horse 14. Horse 17, Danan Al
That's where I'm landing, I think. Yeah.
Horse number 19, Akko Noof, and horse number 21, Walad Al Dawahi. I think they're probably the 4. They're all drawn quite wide, but we've already seen that wide draws aren't necessarily a negative.
Yeah, this is going to be fun to see whether or not they can overcome, whether or not it's the wide draw, whether or not this pace scenario is slow, quick. What do you see as far as the expected running of this race?
They're going to go as hard as they can. I don't think they'll be clocking any sub-11 second sectionals in this race. Faria Al Anaya will go forward. Here we can see the colt right now by Semper Fortis. He has early speed, and when we do show that footage of him last time up, finishing 4th, we will see that he was up with the pace from the outset. He gets worn down and actually gets passed by the reopposing Akko Noof. But I just took out of that race that Faria Al Anaya is actually the better horse, and albeit he's had 10 outings, Tariq Anaya, the owner, who's already had a winner today, and Mohammed Al Khalifi, the trainer, they're very good with young horses. That's where they specialise, 2-year-olds, 3-year-olds, especially in maiden company and first level allowance races, open races, if you're looking at the Saudi cards. I just feel they're going to get this horse a win, and today looks the perfect opportunity.
It's a nice little euphemism for saying slow race.
Yeah.
But that's okay. It's a competitive race, and we've been proven. It's been proven to us over the last couple of weeks, especially, that you can get some shockers in here.
Absolutely.
So, of the shockers we've seen, does anything fit the prototype?
Maybe Black Power, 0 from 7. We can actually see him in shot right now, coincidentally, before we go to Faria Al Anaya. He's tried a range of trips, but he's shown some level of ability, so potentially him on the seasonal reappearance. Let's watch Faria Al Anaya last time up in the same race as Akko Noof.
They finished 3rd and 4th that day on November 10th.
That is Camilo Ospina on Akko Noof. That's not what the race card says. So that's a positive for that horse too today. We'll get back to that. Here's the footage last time. Faria Al Anaya was up front with the red stable horse who eventually wins the race. You can see he's a little bit leg weary late on, and Akko Noof goes by. Look, they're not much separating the two, but the fact that Faria Al Anaya has early speed gives the slight edge to that runner. This came over the same trip. You'd be worried about Faria Al Anaya in the dying stages, but there was only a length separating the pair.
Yeah, and obviously they faced a far superior foe that day.
Mm-hmm. For sure. I can't believe Camilo's on board. I didn't realise that jockey change. That is a big one.
Yeah, this is but does that change your selection at all?
I am reluctant to change my mind, but with the leading rider on board for one of the leading trainers in Bedan Al-Subai,
if it makes you feel better, I'll choose him instead.
Yes, please do.
I'll just say I'll go with Akko Noof.
Yeah,
just
please
in case.
do.
Number 19. You can get half the credit for it.
you saved me an issue there. I'll stick with 14, Faria Alanaya, but hopefully one of us has the winner. David's in the comments saying, I'm going to choose 2 horses. Horse number 18, which is Alina, the same as Shamila, and horse number 4, which is Aklak.
It was the premium tap we saw earlier that definitely probably needs the run, but looked really well in the parade ring.
Yes.
So yeah, valid choices there. He joins voices with Shamila and Alina, which I'm still trying to figure out that angle, but I appreciate the courage.
For sure.
I do.
You know, normally when someone selects 2 horses in a race, and Shamila does it quite often, I know she can hear me right now, and I'm never happy with it. Well, David selected 2 in here. I'm going to let him do it, because this is the race where you could probably pick 5 and still not come down with a winner.
Yeah, we've already proven today that we can be a little bit off the mark sometimes, but we've also been dead on in a few of these races today. So looking forward to what's going to be a wide open affair and a nice preamble to a strong last 4 races of the card.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to the last 4 events. We have a nice warm-up event with the 0 to 90 handicap next, featuring a load of horses who have been either successful at Taif this year or have already seen success in Riyadh. And then we
for a nice purse as well, 145,000.
Exactly. And then we really step it up, don't we, with an open race, followed by a cup race, followed by a Group 3.
Yeah, so we'll go a little early up to Alex and let him talk over what is a wide open field, the ones that he thinks could be major players as well. We've already said what we like. I'm going to go with number 19, Ako Noof, with the rider change, and you're going to go with Faria Alanaya, number 14. Shamila goes with number 18, Alina. So we're all over the place. Alex, where are you landing?
Well, I was rather hoping, gents, that no one spotted Camillo, because I'd already spotted him in the parade ring jumping on board at Noof. So that was going to be where I was heading. So it'll be the 19 for me to try and land this 8th race on the card. As you say, I think it's a type of race where a significant jockey booking of that nature could very much make all the difference. So that'll be where I head. It was a decent effort when 3rd last time, that is for sure. And hopefully can build upon that and go 2 spots better here today. Faria Alanaya obviously strongly considered after those solid enough 2 runs at meetings 56 and 62. So we are loading up into the stalls. I suppose, what about other runners in here? Well, Roberto Ramos, if you follow jockeys, is on board Barak Al Arab, which would be a bit of a surprise, but jockey booking interesting. And what about Naifal Nazi rides Abu Salman, one of the newcomers, so it'd be interesting to see whether he can show up well on this debut. There's the 6 now, Bayrak Alalea going forwards, moving in. Black Power just on the way up as well, and there's the reserve who gets a run, Walad Al-Dawawi, who's going to stall 9 if you're following the 21 horse. There's the 16, a little on toes. Polaris. Tariq Al Mansour, a rider who's been in a rich vein of form. Panning across the stalls there, you can see most of them are settled well. Here's the black and yellow colours. Faria Alanaya moving up, and now they're turning Bark Al Arab forwards, but very much on toes there, and just had a bit of a coming together with the starting stalls. Actually, it was a bit side on. Darnan Al Shouk going up as well. They've just moved in Abu Salman, who popped in with no issues at all. So we're getting down to the last couple now. Stalls rustling away there, plenty of them being a little agitated. Barak Al Arab now on the way up and coming in, and also Barhiz is being pushed forwards into stall 20. That'll be the final runner on the extreme left as we look onto the starting stalls as they're panned right across the course. Getting upset in 16 is Polaris. Good now. again, trouble in 6. Bayrak Alilaya was the one playing up. They're off. Getting away. Mixed fortunes from the start. Abu Salman's the one very slow, being rousted firmly at the back end of the field. Alina also not with a good beginning towards the outside of horses, and Dahan Al-Shouk has dropped right to the back as well. In contrast, where's early pace? Well, down up the inside rail. Wudhu Al-Shams is bang there. Also, Captain Island's got a very smart start. And on their outside is Akuf Noof in the hands of Ospina, who's got over. So Akko Noof has got to just about have the overall advantage. Faria Alanea is not far adrift. Polaris on the outside, and even deeper still is Barhiz as they head into this left-hander. Red sleeve jacket just behind them is Neyazi as they start to greet this turn, trying to weave between horses from the back end is Waladum Aldawi as they start to spin towards the final 600. So up top, it's Akko Noof who shows the way and tries to draw on a bit now, goes around the bend by 2.5 lengths. On the outside is Barhiz. Between horses still there is the checks of Neyazi, and on the inside fence is Waladum Aldawi, who's now just pulling out into the 2-path. Faray Alanea is still there. It's almost a line of 5. Heading inside the final 200 they go. Akko Noof is now being pressed very strongly, loads of challengers, and it looks as though Faray Alanea is going on in company with Neyazi. These two trying to quicken up, still there. Akko Noof has battled on gamely on the inside, driving to the line here. It's just going to be Neyazi, I think. It's a desperately close finish. Heads all over the shop, but I think it will be Neyazi, the 12, with the bob at the right time over Faray Alanea. Waladu Maldawi was there, and also in there still was Akko Noof. So a good finish to race 8. This local bred maiden who looked a very tricky puzzle to solve. Neyazi was 0 from 13 before today, but as we say, a maiden no more. 1:41.42 is the winner's time clocked, and has beaten Faria Alanea into second by a head. Narrow margin between them, as you see. Head was actually going up from Neyazi, but has managed to scramble in. On the far side, Akko Noof has finished in 3rd place, and that's a fair effort considering he was under pressure quite a way out. He did keep responding, and the reserve runs strong to finish 4th. So again, not much between runners over the line there, only a head and half a length between our top trio, and the order is 12, 14 and 19.
Once again, we have been relegated to second and third with with a bit of a surprise victor ahead of us. This was Niazi, who was 0 for 13 before this, now 1 for 14, comes out of a 12th, the 14th, and showed a little bit of form, went 5th, 3 back.
Yeah, we've had a couple of winners today, but how many places?
Too many.
Every race, I think we haven't had a winner. One of us has been second or third.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a bummer, but that's okay. We are perfectionists. We try to be as effective as we can for those of you following along on YouTube, and keep it up. And we're glad that you've seen some lots of comments there from the regulars. Tell your friends and let us know who you like in some of these races coming up. If you need to find the cars, they'll be at fruzia.com. Under race cards, click on the English button on the top and then click on race cards under racing.
Yes, spot on. I mean, have a look at the race card for this one as well and tell me how that won. I found it very difficult to make a solid case for Niazi, I have to say. It was a good ride. Quite clearly he's improved, and yeah, this horse was 12th last time, 14th the time before, both in similar kind of races. Second off the little layoff since Taif, maybe seen a bit of improvement, but I mean, just really hard to recommend. Was always up in the vanguard early on. Beat my selection by 1/100th of a second. And yeah, tough. I thought you were on the winner turning for home. I was then surprised that Farah and I was actually running home, considering last time up he was fading. And then I thought I was going to get on top, but neither of us.
And he's, you know, Akonuf kind of was disappointing just because it's a horse that finished well. He came back at them at the end. Maybe they should have sent for home a little more aggressively, but I just feel like a lot of these horses are going to take turns beating themselves.
Yeah. Camilo did a good job on yours, getting him across, I thought, from the wide gate and managing to get to the front. Kicked slightly on the home turn and was 2 lengths clear. And in running, I was saying to you, as we see rewinding, in running, I was saying to you that you were on the winner, because when we saw the footage of the last run of Akonuf and Farah Alanaya, Akonuf was strong in the closing stages. So
yeah, the only thing I didn't like, you said that right before they went to the pan angle, which is right around the 450, 475 mark. And usually at that point, you can see whether or not they are truly lengthening.
True, and he wasn't.
And getting away, and he was not.
but there was no closer in the race, so I thought maybe he'd just plug on at the 1 speed. To be fair, he did, but it took him 200 metres to kind of find that 1 speed. He got past and then started to re-rally.
Yeah, that was, you know, he had to traverse all the way across, and that probably took a little bit of the starch out of him. Maybe that cost him the race, but this is a horse that's had some chances before, and he definitely will probably finish thereabouts again next time out.
For sure. He probably won't be given as good a ride either. You know, he's managed to negotiate his way all the way across from the widest stall. From there, he's gently moved away to the rail without causing interference. He's kicked a little bit clear here, 2 lengths ahead of the field, and it looked like he was job done for me, because I know.
There, and then you see cocked his stick a little bit. He's reminding the horse to lengthen out, and at this point, if he's winning this race, he's drawing away, but instead they're closing in.
The winner's in second at this point, and actually about to be passed by the horse on the inside in the black and the white spots, who was Walad.
He was racing a little bit erratically, to be fair.
Yeah,
and he was all over the place.
Look, there's 3 virtually in the line at the finish. There's 5 separated by around a length and a quarter. It wasn't much of a race, and it probably won't work out form-wise, but it's good for a horse like Niazi, who was 0 for 13 coming into today, to get that win on the board. Is crucial. You know, it's going to be difficult for him to win again, but you know, being a 1-time winner is better than being a 0-time winner.
What is unfortunate about your selection, Farah Alanaya, is that even after the wire, he didn't want to put his head in front.
No, he didn't want to fight. It's fine.
He wanted no bits of it.
No,
but that's okay. That's okay. Our horses ran to their form. We just didn't get them in the right order, and that's all right. We will move on from here. We got you know, for me, we're going to move up. I'm very excited. We're moving up to a race that's worth 145,000 Saudi riyals, and it's 2,000 meter handicap, 0 to 90. So you're going to see some decent horses in here.
Yeah, it's wide open. There's also a big range of talent. Sometimes in these handicaps for the thoroughbreds, you can get just £4 separating 20 runners, or £5. But in this race, there's a big kind of margin of £20 between top and bottom weight. So, you know, you have to factor that in. The horses towards the bottom are only carrying 54 kilos. It's quite surprising to me that Camila can do 54 kilos as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a range of talent. I'm looking forward to getting stuck in. I wouldn't want to be wide on the track in this kind of race. And we have the lovable types, the Nordic Lights, who won last week when we were here. And then
you think he can back it up?
No. Look, I would love him to.
There was a pause.
I love him to, because we both like him as a horse in general. Not maybe in this race.
Tough old horse.
Yeah, exactly.
Similar profile to him is Gabber, who's you know, obviously rated only 1 pound beneath him at 81. He's an old Shadwell horse back in his day who was quite effective in stakes races.
Also by Intello, and was also supposed to run in that race. Nordic Lights won last week, but was scratched.
And I'm landing on him today just because I was going to pick him in that race.
Yeah.
And I'm just going to back it up, and I figured Post 11 is going to work out well for him. 2000 it should hit him on somewhere within range. You never know. I think it probably favors Nordic Lights and those sorts a little bit more. Gabber was more a mile to mile and an eighth.
Sure,
So-
I wouldn't be surprised if Gabber got it done. He's a horse with back class, and there are quite a few in here like that.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this. This is going to be a 2,000-meter tough race to sort of pull apart. A little bit better horses than we dealt with just now, but you know, it's your job. It's your job to pull those apart and make us all look smarter.
Way too many seconds so far, so hopefully we can find a winner. Alex Moreno is on Mr. Trinket, the top weight in this race, and maybe it's time that we see another Alex Moreno interview. I think he's already had 3 winners across the weekend so far, maybe even 4. So maybe he racks up another one in here. Mr. Trinket is my most likely play at this stage, but it's wide open, and when we go through the runner by runner, we'll discuss every horse's case in greater detail.
And speaking of Alex and runner by runners, we're going to go up to Alex Fussy, who's going to take us through the next race.
Smoothly done, thanks Michael. Yes, let's have a look at the field for this 20-runner contest, going up in trip to the 2,000 metres, so take us a little longer, won't it? Number 1, Mr. Trinket for Alex Moreno, a winner at meeting 54. Number 2 is Astaroth. Khalid Albin Modi will do the steering. 3 is Bismillah Ayla, 2 wins from 34 starts, although it was a winner, 2 back. Number 4, Master Skills, has got a wide draw to overcome. Luis Morales is out in 19. 5 is Bottle Rocket Man. Tariq Al-Mansour, there's been hints for him, but yet to really burst forwards in recent starts. Number 7 is Tafish, Wigberto Ramos, a winner at meeting 50. 8 is Emirates Knights. Emirates Knights, the mount of Abdullah Lawfi. And 9, Dark Scimitar, gets on the bottom and was a winner last time out. Also, last time out winner, as the guys touched upon, Nordic Lights number 10 for Hamza Sad, and 11 is Gabber, another runner that has been already mentioned. 12, Treble Joy, 0 from 13. One of the very few runners in this race. In fact, the only runner who's yet to win is Treble Joy. 13, I beg your pardon, Premium Tickets also looking for a first win, but he's been going close, hasn't he? 13 on the card. 14, Labib is a 3-time winner. Then 15 is Gurkale Warrior, Ayad Al Turisi. 16, Land of Eagles, a winner once from 6 goes, but he's promised a few decent runs before. 17 is Kibali. 18 is Sad Ainak. 19 is Al Mutib. And 20 down at the bottom, Aden Castle for Ospina. So 20 runners, competitive heat. We've certainly upped it in terms of quality this time around. And the jockeys are just coming to speak to connections.
Very exciting. We're to go through here, runner by runner in this 2,000-meter handicap for 0 to 90. Mr. Trinket, 2 for 12, the one with a little bit of form in there.
Ridden by Alex Moreno in this race. He's got a great chance later and maybe racks up another win here. This horse, recent success, came over 2,400.
Number 2 is Astaroth, going the wrong direction there. Now moves in. There we go. It's 5 for 13. Comes off a 5th place finish.
Ex-Brit, used to be trained by Jamie Osborne. Seems to be better over 1,600 metres.
Bismillah Alea is 2 for 34. 4th and 1st in his last 2.
That victory came in a 0 to 80 handicap, 2 starts back. Was ahead of Master Skills last time.
Famous Black Silks of Prince Sultan bin Mashal. This is a mastery colt, Master Skills.
Needs to improve, as I say, behind Bismillah Ayla last time. Gets a wide draw in 19 today.
Bottle Rocket Man, the well-bred into mischief. Horse 4 for 29.
Finds it difficult in open races generally, finishing 7th in one last time up.
Tafish is a War Command 6-year-old horse, 3 for 13, has been in the picture in his last 3 runs.
Spurned a good chance last time. In good form though, and Shamila mentioned him at the top of the show as her main fancy today.
Number 8 is Emirates Knight with a K, 4 for 17.
Seasonal return for this one, Emirates Knight, we're about to see him. Used to be trained in the UK as well. Probably come on for this fitness-wise.
Dark Scimitar, had to Google this one. This is apparently a weapon from the video game Monster Hunter. Dark Scimitar is 2 for 9. There was a winner last time.
Won a 0 to 90 over 1,800 metres last time up. He was strong at the wire, so the trip should help.
There he is right there, looking quite well. He's sleek, looking sharp, if you will. Number 10 is Nordic Lights, the winner last week, 4 for 19 locally.
Admirable horse, runs his race every single time. Won last week, as you say. He'll be strong in the later stages.
Let's see that big white face. It's going to be coming in the shot in just a minute. That in shot there is still Dark Scimitar. You can see how he got his name. He's slender and he's Dark Bay.
Yes.
Looking very well. They're dwelling on this one for a bit there. We'll see Nordic Lights in just a second. I think Nordic Lights is a horse that when he got into good form before, when he was with Charlie, he would stay in that form for a while. I'd be shocked if he didn't run at least somewhat well. There he is, looking well. This is Nordic Lights we mentioned before as son of Intello, coming off a win last week, looking extremely well. Another chestnut with a nice blaze as Gabber will be in shot in just a moment. Another Intello as well. He is 3 for 23, was 7th last time.
Seems to be running around the same level this season, running a lot as well, like most of this trainer's horses have been so far. Maybe he can run a place today.
See that? Oh, there he is. There's the old boy. Used to visit him while he was in Doug Watson's yard and would carry the Shadwell colours, looking well. Altorish has the ride today. Altorish actually has the ride on Treble Joy, number 12. Pardon me. There, he's 0 for 13.
Yet to win a race, which has got to be a negative in a contest like this. Formerly trained in the UK, like most of these.
Premium Ticket is number 13 at Dawn Approach, 5-year-old, 0 for 10 locally, 2nd last time, no.
Same as Treble Joy insofar as has not won a race, but at least was a good 2nd last time in a better race than Treble Joy was 2nd in.
Labib is number 14, same name as the excellent Gainsborough Miler from the 90s that Neil Drysdale trained, 3 for 22, 3rd last time.
By exceeding excel, slowly coming back to form.
Gurkhali Warrior is number 15, will be in shot in just a second. He's 2 for 20, 9th last time.
Has not troubled to judge recently, but he's a horse with back class.
Number 16, we'll have him just in shot in a second, is Land of Eagles, 1 for 6 locally, 5th and 3rd in his last 2 runs. Havana Gold stretching out.
Another start for this 4-year-old, tends to run every single week for Meshal Amutari, the owner trainer. Yeah, this horse is drawn in 20, that's probably not ideal.
Number 17 will be Kabale, has 2 wins into his record. It's the son of Churchill.
Interesting runner in this race, very unexposed, making the 2nd start in Saudi Arabia. Drawn in 9, just need to prove the fitness. I'm not 100% sure he's ready to go today.
Saad Einak is number 18, draws the 18 as well. He has 1 win, 20 local runs. It was 10th last time.
Just not good enough in this kind of race.
I can relate. Number 19 is Al Mutib. He's 1 for 13, was 9th last time.
Yeah, he's drawn inside. Normally that would be a relatively good post, but I'm not sure this time. Ricardo Ferreira takes the ride.
And last but not least, but there's Saad Einak. Let's take another look at him. Son of Blue Burner, just not good enough. Just I think has no chance at all.
Yeah, I don't like the post. He's not as prolific, and his 4 runs this year just haven't been on terms with the others.
That's all right. We see that 19 is Al Mutib once again. We'll get to Adon Castle, is going to be number 20. And he is coming in with 1 win, 14 runs, and was 4th last time.
Gets a lot of weight for the classier runners in this race. Camilo rides, as he usually does, and as I keep saying, Noah Fawaz's horses tend to run every single week, so Adon Castle is at least race fit.
He used to be with Ahmed bin Harmish in the UAE.
That is not Camilo Ospina. It seems like Camilo's choosing who he rides of late, so he's not on Adon Castle as the race card suggests.
Let's go to Shamila and see what she thinks and see what looks good down there.
Well, Michael, as I said in my intro to today, the horse that I was most looking forward to is horse number 7 in this race, Tarfish, who is just coming up behind me now, trained by Gaith Al-Gaith, 3rd last time out and 1st the time before that. He will jump from stall 15, a stunning 6-year-old colt by War Command, ridden by Wigberto Ramos, so definitely should be in the placings. Now, this is a really competitive race, guys. I had real trouble kind of narrowing it down. A lot of really nice-looking horses, fit-looking horses in here, also lean as well. They really don't have much weight on them at all. Horse that also really stood out is horse number 1, Mr. Trinket, and horse number 13, ridden by Naif Al-Nazi, Premium Ticket. A horse that was a little bit of a red flag for me was horse number 9, just because he was acting up in the parade ring, kind of rearing and kicking out a little bit. Seems to have settled down since the jockey has been put on board. But I will be sticking this time with Tarfish in the 9th race of the day. This contest is worth 145,000 Saudi Riyal, which is absolutely fantastic, and hopefully Tarfish can just keep on swimming.
Well done, Shamila. She stays with Tarfish in there. She mentioned it earlier in the day, and she is resolute in supporting the 6-year-old horse by War Command with 3 victories to his credit. Draws 15 in here, which, as we learned this week, is not going to be a bother at all.
No, this seems to be the right place for Tarfish. He's the sole horse I don't like. I mean, I could keep coming up with these fish jokes, but I'm no good at them. I'm not as good as either you or Shamila. Look,
Get out of here.
Tarfish, I selected Tarfish last week when he ran and finished 3rd, and he ran okay. You know, the quick turnaround is okay with him as well. Is
he consistent or is he more flaky?
Hey, I like it. He's consistent to actually answer your question. But yeah, we could keep going all day with these ones.
That's okay. Well, good. I'm glad. Hopefully, it's all downstream from here. But I look forward to seeing whether or not he can live up to the regard in which Shamila holds him. I'm not sure who I'm landing on in here. You're going to have to help me. Give me 4.
Mr. Trinket is going to be my selection, so he's my number 1 in my shortlist. Just to go back onto him quickly, his recent win came over 2,400. I like that he's got extra stamina. Finished 7th over this trip last time, but that came in a 1 to 3 winners event. So you could debate that wasn't as strong, but I think there was a nice group of unexposed rivals. That's Camilo Ospina. He's on number 11, Gabba, not horse number 20, Aidan Castle. Same silk, same trainer, same owner, different
I will
horse.
be on Gabber.
Yes. Yeah, you're getting a good jockey booking there. This is Aidan Castle with a different rider.
Years ago, used to be rated as high as 95, 96, back when he was with Andre Fabre, and then was with Andre Fabre, and then was with Ahmed bin Harmash.
Yes, and it seems to have gone a little bit downhill since then.
Just a bit.
Could recapture
Down
his form,
to 69.
but seems a little bit unlikely, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's a son of Teofilo that's had plenty of runs. I think he had 18 runs before he came here. He's had 13 runs here, so yeah, he's definitely well preserved. We'll just
for sure. So if you're going to stick with Gabra, I'll give you 2 others that are major players. Mr. Trinket, I've already made the case for. The other one is Dark Scimitar. He won a 0 to 90, the exact grade of this race, over 1,800 last time.
He is in shot now.
Yeah, exactly. Perfect. Great from the gallery. Yeah, we'll see him win that 0 to 90 handicap over the 1,800. And watch how strong he is at the line. He really powers through the finish post here, as you can see, make the move out wide in the yellow silks. Goes 5 wide on the bend, bit of scrimmaging inside, but that wouldn't have changed the result or affected the first 3 placings. And Dark Scimitar really powers the whole way down the straight, hitting the line well and drawing further clear of the remainder. This effort suggests that the step up to 2,000 is just.
And this is 1,800?
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, very much so. This is a horse that is going to love every bit of the stretch out. Son of Verrazzano, though, which is a bit of a shock, because Verrazzano couldn't, was my pick in the Kentucky Derby.
Really?
On a sloppy day, didn't quite get the distance, but turned out to be just a heck of a miler.
Yeah. We see Master Skills and Bismillah Ayla, and they're running against each other in this race. Master Skills in the black silks of Prince Sultan bin Mishal, and on the outside there is Bismillah Allah. Not much separating the 2.
Yeah, they're not really making a huge dent in the race.
No.
It looks like to me it just looks like they're going to have to improve in a big way in order to even. I think. Let's just say that I think they could factor here, but I'm not sure that they're going to be win material.
No, they're probably going to be in the 2nd tier.
Shots that is Nordic Lights looking extremely well right now. He must be proud of himself. Nice win last week.
Yeah, for this 8-year-old, he's a very consistent horse, a lovable horse as well, and we'll watch that footage now. Just pick him up in mid-division. You can see the big white blaze out wide, red silks. He was a lot closer this day. That was the key to him. Prior to this, he'd been running home from miles off the speed and
just gave him too much to do.
Yeah, too much to do, exactly. He was within range this time. Comes down the centre of the track, as he always does, and finishes off his race very nicely indeed.
Shades of his old self.
Yes, and Shamila's selection, Tarfish, is in the yellow and blue, sorry, back in third this day.
Yeah, this is, got pipped on the line there for second, didn't he?
He did. Very
Fortunate for him. But yeah, I'm not sure he can turn it around on Nordic Lights. I think that there's a lot to be said for this horse not having overextended himself to win last week, and I don't think I'm not sure he'll bounce off of it. I think he could run really well again. Positionally, I'm worried a little bit about the 3-hole for him, the 3-post.
Yes.
Because he probably is a little bit better when he's able to keep himself clear.
Exactly that. That's why I didn't like him in here. He's a one-run roller, is how I describe him, down the straight. You don't want his momentum checked because he doesn't really quicken. He kind of just stays on powerfully, but at the one speed. So from the inside gate, either he's going to have to go up the inside and hope to get a clear run, which seems relatively unlikely, or somehow switch out wide. Again, that would cause the horse to lose a lot of momentum and maybe waste too much energy.
Yeah, so I'm going to stick with Gabber in here. Shamila is with Tarfish. You're with Mr. Trinket.
Yes.
Which, fantastic name. So we'll go a little early up to Alex because this is our first, in my opinion, this is the first exciting race of the day. Alex, who do you like today? Just take us through a couple of your chances, and we'll let you call the race after that.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, it is most definitely our best race so far by quite a distance, isn't it? This 0 to 90 contest, as you can see down the track there, with runners assembling at the starting point. Like you say, I think there's quite a few with a good chance here. I mean, Nordic Lights, I thought he was an obvious player on the basis of that win last time out at meeting 68 last week. There is obviously the little bit of concern about his position in stall 3 and whether he can get a clear run down the centre of the racecourse as he likes, but I still wouldn't rule him out of doing just that in here. Oddly enough, one of the horses that I was relatively interested in is one that hasn't won before. I thought Premium Ticket could show up quite well. On more than one occasion this season, 3 or 4 times, we've had good runs from him. And I think he's better than a horse that's not won a race so far. Of 58, carries a bit less than some of those that have racked up previous wins. So he could be one with a bit of a lighter weight to carry that could be involved in the finish as well. And Dark Scimitar obviously would be another one that I'm wary of. So a bit of a 3-way go there. 9, 10, 13 would be my players, and see if they can get involved in the shake-up. There's Tafish just going through the shot, yellow and blue. That is Astaroth going in. Got the black cap on. You've got 3 in the same ownership here, haven't you? Astaroth, Gabba, who is the mount of Camila Ospina, and 20 Aidan Castle, all in those same ownership colours, the black, white diamonds. They'll have different coloured caps. Bismillah Ayla has just gone in. Last couple coming up. Tafish just moving into gate 15. And Master Skills is going to be the final one forwards. And stall number 19 is the destination. Master Skills comes in. Set to go. Flags up. They're off. Racing away here over 2,000 metres in this 0 to 90 handicap. Aidan Castle is a little bit sluggish to get rolling, actually. Will be at the back end of the field. Also, one of those dropping out is Labib, orange jacket and black cap. Looking for some early pace. Well, it's not overly strong. It's quite contested. There's a wave of runners going forwards. Bottle Rocket Man is bang there, trying to take a pull. In between horses is Kabali. and also coming forwards to Wanted is Premium Ticket. So these two start to try and forge on. Included in that wave behind at this stage, you've got several, haven't we? On the outside is Astaroth, even wider the black colours of Master Skills, still right there, Premium Ticket in the blue. Another runner in combination of blue and white colours is Bismillah Ayla, and just weaving through on the inside of those Bottle Rocket Man. And another one, Emirates Knight. It's been quite an interesting first part of the race. There's been lots up there, but no one really taking overall control. Dark Scimitar continues to follow. Taff Fisher's in centre field. Also back through them at this stage is Gabba as they start the left-handed turn. Right on the inside is Al Mutib as well. But up top, as they begin this spin back towards home, it's going to be Premium Ticket, who's right on the outside of Bismillah Ayla, and they are the first two. Around there outside, Master Skills is coming forward. Still there as well is Astaroth as they level on in. Dark Scimitar trying to get rolling as well. Mr. Trinket now, green jacket, keep an eye, is right there in the centre of the race course. Heading inside the final 200, it's Premium Ticket who's out in front. Here is Mr. Trinket who's storming down the centre. Mr. Trinket off and away. Mr. Trinket opening up for an emphatic success. Mr. Trinket far too good. Second place, probably just Premium Ticket. It will be close for the minor honours. Treble Joy was the yellow colours late on the scene. But no doubt about our winner, Mr. Trinket, came from 3/4 of the way back in the field in the hands of Alex Moreno and gaining a third career success in ready fashion. At the top of the weights here, carrying 62 kilos and offer rating of 89. Only way is up for him. He's going to be stepping into even better company, that's for sure. 2:05.53 is Mr. Trinket's winning time. What do we reckon? About 6 or 7 lengths? Yeah, it's 7. 7 lengths is the official margin of victory, and beats Premium Ticket, who I'm pleased has run well, given a good nod for him before the off, but again, he's found one too good. I really hope he gets his head in front soon. Treble Joy, we mentioned him as a rapid closer. He's third. And Dark Scimitar, who wasn't far off them, eventually in fourth place. If you were keeping an eye out for Nordic Light, he's come with his customary late charge. He's eventually finished 6th, having never got a shout during the race. Good action. Very impressive winner, Mr. Trinket. It's 1, 13 and 12, the order in our 9th race.
Alex, well done, Alex. Good race, Alex.
Thank you, Salman. Well done to Abu Sultan, our team, our stable. Mabruk to Mr. Trinket. Well, he's a nice horse, actually. Today I think I was so far away, but after 600, he just responded me well. She's fly away today. She was so good today. Thank you, buddy.
Wow, what an absolutely brilliant performance there from Mr. Trinket and Alex Moreno. That's Alex's second win of today. Looks like they got caught in a little bit of kickback, but Mr. Trinket does not seem bothered by that whatsoever. Absolutely fantastic scenes for all of the connections to Al Mandil stables. We love to see them have winners here in Riyadh, as they did in Taif as well. They absolutely cleaned up this 4-year-old gelding by Australia, jumped out of stall 8, and honestly was nowhere near who I thought who was going to win the race. But Alex and Mr. Trinket stormed down the middle of the track to get to that first position, really impressively. Alex is all smiles. Little fist bump there from colleague Naif Al-Nazi, who came second on horse number 13, Premium Ticket, who I initially thought was going to win. Very unlucky, however, all smiles. Good camaraderie between all the jockeys here. And what a brilliant ride by Alex Moreno. Congratulations, Alex.
Thank you very much.
What did you make of that? I mean, you got caught in a little bit of kickback and you just flew down the center of the track.
Well, actually, he liked that way. He liked to be easy from the beginning. He just last 700, he just fly, like today.
Yeah. And what were you thinking coming out of stall 8?
Well, I was afraid from the traffic, but you know, I have some space inside, so I just gone through with him because I have a very good horse. So after I just go outside, and he just fly away, you know.
And Naif was quite far ahead of you. Did you think you were going to catch him? You were confident of that?
Yeah, after last 300, I say, run away, I will catch you. And I did it, you know. My horse just fly today.
Yeah. And it's not very often. Is this your first time riding Mr. Trinket?
Yeah, it's my first time.
Yeah,
but I've been looking at all his races, so he's a nice horse, I think so.
Yeah. And if you were to ride him again, would you keep him the same distance? Would you do anything different with him?
Well, I think he's good in the 2,000, 1,800. 1,400, I think a little bit far. But, you know, it depends on the crew, you know.
Well done, Alex. Really, really good ride.
Thank you very much.
Indeed, very excellent ride. Gives Tom his third winner of the evening. And yeah, just you're batting 33%, not bad.
Yeah, better now with a couple of recent winners. That was a good ride by Alex, I have to say. Sometimes he can get a little bit in the wrong position, but that was perfect. When we watched the race back in full, you'll see that he was alongside Nordic Lights at a crucial stage of the race around the turn, and Nordic Lights was trying to make the same move at the same time, but Alex didn't let that happen. He took the gap ahead of him. Nordic Lights had to sit and wait, and that might be the decisive move. Saying that, this horse was miles the best. You'll see him break from the middle. Green Silk just takes a bump there, but Alex is happy to settle back in the pack, and from this moment onwards he's level with Nordic Lights in the red and black alongside, and he makes his run late.
Yeah, Nordic Lights a little bit unlucky, but just the old boy just doesn't turn on the dime like he used to, and can't really pick up. In other words, cannot pick up when needed. So the inside draw was the worry that we mentioned before for him being able to back up his victory last week, and right now he is as inside as you can possibly be with this field.
Yeah, exactly that. And actually, in a second we'll see that Alex Moreno, on the eventual winner, Mr. Trinket, comes through. He's out of the screen at the moment in the Green Silk, but he'll come through and sit next to Nordic Lights. Then when they get to the bend, you'll see the crucial, hopefully we'll see the crucial moment where Alex takes the gap and Nordic Lights cannot. Look, he was unlucky, Nordic Lights was unlucky not to get maybe third or second, but he would have never beaten this winner. He was much the best today. This son of Australia loved every minute of the 2,000 metres. And having run over 2,400 last time, when I saw him cruising in the straight, even 5 lengths behind, I knew it was game over.
Yeah, he really finished up well for a horse with so much stamina that, you know, I was kind of shocked that he just put them to bed so easily.
He bolted up. It was really a case of him and then the rest of the field. This was his first run in the 0 to 90. Last time we ran in horses who've won 1 to 3. So as I was saying beforehand, I had a sneaky suspicion that was a better race. Look at just at the bottom of the screen, Nordic Lights red and black. Then in the green on the outside is the eventual winner. Just squeezes Nordic Lights up, and that was the crucial moment. Alex was able to take the gap on Mr. Trinket. Nordic Lights just didn't have enough speed to take it, and therefore he's now 4 lengths back. You lose momentum and ground.
Yeah, and he's kind of go out to the same path that he won from last week, and it's just far too late.
Yeah.
He needed to be a little bit closer, obviously. Winner wins well. Winner wins well, carrying top weight in this handicap. So he's definitely going to be, he's going to have to run with the bigger boys next time, because I see him rising significantly off the 89.
Yeah, for sure. He's a good horse, though, and he stays all kinds of trips. So I think he's got the potential of doing better than this. And what's interesting is that Alex has already had 2 winners today. We've had 2 contrasting interviews. Both of the horses flew away, which I love to hear. And hopefully he flies away on the next one as well, because he's got a phenomenal chance in the next race in the same silks on Luganini. Alex could be set for a hat-trick.
Yeah, but it would be a shock at all. He's one of the better riders here. Any other kind of, other than Nordic Lights, any sad stories that were kind of just horses to look out for next time?
If I'm being honest, I was so focused on Nordic Lights and Mr. Trinket that I didn't necessarily see some of the others. Dark Scimitar maybe didn't run as well as predicted prior to the...
Gabber never really got involved.
Yeah, where was Gabber? I didn't see Gabber at all.
Yeah, he was nowhere, to be honest.
Yeah, he's right there up near the pace, in mid-div, just gone out of shot now with the black and white silks. Maybe he just didn't fire today. Dark Scimitar as well. I mean, he was kind of up there, but just didn't seem to use that burst that he showed last time.
Yeah, just not everybody's day. But to be honest, I think if they all ran their absolute A+ race, then they would still all be running for second because Mr. Trinket was very much the best.
Yeah, really good performance. I like that one. I was not just because I put him up. Obviously, it makes it a lot nicer. But I like the way he did the job. He moved into the race like a good horse, and he kicked clear like a good horse too.
And we move on just as well. We're going to go up in distance to the 2,400 meters for 3-year-olds and upward. Open race here. We're going to go out to Alex for this 1.5-mile test of stamina.
Yes, indeed. Longest race coming up, 2,400 as you've heard. Let's have a look at the lineup for it. Number 1 is Barod, the mount of Eddie Castro, just 1 win from 19 starts. 2 is Maker of Light, also not the best of records, 1 from 21. No 3 here, that's a non-runner. Number 4 is Freshwater Cliffs. In terms of records, it's even worse, isn't it? 1 from 27 for that particular runner. Number 5 is Carabeno, 7 from 32, so we're getting better. Camillo Ospina will be aboard that one. Roaming Stone is the 7, had a couple of runs this campaign. James Doyle's got a ride in here as well, rides number 8, Mashmuk, and would have a pretty fair chance, having finished second when last seen. Taj Alola is number 9, Tariq Al-Mansour, and Mujir is number 10, Wigberto Ramos. We will head on over the page, and the next we see is Dramatic Device, the 11, and then the 12, Jazio, who's a 3-time winner, edging towards 50 runs now for that filly, 48th today. Number 13 is Antelope Canyon, 1 win from 6 starts, but the form this season has been very poor. Number 14 is Trevoli, a 4-time winner. 15, Union Strength, another one for the Fawaz stable tonight. 16 is Kabar, Mohammed Said riding. 17, Loving Feeling, dipping into Saudi company for the first time. And then the 18, Luganini, which has already been touched upon. Alex Moreno looking for the 3rd winner of this evening. And this gelding was a winner when last seen at meeting 48. Runners are in the parade ring ahead of the 10th race. Let's head back to Michael and Tom for their paddock thoughts.
Run through these horses here. Barud is 1 for 19, son of Kodiak, comes off a 2nd place finish.
Yeah, finished second last time in a shorter distance race. Came 3rd over 2,400s back at meeting 54.
Maker of Light, son of Mason, is 1 for 21, 9th last time.
Subpar last week in that 9th place finish, and prior to that was only 11th.
3 Dreams Unwind is out. Number 4, Freshwater Cliffs, 1 for 27, 8th last time.
Wraith Beckett, only rated 65.
Caribeño is number 5, 7 for 32, 7th last time.
Should love this distance, formerly trained by Smart Prescott in the UK.
Number 6, Vindicate is out. Number 7 is Roaming Stone, 0 for 3 locally, 9th last time.
Yet to win or show any signs of life here.
Interesting one is Mashmuk, 1 for 4, comes off a 2nd place finish, number 8.
Unexposed but remains a maiden. This trip should be good.
Number 9 is Taj Alola, 3 for 13, comes off an 18th place finish.
Break since the last run, and looks like this horse needs the race today.
Mujir used to be with Aqua bin Harmish in the UAE, 1 for 6 and 10th last time.
Had lots of runs, should be race fit, just doesn't have the quality.
Number 11 is Dramatic Device, son of the great Dan Silly, 5 for 29.
This is his favourite distance, but again, he comes off the layoff, so fitness is a worry.
Jazio is 3 for 47, a pair of 6th place finishes his last 2.
Far from prolific.
Antelope Canyon, 1 for 6, 14th last time.
Last 5 runs don't exactly inspire confidence.
Number 14 is Trevoli, is 4 for 16, and a pair of 11th place finishes in our last 2.
Seems to be going the wrong direction.
Union Strength is number 15, 0 for 2, and 2nd last time.
Another maiden in this race. This looks a tough spot, but still unexposed.
And looks really well like most Union rags. Probably the best thrower of good-looking horses. Kabar is number 16, coming out of the 16 hole, 1 for 16. Seems to be a trend.
Lots of tries so far, but without success.
Number 17, we'll see in shot in just a moment, is Loving Feeling. Is that a first-time starter locally?
Yeah, used to be trained by John Gosden, was a maiden in the UK. He's very one-paced, but he's an interesting runner.
Yeah, I'm intrigued by this one in general. I'd like to see him here in a second, just to see if we can get an eyeful of what this horse is going to be presenting. There he is. Actually looking quite well.
Nice looker, yeah.
Not a shock. I don't think Gosden keeps many bad-looking horses in the yard. Number 18, we'll get to in just a second. A horse with the highest rating in the field at 105. This is Luganini, a son of Zoffany, stretching out and looking well. 6 for 24.
By far the most likely winner of this race. Won the National Day Cup last time up. The fact he's actually in just this kind of lower grade open contest is interesting, considering he's obviously a better horse than this. And if you look on figures alone, handicap ratings, he's 17 pounds clear of the nearest pursuer with a mark of 105 compared to Trivoli's 88. There are a couple of horses in here that don't have a mark, including Loving Feeling, but of those with experience, and plenty of it, Luganini is the clear standout.
Yeah, this is going to be fun to see what he does. Loving Feeling is interesting, the 17.
For sure.
You see the horse right in the shot right now. We're going to go to hold that thought. We'll go straight to Shamila and see what she thinks of these good-looking horses.
Thank you, Michael. It is our 10th race of the night, so only 3 more to go. I mean, how could you not go for Luganini in this race? I looked at every single other horse in this race. No one looks as good as Luganini. So Alex Moreno is chasing that hat trick today. He's just about to get legged up onto Luganini right next to me here now. He's sporting a hood and a tongue strap and a fluffy noseband as well, as he always does. And he's just strutting around the parade ring like he's done this 100 times before. He has 6 wins to his name. He was at the first last time out in meeting 48. So the Almendale stables have high hopes for this horse. And I mean, we have really good horses in this race. Horse number 1, Baroud, looks really well. Horse number 8, Mashouk, the mount of James Doyle. And horse number 11, Dramatic Device as well. And I think I do need to mention horse number 17, Loving Feeling, a debutant in this race. However, it could be a little bit out of his depth, though never doubt the training of Thamar Al-Dehani, who won the big race yesterday. So, yeah, it's Luganini for me in this race.
All right, thank you, Shamila. That's not a shock at all. You guys are landing on the obvious horse. That's okay. It's okay. I'm gonna try to upend you in some way here. I think that the two I'm going to choose. It's either going to be Loving Feeling or Mashmook. I haven't decided which one yet.
Yeah, I think they're the 2 horses in here who are unexposed and have the potential to actually match Luganini. But at this point in time, Luganini is quite clearly the standout. The only negative I have against Luganini is that he's coming off a relatively long layoff since meeting 48. Some of these horses after that kind of gap, what are we talking, maybe 23 meetings, so around 8 or 9 weeks. Coming off that kind of gap, they can lose a fitness edge, but he doesn't even need to be 100% to win this.
Probably going to land on Loving Feeling in here. Just going back, was a third over this distance when last seen in May, and was dwelt at the start that day, had some excuses. Has a huge pedigree, a Group 1 runner, and Loving thinks is his mother. See the stars, no issue going the 2,400 meters whatsoever, and just a lot to like. Obviously, and the yard's in form. Just if you're going to be a contrarian and you're going to get 5 kilos from the big favorite carrying a 105 rated Luganini, I'm going to take a shot with a horse that could be anything.
Yeah, for sure. Why not? Loving Feeling was 0 for 2 for Jonathan Gosden in the UK. Was very one-paced, but ran on turf. See the stars suggest stamina. Everything about this horse suggests he should get the distance, so that's not a worry. First time up is a little bit of a concern, but Sheikh Abdullah Al-Malak Al-Sabar's had success. He won the big race yesterday. I quite like him, I have to admit. And if Luganini wasn't in the race, Loving Feeling would have been my pick.
And I do like the fact that of the 2 races he's had, and he's a very unexposed horse. Of the 2 races he's had, he has shown some form in them. He's third in both, and he's shown that he wants to be a racehorse. Probably a big plotter. That's what he looks like in both physicality and his form. But and he has that pivotal on the bottom, which you'd love to see, especially on you know, from my opinion, that soft ground bred and loving horses seem to take to this surface. So I'm going to take a shot against a huge sort of a sentimental favorite in Luganini and see if Loving Feeling can upset the apple cart.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that whatsoever. James Doyle's mount as well, Mashmook, they're the three.
Looked really well.
Yeah. It's just that he's not a maiden. Loving Feeling's a maiden. It's just that Mashmook is not shown it yet this year. He has improved for his last two outings, 4th and then 2nd, since running 11th on debut. But you know, you kind of want to see a piece of winning form from a horse like this if you're running against a type in Luganini who's quite clearly very talented and prolific.
Yeah, and he appears to be a locally bred horse taking on the imports as well. Just depends on how you feel about that as well.
Yeah.
You feel like it's a knock against?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, I mean, that's valid. I do think that. We're looking at a piece of form
Luganini right now.
This is Luganini looking very much like the favorite he is.
Yeah, I love how he runs down the centre of the track here, powers home. The horses on the inside have done little full of form. Look back in the pack at that horse in blue and yellow, just leg weary, was up with the speed and shows that sometimes horses run over this distance don't get the trip. Luganini certainly does, and he's strong on the wire.
Yeah, he's very much looking extremely well in the parade ring, according to Shamila. Just a standout among horses, among a field that I thought at least a handful of them looked extremely well.
Yeah, they do. There's quite a few nice lookers in here, and yeah, it's hard because I've got this conception that Luganini is such a clear standout that it's hard to make a case for the others, but look, every horse has got the chance.
Good look at the turf course, and a reminder that turf racing is right around the corner coming up. I believe in early January we'll see it.
I can't wait. I can't. It's looking greener by the day, maybe in patches, but that will look properly luscious by the time we get around to turf racing.
I'm looking forward to it. And the horses are circling behind the gate, which is at the top of the stretch. 2,400 meters. This pace is going to be interesting to see who goes out there and makes it. Who do you think?
It's a good question. Some of these horses that may be stepping up in distance. Maybe Taja Loya, first time up this year. The second time up this year, sorry, but first time for a long time. Another horse from the Almandil stable, so maybe in there to set the pace for Luganini. And actually, Almandil took out 2 of his other runners.
I wouldn't
in the race.
be upset if Loving Feeling went out there and was among the leaders for this race, because it's just bred to run all day.
I would quite like that too for Luganini's chance, to be honest, because Loving Feeling obviously being in 17, Luganini in 18. If the horse directly inside goes forward, you can usually follow their slipstream and track across.
Well, speaking of going forward, the horses are doing that into the starting gate. We're going to head up to Alex Fussy, who's going to take us through this long 2,400 meter 10th race.
Thanks both. Yeah, runners are going forwards, as you've heard. I was hoping that this could be the race for James Doyle to get his winner, Mashmook, who has been just edging closer to a victory this season. A bit rusty on the return when 11th, but then forced 4th and 2nd, and hopefully today could be 1st. We've got 5 or 6 already into the stalls. If you're following Mashmook, you're coming from stall 8. If you're with Luganini, you've got that wide berth, haven't you, out in 18 for Moreno to work some magic from and come with a charge late in the piece down the centre. The likely play from him. Interesting what does happen with the pace here. There's the 5 going in. Carabino going forwards to that position in the hands of Ospina. Mashmook slotting forwards as well. Dramatic Device is in. That's stall 11. Final couple of runners being pushed into line, so we're nearly set to go. At the top of the home straight. Standing by. Troubles out wide. Loving Feeling restless. They're off. Racing away then over the 2,400 metre trip for this open contest. Early pace. Well, Taj Alola going forwards in the green jacket, looking to set up the tempo for Luganini. Mashmook's not far away in the hands of James Doyle, got a decent start. Carabino is right there as well, and Freshwater Cliffs is just tucking off the leaders' quarters as they work their way towards the first bend. A Barrowed is there as well, the grey, black jacket with red detail is on the inside. Carabino is drifting a little wider out on the racecourse now as they start to make their a left-handed turn. In terms of Luganini, 2/3 of the way back through the field at this point in time, is behind Loving Feeling as well. As they make their progress to the back straight, Kabar is just about last of all. Up top, it's Taj Alola. Not in that shot, but continues to show the way. Over Freshwater Cliffs in second, Barud is on the inside of Carabino in third and fourth positions. They continue to be followed by Union Strength as well, and a little wider out on the race course, but still in amongst horses is Antelope Canyon. Loving Feelings very wide, extreme left as we look down the track. He's being followed at this point in time by Luganini, who's trying to weave through. Well, that will be the play, won't it, from the back of the field. Back to the inside running rail, you've got the likes of Maker of Light. Also on the inside is Dramatic Device. Heading towards the end of the far side, Freshwater Cliffs out in front with a 2-length lead. Taj Alola has given way. Second place at the moment is with Carabino. On the inside of that runner is Barud. On their outside, Mashmuk is Ridden. Hype on the outside as well, Loving Feeling under some pressure. Trevoli is trying to get going. In between horses, Orange Jacket and Blue Cap as they're about to swing on in. Luganini's just trying to pick up the tempo, but it's got a good 10 lengths to find here. And it's Freshwater Cliffs leveling on for the line. Still shows up by 3 lengths over Carabino. Mashmuk is still in behind them with Barud. On the inside is Trevoli. On the outside still is Luganini, just in behind Loving Feeling. Can anyone get to Freshwater Cliffs? It's Carabino with the effort, moving to within half a length. Barud is back in third. Carabino's in front now, has gone on here in the hands of Ospina. It's another for him. Carabino has won it. Barud might just get second place in advance of Freshwater Cliffs. And right in behind those, there was 1 or 2 making good late progress. But they couldn't get to this top trio, could they? They would already gone clear. The Maker of Light weaving through there on the inside, probably got fourth actually, that particular colt. So it's going to be an 8th career success. Carabino, and has gone on to win it in a time of 2:36.86. Over the line to win by a good length and a half. A rude second place. Third position going the way of Freshwater Cliffs, who was sent for the line quite a way out, and it is Maker of Light, the biggest closer of the lot in terms of fourth position there. A length and a half, the winning margin. Ahead, back to the third. 2:38.86 on the clock there. Nice effort by Carabino, who jumped well, was up there, albeit a little wider on the race course from quite a way out, and managed to chip away and past Freshwater Cliffs inside the final 200. 5:14 in race 10.
Camilo Stevina, congrats, Camilo. You know him pretty well.
Thank you very much for Wasal Caravan in the support. Yes, thanks God today he brought very good and I put behind the pay. He's coming.
The last third races for him, you were right.
Yeah, but he rode the 2009 Portland is short distance for him. Today, the mile and a half is better, He's coming. Yes, when I ask him, he's coming very strong. Thank God. Thank you very much.
Wasn't that a very impressive performance from Carabino in the 10th race of the day worth 95,000 Saudi Riyals? That's a double for Camilo Ospina and a double for the trainer Nasser Fawaz today. And Carabino adds another win to his 7 victories, making it 8. Little trooper, this horse, and very inconspicuous. Didn't make much of a splash in the parade ring, keeps his head down, didn't make much of an impression on me, at least, at all, until he was flying down the straight there to victory. So I'd say Camilo is absolutely delighted with that. He does look a little bit tired after that race, after traveling 2,400 meters, the longest distance you can travel here at Riyadh Racecourse. So we'll hear from Camilo just after he weighs in. Trainer Nasser Fawaz is all smiles, and really good performance there, and a double on the day for Camilo Ospina. Well done, Camilo.
Thank you very much, Amila. Thank you to Fawaz Al Garawan for giving me support, for giving me his horses. Thanks, God. You know, I'm looking for the winner with this horse for a long time, and today, thanks, God, he ran very good.
And why do you think that is? You know this horse really well. His last 3 runs were okay, but today everything worked really good.
Yeah, I think he's better in mile and a half. You know, the last time he ran 2,000 and 9 furlong, I think it's short distance for him. He has one pace, and then mile and a half is very good distance for him.
What was going through your head in the last 400 meters?
Yeah, difficult, you know, because he's a little bit tired in the last meter. I was thinking maybe the horse is coming from behind. But when I asked him and I opened the ring, he's respond very good.
Yeah. Did he mind the kickback at all?
Yeah, I think so, yeah. Inshallah, I hope.
Thank you, Camilo.
Thank you to you, Shamil.
All right, quite the, not really truly unexpected, but we were really rooting for 2 or 3 horses in this race, 3 in particular that were the obvious choices. This one, you know, Carabino, he's a horse that obviously has back class and back form, and it's just taken him a while to get to it. Just some stats, he's 1 for 18 before this in Saudi Arabia, but before that he was 6 for 14 in the UK. Was originally a Kirsten Rousing horse with Sir Mark Prescott. And actually, if you go all the way back, fun little piece of trivia, he and Pile Driver debuted in the same race in July of 2019.
Yes, exactly. Pile Driver being the horse for Willie Muir and Chris Grassick, who went on to win a Group 1. Look, Carabino always had plenty of quality. He developed into a proper stayer for Prescott, and I think racked up a big string of victories. But as you say, recently in Saudi Arabia, he's been struggling. He wasn't really a dirt or all-weather horse in the UK, so maybe he's just taken a long time to acclimatise to these conditions, and actually he's just fallen into the right spot. As soon as Luganini disappointed under Alex Moreno, who there'll be no trouble for him today unless he rides to win at the last race. As soon as he disappointed, the race was wide open for some horse to step up.
And it's just at this point the seas parted, and his name is Carabino, which means Caribbean, and he pirated this victory nicely.
Yeah, he did. Nice. I like it. He was always in a good spot though, wasn't he? Even here, he's in 3rd right now. I thought they were going pretty hard up front. There were a couple of
there was a bona fide rabbit in the race.
There was.
But the rabbit didn't have the lead the entire time. He had company. I was confused of why they were going. It's not that they were going hard. I think they were just going a slightly they was above moderate pace.
There were a couple of sub 12 seconds around here when Freshwater Cliffs in the orange does take over from the rabbit or the front runner, the pace setter, sorry, in Taj Alola. Freshwater Cliffs is rated 65. And
I didn't realize. I think he didn't realize that they have to go around 2 times.
The horse has run really well. He's finished 3rd. I don't understand. He's gone too hard. He's quickened up way too soon. Yet the horse, who's only rated 65, has finished 3rd and stuffed the likes of Luganini, who's rated 101. It's a confusing
Weird things
race.
happen at extreme distances at certain race courses. Yeah. So it's just to me, it's always interesting to see, you know, who has the stamina. And if you're playing this, if you're looking at this race and saying, hey, who's going to have the stamina to handle this?
Carabino.
Yeah, he's falling in the category of maybe 4 horses at that point.
Yeah.
He's probably the 4th horse to add on to the 3 that we were circling.
Yeah, I think when we did the runner by runner, the only positive thing I said about him was that he has lots of stamina.
Yeah,
So
in spades.
Yeah, he was always in a good spot. And even here, though, Camilo's asking for effort. He's in second right now. He didn't initially pick up, but he's such a grinder that he would just continue running all the way home. Luganini made a little bit of a run, but then started to flounder at this point. Loving feeling your section just about to go out shot. Didn't switch leads and then suddenly started picking up again.
Then he did. He switched leads and he came on again. He is truly a plotter. The horse is going to figure it out soon. And he was hung out in the car park for most of the way around.
Yeah, he'll be a potential player in this kind of level next time, for sure.
Yeah, looking forward to these staying races. I love staying races on any kind of surface. I'm not a huge fan of them going over jumps, but that's what separates us. You know, I love these hard sort of stamina sapping runs. So
sure, no, I do too. Middle distance to stamina sapping runs, as you say, like this are kind of the best races because you know in sprints it's straight from the outset as fast as you possibly can, whereas in these races it becomes sometimes tactical affairs. You get to see what horses really want to win and how races pan out can differ. So there's an extra angle or two from these kind of events.
Always good to see it, glad to see it, and also glad to see Carabano get it done. I'm sure that 72 will rise. We're going to move our attention to race number 11, 1,600 meters, 3-year-olds and up, fillies and mares. We're going to go over, it's called the Najran Regional Governorate Cup, and we'll head over to Alex, who's going to take us through the runners and riders.
Yeah, some cup action here, haven't we got coming up, gents? The 11th race of today. Number 1 is Amtarat, a winner at meeting 35. 2 is Bo Tulat, Victor Gutierrez. 3, Nasrat, who was pretty well held on the latest start, looking for a first win, in fact. Number 4, Hamsati, Jose Rodriguez. Number 5, Had Al-Gamam, a winner last time out, meeting 65, Nath Al-Anazi. 6 is Ed Hafar, Camille Ospina, having a good day already. Got another good chance here on this premium tap filly. 7 is Aishk Noura. Ran pretty well, actually, went 4th last time. Rashika is number 8 for Eddie Castro. Over the page we will go. And the next we see is 9, Jabba Allah. Another one of these King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz's son's colours in action. And this one's another big player. She is. Amra is number 10 with Berta Ramos. 11 is Jurat Al-Dahriya, Abdullah Al-Lawfi. 12 is Korba, a winner at meeting 28. Ryan Altaresh. 13 is Sajwa for James Doyle. 14, Athiba, Fahad Al-Faradi. 15 is Lajir Thati for Louis Morales, a winner at meeting 63, which was 2 starts ago. 16, Amani Akil, who was victorious at meeting 55. 17 is Hizam. Fillies picked up 1 previous win. 18 is Sana. 19, Montakaba, the mount of Ayad Al-Tarisi. And rounding out the field, number 20 is Taraha, who's won 3 times before, but she's run an awful lot of races. She has run 64 times before this afternoon and into the evening. Runners getting set for action then, this cup contest over the 1,600-metre trip.
There we see them. They are circling around the, well, I guess not circling, it's more of an oblong oval, around the parade ring. And this is going to be another tough one for you, but a lot of these horses rated 90 or above, the cream has sort of risen as far as ranking goes, as far as rating goes, rather.
Yes, exactly. There is a good difference between the better horses in this race and the horses who are taking that step up into cup races and trying to make their mark for this big prize fund of 150,000 Saudi Riyal. Is this the time where we see James Doyle come out on top?
I think so. I'm going to select him here. I don't want to sink the ship, to be honest, but I've had some good luck today. I've had a couple wins. I'm not mad about it.
Who also had those couple of wins? And who also is going to go for James Doyle here? We're teaming up again, Michael. We are teaming up again. It's why it's a great treat today. Hopefully it'll work for Doyle here.
Yeah, hopefully we'll get the hat trick between the two of us. You had 4 wins with the win earlier, but
sure. But we're not counting that one. That doesn't matter. Does not matter.
No, that's okay. It's looking forward to which is going to be a very, very competitive race, and obviously
nice trophy.
Yes. Once again, we're going to comment on the trophy because you're a big fan of those. We have some dignitaries in the house looking forward to the Najran Regional Governorate Cup. This is going to be to me, being a mile race, 1,600 meters, pace is going to be absolutely vital. Where do you see it coming from?
Some of the lesser rated horses have lots of early speed in here. I expect plenty to go from the outside as well. So horse number 16, Amani Al Kale, should be up there from the outset. Corba won't be too far away, horse 12, despite the fact that she really is mainly a stalker. The second string red stable horse, Durat Al Dareya, could also go forward as well under Abdullah Al-Alfi. And there are a few inside. Ed Harfer made all last time in an open race. Camilo, we know, is very aggressive. So there are a fair few that want to make the pace, and that could set it up for a stalker.
That is Amtarat on the screen right now, rated 70, 2 for 14, 10th last out.
That 10th place finish came in the Asia Cup. The last win, however, for this horse was in a 0 to 65, and this is much tougher.
But Tulat is rated 90, so must put her in the mix here, 6 for 26, 6 for 23.
Is capable of winning at this level. Third up this year as well. Lots to like.
Nazrat is 0 for 7 locally, 15th last time.
Just not good enough to win this race. Still a maiden, only rated 69 against much better opposition.
Number 4 is Hamsati, obviously not in shot there, but she's 3 for 13.
Yeah, she was 10th when last seen, but that was 10 months ago.
Number 5 is Had Al Gamam, is 1 for 11, comes off of a victory. There you see Batulat in the shot right there. We'll turn our attention to number 5, Had Al Gamam, 1 for 11, as I mentioned.
It's odd that we're ahead of the cameraman in this kind of situation.
I mean, they're going back and forth right now. I'm just trying to keep up with them at this point.
Yes, Had Al Gamam won a Fillies Open over 1,800 last time up. It gets further than this, maybe will be a little bit on the sharp side for her.
Yeah, 882 rated, do you think this horse is going to have a shot to sort of improve upon that? I mean, there's some tough horses in here.
There are. I wouldn't rule her out from the rating perspective alone. However, the distance and the fact that she's drawn inside and is a bit of a closer could be a bit of a negative.
We'll go to Shamila right now, who is in the parade ring.
Thank you very much, Michael. This is a open fillies contest, our 11th race of the night, and a very competitive one at that. My choice for this race is coming up behind me now. It's horse number 9, Jabba Allah, who was first last time out, now under the mount of Abdullah Al Fayrouz. And she was acting a little bit spicy in the parade ring in the prelims. However, she seems to have calmed down a little bit now. The jockey is just waiting to get onto the track to mount her, just for safety reasons, because she almost did throw him off when they first attempted to leg him up the first time. So it was a toss-up for me, really, between Jabba Allah and Edifa. And I know they are both white stable horses, and they're quite obvious choices, but they are the best looking horses in the parade ring. However, I did decide to stick with Jabba Allah, and for me there are no paddock negatives in this parade ring. It's full of class fillies, and I cannot wait to see how it plays out.
All right, thank you, Shamila, so much. She goes with Jabba Allah, the nearly white gray filly, who is 2 for 6 and comes off a victory. Let's go back to where we were before. We are going to pick it up with another white stables runner, number 6, El Dafa, who's 4 for 16, also comes off a win.
That came in open company. She could easily make all from a relatively good draw in stall 6. Her effort last time was strong. We'll see the footage in a few moments.
Number 7, Ishq Nora, is 1 for 25, comes off a 4th place finish, must improve.
Outclassed.
Number 8 is Rashaka, number 3 for 13, comes off an 11th.
Was a pretty talented 3-year-old, but has regressed ever since.
She had mentioned earlier, Shamila did Jabba Allah. We saw a shot of her, 2 for 6, and won her last.
She has all-round speed, recent form is good. I think she's probably the second string for connections, but she has a chance.
Number 10 in shot right there is Arama, 4 for 20 and 5th last time.
Last win came over 2,400 meters. This is a big drop down.
Number 11 is Durat Al Dareya, is 2 for 6 locally and 4th last time.
Hasn't been seen for a while. Back in meeting 9 was his last start. Her last start.
Corba is number 12, 4-year-old filly who's 5 for 17 rather.
I think she's
rated.
Better suited to Taif than here. It's third up this year, but she has come off a minor layoff.
Shadwa, who's going to have to carry the weight of both of us, 2 for 18, comes off a pair of 2nd place finishes.
Finished second last time in an 1,800 meter open. Prior to that was second over 1,400, so it's splitting the difference over the mile.
Number 14 is Atiba, 1 for 13.
Returned to the track off a long layoff and only rated 62.
Number 15 is La Ajolati, is 3 for 30, 4th last time, but 1-2 back.
Far from prolific, and Luis Morales is looking for a change of fortune.
Number 16 is Amani Al-Khail, which is 1 for 20 and 4th last out.
Consistent, but in much lower grades than this.
Number 17 is Hazam, 1 for 10, was 11th last time.
Struggled ever since that early season win back at meeting 6.
Number 18 will be Sanaa, 4 out of 28. Comes out of a 6th place finish.
Her third quickfire run after running at meeting 60 and 65.
Number 19 is the 90 rated Montekaba, who was 4 for 34, was 5th last time as a 6-year-old mare.
Major player on figures, but she's had lots of chances recently and not got ahead in front.
And lastly, we have Taraha's number 20, the elder stateswoman, 7 years old, 64 starts, 3 wins.
Outside post, only rated 66, not for me.
All right, looks like basically, are you narrowing it down to basically the 90 pluses in here? I mean, is there anybody below
85
that?
pluses.
Okay.
Ed Harfer's a player, horse number 6. So yeah, I reckon you stick to the talented horses or the proven talented horses. Ed Harfer, horse number 6. Batulat, horse number 2. And Shajwa, horse number 13. Other ones I really like. Look, Corba's obviously top rated in the race, horse number 12, but I just don't know about this track for her. So I wanted a horse that stays through the line, a horse that has a good jockey on board, and a horse that's not drawn inside. And Shajwa.
We just saw Shajwa in the shot just there, and she seems to one that definitely falls into those categories.
Exactly that, exactly. She fits the bill for everything in this race.
Just looking at Streaming under James Doyle, who is due a victory. He's had some tough luck. He's had some horses get pipped on the line. He's obviously here on a little bit of a sort of a paid vacation, but he's going to be working at the same time. We hope he gets a victory before he goes.
Yeah, good chance in this race, good chance in the last race as well. So James will have his fingers crossed that he does get some success in his time over here. I presume he won't be riding here next week, but if that's the case, hopefully we see him again later in the year.
Indeed, and he's perfectly capable of improving any horse that he sits on. I'm sad that he didn't get it earlier on Kebab, but hopefully this will be the next one up for him. Ooh, who are you putting under?
So it'll be Shajwa to win, horse 13. Then I would say Ed Harfer second, horse number 6, followed by Batulat, horse number 2. In that order would be my 1, 2, 3. Look, it's a wide open race. There are more you can factor in, but those 3 I think have the most outstanding claims.
I'm going to go with Shajwa on top. In second, I'm actually going to put Shamila's selection, Jabba Allah, number 9. And in third, I'm going to put Montekaba, number 19. Seems like she can get into the mix, but she doesn't quite want to win anymore.
No, she's rated quite highly, but she has struggled recently. There are a couple in here like her, but you know, the fact that she's rated 90 shows that she has lots of talent, and if things go right today, then maybe she can break through.
Well, Alex, we are on the Doiler train, hoping he gets this done on both logical form and just hoping for a friend to get a win. But where are you landing in here? And let us call you the race as well.
Choo-choo, all aboard again. Last time we had that, it proved fruitful, so let's go for that again. Hopefully James can get success here with Shajwa. The filly is more than capable, as you can see in her recent form. Tom has perfectly outlined her case, so I think she's got every chance of going on to win this prize. 2 seconds at meeting 60 and 65, and we're hoping that it will be her 4th time lucky in terms of this season, and she will gain a 3rd career success. You can see some galloping clues here very late on as runners are going into the starting stalls. That's Ed Harfer, who's in shot, number 6 on your race card. Success at meeting 60 for her. Most recently, a premium tap filly, the mount of Camilo Ospina, who of course has already had a couple of winners on today's card. There's the 9, Jabba Allah, down at the starting point as well. Really striking filly, isn't she? She's a really flashy filly. She's got a white cap on, the distinguishing white cap, and she was victorious on her latest start as well, which came at meeting 60 also. As you can see, she had to battle for this success, but gradually edged on and beyond inside the final furlong or so of this contest. Shouldn't be too far away from a start. Just a heads up, they are loading forwards. There's about half of the field into the starting stalls. Just working on a couple at the moment. Had Algaman, and also going in is Arama. Had Algaman, the one we just mentioned, is the horse you can see in shot here, who eventually comes through for victory. Little off the gallop, but then picking off the front runners on that occasion and actually showing a decent turn of foot close to home. 3 or 4 to go here in terms of the loading up process. Sajwa just coming up, and also going in is Rashika. Ed Hafar will go forwards to stall number 6, and we've also got Jurat Aldurea into stall 11. Red cap for that runner. If you're following Sajwa, well fancied Sajwa, it's a white cap, distinguishing white cap. Jabba Allah is still out the back, and also Nasrat, number 3 on the cards. Waiting for both of these. The rest of the runners are okay. Looks as though the 3 is having a tack adjustment here, or something's going on. Yes, adjustments required with the bit here for the 3. Nasrat before moving up into the starting stalls. 0 from 7. She's one of the runners in the lineup looking for a first career success. Just panning down this lineup. She in fact is the only one yet to win. Jabba Allah remains still out the back as well. It looks as though they are coming forwards now with Nasrat. And Jabba Allah also on the way up. There's the flashy grey into the stalls, standing by. They're off. Racing away in this cup contest. They go over 1,600 metres this time around. Taraha from the back of the field is really dropping over and being held up after that slower beginning. In terms of early pace, right up there, Jurat Aldurea is being driven to try and grab that lead. Edafar is also bang there, the green cap on the inside. Jabba Allah's not far away as well, and on the outside is Shazwa, the red jacket and white cap for James Doyle. Had Al Gamam is just making up the leading wave of 5, and the first 5 are a bit clear at this stage, aren't they? Up on the outside of horses, trying to move a little bit closer to rivals now is Hizam. Also trying to move through on the inside running position is Butalat as they work their way into the turn. And just ahead of that runner is Had Al Gamam. They're followed by the yellow and red of Lajal Thati as they start to wind towards the top of the home run. Jurat Aldurea still has the lead of about a length. Etafar is strongly ridden on the outside as well. Is Jabba Allah deeper still. Sajwar is trying to come with the challenge. Butalat is just in behind those for 5th position. It's Jabba Allah who's in front with 200 metres to go. Sajwar is trying hard back to the inside. Is Edafar in 3rd position, but it's Jabba Allah who's still in front, shows up by 2 over Sajwar in 2nd spot and up to the line. Jabba Allah keeps on rolling. The flashy grey will win. Sajwar is home in 2nd. Lajal Thati back in 3rd. And Edafar finished in 4th. Jabba Allah is your winner. Well done to Shamila, who fancied this filly on looks in the parade ring. And it's back-to-back wins for her after a winner at meeting 60. And 3 wins for the campaign as well for this filly. And she manages to see off Sajwa, a race that had the protagonist right at the forefront of it from the outset, really. 4 or 5 that we touched upon as strong fancies before the off were all up there from a very early stage and had it between them. 2 lengths is the winning margin, 139.31. The winner has clocked here. The Jalthati, that was a big effort for 3rd position, wasn't it? Although she had won 2 starts ago. And Edafar was in 4th. I think this is a race that will stack up pretty well in time. The front 5 are a long way clear, but those front 5 were all runners that had either been in form or were really well touted up before the off. So a good-looking contest has provided a very gutsy filly winning it. It's 9, 13 and 15, the order of finish to our Cup contest, the penultimate race of this afternoon.
Earned performance there. Jcsa gets it done. Hats off to Shamila Hanley, who had the pick from the paddock. I know she was basing it half on how the horse looked, which was phenomenal, and obviously on the form there, she did quite well. So she gets all the laudits at that point. We were a little unlucky in second, in my opinion. I think we're both a little red board bitter, I would call it, thinking that all Shadwa had to do was change leads in order to get it done.
Yeah.
But that's the name of the game. Sometimes they don't, and a lot of times these horses are just not, they either decide they're never going to do it, or they're not trained to do it, one or the other.
Yes, I feel like as a team, us two and Shamila, we managed to decipher all the major players in the race, and you put up the first two bit in the wrong order, so I mean, good effort.
I thought I had a cold turning for home because when we watch the replay, Doyle looks under his arm in that way. About 3/4 of the way around any bend on an oval racetrack, when the rider looks under his arm to see what's coming around, we missed it here. We'll see it in a moment in the next replay. It means they have horse and they're looking to win.
Yeah, it looked like he was confident. I mean, he's finished second. Oh no, he finished third on Kebab earlier, didn't he? But yeah, closely beaten in 2 races, both of which he looked good turning in.
And this horse is visibly getting tired on the lead that she's running on right now. All she has to do is change, and she's very much in the mix. Winner runs well. All credit to her. She, she backs it up nicely.
3 wins from the last 4 starts, last 2 victories as well. She's a 3-year-old. Maybe that should have been the angle that I looked at. I dismissed her because I thought she was the second string for the white stable. But actually Ed Harfer was kind of used as a hare for her. And you know, these 3-year-olds have more improvement than the older horses. She'd already shown that she'd run to a fair level, a level good enough to compete in this race, and kicked for home off the turn, and from there, unfortunately, wasn't for reeling in.
Indeed, like turning for home, she had a little bit of a button to her that the runner-up didn't, and she distanced herself by a couple lengths at that point, and that was a margin that James could never make up with his wrong lead Shadwa.
Yes, Shadwa ran fine, to be fair. I mean, we are a little bit disappointed.
She ran a similar race last time, just so she was on the inside of the horse and being passed and left. So yeah, it was, you know, she might be a bit of a bridesmaid at this point.
We see from the start right now, the eventual winner actually bumped at the start but showed great early speed in the middle, the big grey, alongside her stable companion on the inside, which is Ed Harfer, and the pace setter for our selection, which was Durat Al Dareya, who went straight to the front. We were in a good spot here. I said this during the race off air that James Dodd had found the great position in 5th on Shadwa. He just had to track through Jcsa. He did, but he couldn't go by.
Yeah, it was a little upsetting, to be honest, because we were just so confident at this point watching the race. We're like, oh, we got this. No, we did not. We indeed fumbled that, and it was a turnover, and they scored. Unfortunately, but
there was a big breakaway, wasn't there? This wasn't like a stacking field. The 2 horses went straight to the front. Arguably both pace setters. One definitely was in Durat Al Dareya. Maybe not Ed Harfer, because she had good form in the book, but she was ridden a bit like a pace setter for Jcsa. Those 2 went clear and really stretched the field out, and only the class horses could match them. There was only 1 closer in the pack. That was, I believe, horse number, was it 15? Largel Tathi, a horse I just couldn't have. Thati, sorry, I just couldn't have.
Right here, you see what I mentioned earlier. She pushes the button, and she just distances herself. She goes from 3/4 of a length back. Shadwa goes from 3/4 of a length back. The winner to two lengths back, and just cannot make up this ground.
Yeah, she's hanging a little bit in as well to her left, which is not ideal. It's because she's on the wrong lead.
Yeah, she's getting a little tired, and that's what happens. That's why changing leads is important, especially.
The margin did not change here.
Yeah.
From about 150 to the line, didn't change at all.
And it was that little spurt at the 400-meter mark that made all the difference in this. Hats off to Al Farouz on the winner because that was a great ride.
I think that was his second winner of the day. It might have been his brother earlier. I could be confused, but I think it was his second winner today. And he had a winner either yesterday or Thursday as well. So it's been a good week for him.
Yeah, the Al Farouz family is having a solid weekend in general.
They are, and we're about to see the trophy presentation for this contest.
Again, this is 150,000 was online, 75,000 to the winner there, Jaba Allah and her connections. It's the Najran Regional Governorate Cup. Always good to see these locally bred fillies and, you know, the future brood mayors in Saudi Arabia get a chance to earn some black type.
For sure. It's a big success for connections. Obviously, the white stable aren't, you know, they don't need success all the time because they have it all the time. This won't be noted down as a rare, huge victory, but it's great for the white stable to add yet another win to their tally. And as it's a cup race, then it will count in the cup standings. And yeah, you know, they're just going to strengthen their grasp on the owner's title right now.
Yes, he did. Just a confirmation that Al Farouz did have a double earlier. Right. He rode our Al-Analia earlier. Another excellent ride.
Yeah, it was. Two good rides today. It's been a good day for the jock as we see the presentation.
The trophy presentation there. Hats off to all of the winners. That was a nice little sort of preemptive race for what's going to be a Grade 3 coming up, or Group 3 rather, the Ministry of Interior Cup. And yeah, I mean, as we often see in these 12 race stakes days, we have the biggest race at the end, and we're just gearing up for it. But for me, I mean, it's the Saudi Cup course and distance. It's the 1,800 meters that we're going to see here in the Ministry of Interior Group 3. It's a local race, and to me, with the Saudi breds, we're going to have some of the best stallions in the region on display here, and we're looking forward to what's going to be highly competitive. Great way to end the day.
Phenomenal way to end the day, and it's going to be a mix again of white stable horses. Can James Doyle get that win on the board? There's a ride for Luis Morales for Prince Saud bin Salman as well. They're the three big connections.
Can we stop finishing second? That's what I also
Can
do.
we? I mean, I just want a winner at this point. I've had a couple, but I need a winner. I don't know if we're going to go with the same horse in the end, but we'll find out.
We'll figure it out. We'll go to Alex now, who's going to take us through what's going to be our final race of the day, the great Group 3 Ministry of Interior Cup.
Thanks, Michael. Let's have a look at the runners and riders then for our final action this afternoon. Number 1 is Ibn Hadaban, winner 2 starts ago, meeting 62. Number 2 is Shagamoom Akil, Abdullah Alorfi. 3, Mabdak, 3-time winner actually, the 3 horse. Number 4 is Mahama. Camilo Ospina has chosen that one. Number 5 is Faz, 4 wins on the board, couple of seconds of late. 6 is Tomahawk, Tariq Al Mansour. 7 is Ibn Laboon, is the mount of James Doyle. Number 8 is Moz Hill, just on the bottom of your page there, who was well held when last seen out in action. Number 9 is Asayeb, 3 wins on the board, Khalid Al Mamoni. 10 is Motabane, Rayan Al Tarash, been going well, that 7-year-old. Number 11 is Arabrazi, Mohammed Al Dahim will take the ride. 12 is Fanar for Eddie Castro, a winner at meeting 61. 13 is Kathir. That one will be the mount of Luis Morales. 14 is Strategy, Ricardo Ferreira. 15 is Kurafi, Naifel Anazi. 16 is Aish Najran for Alexis Moreno. And 17, the sole runner on our next page, is Najabat Al-Aiz for Boigberto Ramos. 4 in the same ownership here, so it's going to be all sorts of coloured caps to keep our eye out on. And the gents are going to take you through this field of 17 as they make their way into the parade ring.
Thank you, Alex. They are moving in right now. It's going to be a nice little competitive affair. A lot of these horses, 1, 2, 3, we're looking at, I think, 6 or 7 or 8 horses worth rated 90 or above to keep you busy.
Yeah, it's a good race, a really good race. I found this difficult from an analyst perspective. You know, you can make solid cases for a few, so to actually land on one is pretty tough. I think I've taken a shot in the dark, or maybe on an obvious horse, but it's not obvious in terms of form, and that's Ibn Laboon. James Doyle, I promise you I'm not putting up just because James Doyle's on. I would like to see him ride a winner. The strike rate for Ibn Laboon isn't the best, 1 from 12. However, the fact that last time up he was pretty poor, finishing 12th, I feel like a big step forward is likely. He showed a good level of form last year. He was placed in the Grade 1 King Khalid Cup. And if he can get back to that form in this local Group 3, then he's got a good chance. But he will need to bounce back. And for that reason, I don't think he's an obvious selection. The obvious selection in here is Mayhama for Camilo Ospina, the white stable first string, judging by jockey bookings, who's drawn inside. But it's going to be a good race, Michael.
Indeed, we're going to start off with Ibn Hadaban, who is 4 for 31. He'll be in shot in just a moment when the horses turn around. And this is a 4-year-old son of the excellent miler Istan.
Yeah, Ibn Hadban has had 4 wins this year. It's been really prolific so far this season. Didn't win at all last year or the year before, but this year he's suddenly come into his own. He's looking for another one. The inside post is an issue.
And he is rated the 90 that we mentioned before, which is kind of the cusp, the middle of the field. Any of these horses rated below that, do you think have any kind of shout?
Not really, unless they're very unexposed and could still take a step forward. But there aren't very many of those in this race.
And do you consider this to be basically bar, to be 90, to be like the mean of this field, like nothing, everything? He's going to be the average of any horse.
For sure, okay. Mid-division finish if you run to a mark of 90, I think.
Gotcha. Yeah, it'd be interesting. He comes off of a second place finish last time, was first 2 back, and I'm definitely looking for horses that are going to be. Have to have recent form in the last couple of runs. I want to win or a good second place finish in the last couple of rounds. We'll move on. I'm sure they're going to show the horses in just a moment to number 2, Shagmoum Al-Khail. It's 2 for 18. Comes off a 6th place finish.
Oh, I've just looked over my shoulder. I think James Dawes' ride is a non-runner, just been scratched. Ibn Laboon, that would not be ideal. It also looks like horse 16 has been scratched. Alex Moreno's ride. Yeah, just confirming, both of those are scratched.
So both number 16, Ashk Najran.
16, Ashk Najran is out, and 7, Ibn Laboon, also out. No James Doyle in this last race.
Too bad for James. But he had some good second place finishes, so we hope in second and third.
He did. Not what he would have been after coming over here, but you know, he had a good run at a couple of races. Hopefully he's back in the near future.
Yeah, we're looking forward to that. And we're going to, hopefully the horses are still in the parade ring right now. Hopefully we'll get...
Let's go back to horse 2, because you did prep me for horse 2,
okay,
and I didn't.
Go on. Shagmoum Al-Khail is 2 for 18 right now, and he's 6th last time.
Yeah, this horse has lots of early speed. He could go forward from the inside gate. I imagine he'll probably lead or get very close to it under Abdullah Al-Alfi.
Number 3 is Mad Bach, who is 3 for 18, finished 13th last time.
That came in the Africa Cup. He won an open race last year over 2,000.
Number 4 is, would you consider probably the favorite in here, Mayhama, 105 rated, highest in the field by a distance, 7 for 32.
Yes, interesting runner, prolific. That 7th last time came in the Al Masif Cup. That was just last, oh no it wasn't. That was the last week of Taif when I was there. That was a much better race than this.
You see number 1 on the shots right now. They're all going out quickly. I have a feeling that the camera guy is going to have to catch up with us. They're going to fly along because the riders are already aboard. Number 5 is Faz, 4 for 25. And we have 2, he comes off a pair of couple of second place finishes. Any chance to up that?
He's been really consistent this year, Faz. He should show speed in the early part of the race. I think he's probably in there as a bit of a pace setter, as is horse number 3, Mabdak, both white stable horses. They've got 2 stronger runners elsewhere.
Tomahawk has 2 wins from 17 runs, was 3rd last time. Anyway, he can come back to a winning race.
Nice. I don't think so. He's just not good enough in here. It was a big step forward last time. Tariq Al Mansour does do crazy things in big races, so you cannot completely rule this horse out.
Number 8 is Mose Hill, is 3 for 36, comes off a pair of bad performances per se.
Yes, 14th and 17th the last twice. 3rd quick fire run, maybe we see improvement, but it won't be enough to win.
Faz looking well on camera right now. Number 5. We're going to move on to number 9 is Asa Eb. 3 for 31, comes off a 3rd place finish.
Just outclassed again in this race, only rated 81. Khalid Al-Mamoni rides, looks the 2nd string of the trainer.
One that I'm very much intrigued by is number 10, Motabain, who's 8 for 29, rated 98, comes off a victory, has won 2 of his last 3.
Has been solid this season, major player on form as well. Had a very similar profile to the last winner, Jabba Allah.
Al Habrazi is number 11, breaks from the post 10. He is number 6. He's got 6 wins from 26 starts, and it was 6th last time.
Should improve. Lots of 6s there. Should improve from that most recent effort.
Fanar is number 12. He's 2 for 8, comes off a 6th, and was a winner 2 starts back.
I was going to say, look, it's the second string for connections, but obviously...
It's moved into first.
Yeah, James Dawes Mount not running. Fanar looks the first string right now. Eddie Castro rides. Just double checking it is Eddie, and it is.
Okay, Kathir is number 13, rated a nice 96, 8 wins, which is one of the tops in the field for 29 starts.
Big player, finished 3rd in the Africa Cup last time up. I like the 3rd up this year angle as well.
It's on a big blitz there. Number 14 is Strategy, a 4-year-old by Flashy Bull, has 2 wins from 18 starts, very consistent this year.
Has been running at a lower level though. Is consistent, should be there or thereabouts in the early stages. Whether he can hold that on into the closing stages, I'm not too sure.
Co-lowest rated in the field is Korafi, rated 81, 1 for 32.
Long break since a poor Taif run when 16th.
And number 17 is Najabat Alayez, 97 rated, leads the field with 10 victories.
Yeah, won 4 straight races at this track last year. What happened on the return? That's my issue here. If there was no return, that 17th run at meeting 15, maybe first up this year, this horse would be considered a major player, even if this horse finished in the top 6 or 7.
We'll hold that thought. We'll get back to Najabat Alayez. Now let's go to Shamila and see who she likes in this final race.
Well, following my victory in the 11th race, I'm going to go for another grey white stables runner, and that is horse number 5, Faz. Second last time out, second the time before that as well. Mohammed Al Shurema has the mount this time. Jumps out of stall 5. I just really, really like his chances. Beautiful grey colt strutting around the parade ring there. And all of the white stables horses are really competitive in this race. However, I really look the like of Faz the most, to be honest. He is the strongest looking horse in the race, parade ring wise anyway, rated 93. Another horse that I really like the look of was horse number 11, the mount of Mohammed Ad-Daham, is Al-Barhazi, rated 96 as well. So those two I would definitely keep an eye on. And horse number 15, the mount of Naif Al-Anazi, was really on his toes the entire time in the parade ring. I mean, no worries to Naif at all there. He was cool as a cucumber. However, definitely was about to boil over in the preliminaries. But I will be sticking to Faz for my final choice of the weekend.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Shamila. That was not a shock at all. We'll just let her choose. Faz is a serious player in this spot with his best performance. Comes off a pair of second place finishes. Knows how to win. He's got 4 victories out of 25 starts.
Yeah, there's a lot going the way of Faz. I just think he might be used to a bit of a pace setter.
So where are you landing here? Give us your top 3.
Well, it's disappointing that my main selection, Ibn Laboon, is a late scratch. Mahayman, horse number 4, is the obvious. Mahima, sorry, is the obvious one. Motabane, horse number 10, similarly obvious. So those two have to be in there. And I'll go Kathir as well, horse number 13. We see Motabane right now, just stuck in traffic. Yeah. Somehow negotiates his way out, and I'm really impressed with the way he pulled through in this contest. Look, he gets briefly hampered there, hampered again, has to switch wide. This horse doesn't check stride, he just continues to roll. That shows there was a lot in the tank and a desire to win. That has to be used as a big positive for this horse.
Yeah, I'm going to land on him today. I feel like he's just could have won that race by a length or 2 more, and definitely is deserving.
I was tempted to go on him too, but I'll go elsewhere. Look, he's a major player. He should be in the top 3, and if he's there in the straight, then the 7-year-old could come out on top yet again, as we see Kathir, Luis Morales on board.
3rd in this spot.
Yeah, we just see him wide on the track. He had a wide trip throughout. Didn't switch leads immediately off the turn. Just had to be forced to there by Lewis, and he obliged. He runs home relatively strongly, but this was his first run off a layoff between meeting 15 and this run of meeting 62. So he might have needed the effort. He's going to improve from this. Whether he's good enough to win today, I'm not sure. But again, I think he's pretty nailed on to be in the top 3 or 4. This was the Africa Cup. It's an equally good race as the one we've got today. The only issue is the wide gate.
And there's another shot of Motabane and another shot also of Kathir, both looking extremely well going to post. The runners are almost ready. They're all circling behind the gate right now. It's a good shot of the dirt, apparently. We love how well harrowed this track is. We look forward to it being a safe and competitive and equally distributed surfaces.
For sure.
Looking forward to this. I'm going to go, not a big shock. I'm going to go with Motabane here. Just love the performance. Like a horse. I like it. horse that's coming off a win. I prefer a younger horse in this spot because I feel like the younger horses are doing well in these open Saudi-bred races. But at the same time, I just cannot deny that this horse ran so well in that spot.
Yeah, he was good. He was really good. He probably might be the horse to beat, actually, just on that evidence alone.
So where are you forced to go now that you're still still angry about Ibn Laboon?
I am going to side with Motorbane with you.
Okay.
I am. I think Mayhamer has a similar kind of chance, but he hasn't run since meeting 50. That's my only thing. Those are the main two. Wouldn't be surprised if Kathir was bang there as well. But hopefully we get a good, exciting race.
So we're with Motorbane, and we have Shamila, who went with number 5 Faz. We're going to go up to the award-worthy stylings of Alex one more time.
Thanks, guys. Thanks very much indeed. Enjoyable afternoon as always. Runners loading up for this final race of the day. Motorbane, a really big player, as you saw from that clip, pulled out all the stops last time, didn't he? Having had a really rough passage through. In terms of your colours to follow here, well, you've got 4 in the same ownership, haven't you? The white stable. So green cap for Mabdak, number 3. It's a red cap for number 4, Mehama. Yellow for number 5, Faz. And blue for number 10, Motorbane. If you can follow that, good luck. We're going in for this final race. There in shots is Moz Hill. Got the blindfold on. White cap still for Fanar, even though that Ibn Laboon has been taken out. A reminder of those late withdrawals, the 7 and 16. That's Faz just gone in. Moz Hill just got to spin around. Najabat Halais still out the back, also waiting for Mahema. Still working on this Moz Hill, who's been causing quite a few issues. Many hands to the job here. Got to be a good 6 or 7 trying to get that one in. Kathir has gone in. Edging a bit closer with Moz Hill. The blindfold's now been taken off. As-Sayeb still out the back. And Tomahawk, I think, is waiting as well. Alabrazi goes up and in. Moz Hill finally away. There's Tomahawk moving forwards. Store number 6. And Mahama coming up. And then we've got As-Sayeb and Najabat Halais. Final 2 runners into the gates. That's it, ready. They're off. Racing away for the local Group 3 Ministry of Interior Cup from the stalls. Ibn Hadban on the inside slow. The red jacket not with a good beginning. Red cap, Mahama got a good start. Also Moz Hill is right up there on their outside. Alabrazi is not far adrift. The yellow cap is Faz, just stalking the pace. Blue cap, Motorbane also trying to latch on. Kathir is on the outside, and even wider still is Kahurafi in the hoop jacket. Looking back towards the tail of the field, while Fanar right out the back, the white cap has got plenty of work on at this stage. Also well held up is the green cap of Mabdak, has only got a 1 runner behind. That was the slow starter, Ibn Hadaba. But up top, on the inside, it is Mahema who just has the call over Moz Hill in 2nd place. On the outside is Alabrazi. Deeper still is Najabat Halais, who's trying to get involved. Still right there as well is Kahurafi. Back to the inside rail to find Shagamum Al-Keel, who's trying to get a toe through. Motorbane is still in between horses and just starting to angle out as they now continue this left-handed turn. They're about to level on in. Up on the inside, Mahema's being pressed hard by Moz Hill. These two are a couple of lengths to the good. Motorbane on the outside of horses is now improving. Faz tries to come through rivals. Shagmum Al-Keel is trying to burrow out. Kathir and also Strategy late on the scene. It's Motorbane who's out in front, but Kathir could be the last challenger. Strategy is still closing, but inside the final 100 meters, Kathir now is assuming command, and Kathir will land the Ministry of Interior Cup. Goes on to beat Strategy into 2nd place. third position has gone to Ibn Adaban, who's come from miles back, has got third, but nowhere near the front pair. It is Kathir who goes on to win it for Luis Morales. Good third in that cup event last time as well, and has landed this local Group 3, picking them off and powering on by was Kathir, and has won it at a time of 1:52.19 on the clock. In today's concluding event, good finish to a good card, has won by 2 1/4 lengths. A big run from Strategy in second place, but has gone down by 2 1/4, as we say, at the line. And if you keep an eye out, here is Ibn Hadban, who's come from absolutely last after a poor start, many lengths off them. A definite eye-catcher, snatching third late on from Motterbain in fourth. So that is our concluding race of the day wrapped up, and our final order is 13, 4 and 1.
Luis Morales, congrats, Luis. You know him very well. Before 2 years, you ride him, yeah?
Yeah, second, right? You remember, right? Yeah, he's okay. I like him. Yeah, because, you know, the last time when he finished second with me, last year, he broke slow. Last, he got beat like a bakanek. Papa. And today he broke Barcelona very good. The race was very fast. So I sit behind, and yeah, he because he switched to the right in the wrong moment, you know. So he go to the left, and mashallah, after I give him the first whip, he took off. Alhamdulillah. Thank you so much.
It wouldn't be a big race day without a Luis Morales winner, and look at that celebration. We love to see it. This race is our last race of the weekend, the Group 3 Ministry of Interior Cup, worth a whopping 165,000 Saudi Riyal. And what a performance that we were given there by horse number 13, Kathir, and Luis Morales, for trainer Mutab Al-Mutawa. Third last time out for this 6-year-old gelding. So he is a 6-year-old, but he has plenty left in the tank still, as we just saw there. So I'll be interested to see what Louis thought of that performance, but really, really strong competitive race there. And a lot of strong horses he had to face as well, a lot of younger horses up against a lot of 4-year-olds there, but absolutely no bother to him, sailing down at the center of the track to victory. Now, we will try and get Louis before the prize presentation and for him to collect the trophy as well. Louis, can we quickly, congratulations, Louis, well done. What did you think of that race?
Yeah, well, the race was good, of course, because I won. But, you know, he broke on top today, and I was afraid to put him too close to the pace, and then he didn't finish. So I tried to relax him and leave him in the middle of the horses, trying to find a way. Excellent in the 600 when I asked him, I could move outside clear. He switched to the wrong leg, and then he drift out a little bit, so I have to correct him. to the first whip, and then he took off in the last 200 very well. Alhamdulillah.
And were you worried about stall 13 at all? And he is a 6-year-old. He was facing much younger horses than him.
Well, for me it was the perfect draw because he was in the middle. He can run inside, he can run outside. He don't. The most important thing is try to be comfortable in good position and make one run with him, and have a lot of fortune to find a way. You know, alhamdulillah.
Well done, Louis. That was a great performance.
1 second. Thanks to my family, and to my friends in Japan. You asked for that, okay? I'm telling you, huh?
Thank you, Louis.
It's pretty exciting there. Great way to end the day. Always good to see Louis get a win to cap the day.
For sure, he deserves it after what's been a tricky 2 days for him. I like what he was saying there. That was a little bit more insight than we normally get from these post-race interviews. He was saying that the horse switched to the wrong lead and he had to be manoeuvred back onto the right lead. And when he did, he really took off. And in the final 200 metres, he flew.
Yeah, it was a contrast to last time when he looked like he was ranging up and just didn't quite finish it out, kind of flattened out a bit, whether that was fitness or just the way the race went for him. Just not exactly ideal in the last round, but this time, perfect. He just got it done, and it's nice to see Prince Saud bin Salman and those prestigious silks get it done.
Yeah, they win a lot of big races, those white and blue famous silks. And as Louis said, Kathir broke right on top here, was in 5th at this stage, a nice stalking trip. This was a horse who, as we said last time, was coming off the layoff and didn't really show that same finishing burst. He ranged up and didn't explode, whereas today he did. Some of the white stable horses ran nicely. We didn't really see much from Faz or Camilo's ride, who set the pace. But yeah, this was a one-horse race. I thought we were on the right one in Motorbay.
Yeah, he looked great. He was in a good spot. I don't really give him any excuses. It's not like the pace was so hot that he was too close to it.
No.
Maybe he had maybe the last race took a little bit too much out of him.
A cutback in trip could be the thing for him because he travelled so well.
Yeah.
You can just see him right in the middle of the pack, white silks, blue cap. Just received a bump there from his stablemate. He's about to be angled to the outside and make a big run for the lead, but in the closing 300, 400 metres, there was nothing.
Yeah, it was a bit of a disappointment from our selection, Motorbay, but you know, another great performance from Louis Morales, who basically got the horse in the perfect spot. He got him out at this point, and it was game over. This horse, as soon as he was asked and he was shown a little bit of daylight, this horse really kicked on. Yeah, it's just then where he switched to the wrong lead. You see that? He just moved slightly to his right, and Louis had to ask for a little bit of professionalism about this horse, and he obliged. He's really clearing up at this stage, down the centre of the track, drawing alongside Motorbane, kicking clear, strategy moving into second, but there's only one horse to talk about, and that is the winner. Very much so. He took this, it goes a little bit all over to the left. Maybe he's just really needed the rail. Very exciting race to end the day. 165,000 up and up for grabs, and Kathir gets it done for Prince Saud bin Salman in those white and blue. Makes me think that I'm really looking forward to seeing what's happening with Emblem Road this season, hopefully. Sure. And yeah, just looking forward to next week as well. We'll be back, the three of us together. Yes, we should potentially mention the highlight of the day, which was Mr. Trinket with Alex Moreno. Just a phenomenal performance from a horse with lots of stamina. A jockey in Alex who's had a great week, 5 winners across the 3 days. You can see him in the green silks right now, noseband on the horse, and he just bursts clear down the straight. Big late performance to win, ease down Alex with his customary celebration crossing the line. And this is Tom's highlight because he was the only one to choose this horse. He's very proud of it. He was also the most impressive winner today, in truth. Like, he's rated 89 coming into today, but he's a 100 plus horse. It was very exciting. We love to see those outstanding performances. Today, I mean, over the weekend, over the 3 days, where did you land as far as your biggest moment? Rebellious stage, maybe, yes. And for you as well? Where would you?
Actually, I really liked...
your selection at 1?
I really liked race number 6 with 9 Dragons. I thought that was a really, really good race. My heart goes out to James Doyle, though, for coming third there, but we won't talk about that too much.
It's not been his day, has it, with the late scratch in that last race?
Yeah, that was a real shame. I think Ibn Laboon definitely would have been up there for sure.
Yeah, and he had a couple of narrow beats earlier, a second and a third place finish as well, so not Doyle's day.
No,
Tom was fretting about that Ibn Laboon for about 5 minutes. I had to go through that, unfortunately, but I mean, hopefully that horse will come back soon. Obviously, James will probably not be in the saddle, but horse will have a chance to do well. For me, I'm looking forward to coming back next week. We have 3 days, 36 races. We got 36 down this week, 36 last week. It's been an exciting time to be here. And looking forward to the Champions Cup tomorrow, which is going in Japan, going to be a win, and you're in for the $20 million Saudi Cup. I'd like to thank you guys for being with us. Looking forward to everybody being here next week. And just join us on YouTube. Take care of yourselves. Thank you very much.